Chapter 1 of Showboat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Showboat by Edna Ferber. Chapter 1. Bizarre as was the name she bore, Kim-Ravenal always said she was thankful it had been no worse. She knew whereof she spoke, for it was literally by a breath that she had escaped being called Mississippi. Imagine Mississippi Ravenal, she often said in later years. They'd have cut it to Missy, I suppose, or even Sippy, if you can bear to think of anything so horrible. And then I'd have had to change my name or give up the stage altogether, because who'd go to see, seriously I mean, an actress named Sippy? It sounds half-witted for some reason. Kim's bad enough, God knows. And as Kim-Ravenal, you doubtless are familiar with her. It is no secret that the absurd monosyllable which comprises her given name is made up of the first letters of 3 states, Kentucky, Illinois, and Missouri, in all of which she was, incredibly enough, born, if she can be said to have been born in any state at all. Her mother insists that she wasn't. If you were an habitué of Old South Clark Street in Chicago's naughty 90s, you may even remember her mother, Magnolia Ravenal, as Nola Ravenal, soubrette, though Nola Ravenal never achieved the doubtful distinction of cigarette pictures. In a day when the stage measured feminine pulchritude in terms of hips, thighs, and calves, she was considered much too thin for beauty, let alone for tights. It had been this Magnolia Ravenal's respiratory lack that had saved the newborn girl from being cursed through life with a name boasting more quadruple vowels and consonants than any other in the language. She had meant to call the child Mississippi after the tawny, untamed river on which she had spent so much of her girlhood, and which had stirred and fascinated her always. Her accouchement had been an ordeal even more terrifying than is ordinarily the case, for Kim-Ravenal had actually been born on the raging, turgid bosom of the Mississippi River itself, when that rampageous stream was flooding its banks and inundating towns for miles around at 5 o'clock of a storm-racked April morning in 1889. It was at a point just below Cairo, Illinois, that region known as Little Egypt, where the yellow waters of the Mississippi and the olive-green waters of the Ohio so disdainfully meet and refuse with bull-necked pride to mingle. From her cabin window on the second deck of the Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater, Magnolia Ravenal could have seen the misty shores of 3 states, if any earthly shores had interested her at the moment. Just here was Illinois, to whose crumbling clay banks the showboat was so perilously pinioned. Beyond, almost hidden by the rain veil, was Missouri, and there Kentucky. But Magnolia Ravenal lay with her eyes shut because the effort of lifting her lids was beyond her. Seeing her, you would have said that if any shores filled her vision at the moment, they were heavenly ones, and those dangerously near. So white, so limp, so spent was she that her face on the pillow was startlingly like one of the waxen blossoms whose name she bore. Her slimness made almost no outline beneath the bedclothes. The coverlet was drawn up to her chin. There was only the white flower on the pillow, its petals closed. Outside, the redundant rain added its unwelcome measure to the swollen and angry stream. In the ghostly gray dawn, the grotesque wreckage of flood time floated and whirled and jiggled by, seeming to bob a mad obeisance as it passed the showboat, which, in its turn, made stately bows from its moorings. There drifted past, in fantastic parade, great trees, uprooted and clutching at the water with stiff, dead arms, logs, catapulted with terrific force, animal carcasses dreadful in their passivity, chicken coops, rafts, a piano, its ivory mouth fixed in a death grin, a 2-room cabin upright and moving in a minuet of stately and ponderous swoops and advances and chasses, fence rails, an armchair whose white crocheted antimacassar stared in prim disapproval at the wild antics of its fellow voyagers, a live sheep bleating as it came, but soon still, a bed with its covers, by some freak of suction, still snugly tucked in as when its erstwhile occupant had fled from it in fright. All these and more contributed to the weird terror of the morning. The Mississippi itself was a tawny tiger, roused, furious, bloodthirsty, lashing out with its great tail, tearing with its cruel claws, and burying its fangs deep in the shore to swallow at a gulp land, houses, trees, cattle, humans even, and roaring, snarling, howling hideously as it did so. Inside Magnolia Ravenel's cabin all was snug and warm and bright. A wood fire snapped and crackled cozily in the little pot-bellied iron stove. Over it bent a veritable Cyrigamp, stirring something hot and savory in a saucepan. She stirred noisily and talked as she stirred, and glanced from time to time at the mute white figure in the bed. Her own bulky figure was made more ponderous by layer on layer of ill-assorted garments of the kind donned from time to time as night wears on by one who, having been aroused hastily and in an emergency, has arrived scantily clad. A gray flannel nightgown probably formed the basis of this costume, for its grizzled cuffs could just be seen emerging from the man's coat whose sleeves she wore turned back from the wrists for comfort and convenience. This coat was of box-cut, double-breasted, blue with brass buttons and gold braid, of the sort that river captains wear. It gave her a racy and nautical look, absurdly at variance with her bulk and occupation. Peeping beneath and above and around this, the baffled eye could just glimpse oddments and elegancies such as a red flannel dressing-gown, a flower-besprigged chalice sack whose frill of doubtful lace made the captain's coat even more incongruous, a brown cashmere skirt, very bustled and bunchy, a pair of scuffed tan kid bedroom slippers, men's, of the sort known as Romeo's. This lady's back hair was twisted into a knob, strictly utilitarian. Her front hair bristled with the wired ends of kid curlers assumed, doubtless, the evening before the hasty summons. Her face and head were long and horse-like, at variance with her bulk. This, you sensed immediately, was a person possessed of enormous energy, determination, and the gift of making exquisitely uncomfortable anyone who happened to be within hearing radius. She was the sort who rattles anything that can be rattled, slams anything that can be slammed, bumps anything that can be bumped. Her name, by some miracle of fitness, was Parthenia Ann Hawks, wife of Andy Hawks, captain and owner of the Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater, and mother of this Magnolia Ravenel, who, having just been delivered of a daughter, lay supine in her bed. Now, as Mrs. Hawks stirred the mess over which she was bending, her spoon regularly scraped the bottom of the pan with a rasping sound that would have tortured any nerves but her own iron-encased set. She removed the spoon, freeing it of clinging drops by rapping it smartly and metallically against the rim of the basin. Magnolia Ravenel's eyelids fluttered ever so slightly. "Now then," spake Parthie Ann Hawks briskly, in that commanding tone against which even the most spiritless instinctively rebelled. "Now then, young lady, want it or not, you'll eat some of this broth, good and hot and strengthening, and maybe you won't look so much like a wet dish rag." Pan in one hand, spoon in the other, she advanced toward the bed with a tread that jarred the furniture and set the dainty dimity window curtains to fluttering. She brought up against the side of the bed with a bump. A shadow of pain flitted across the white face on the pillow. The eyes still were closed. As the smell of the hot liquid reached her nostrils, the lips of the girl on the bed curled in distaste. "Here, I'll just spoon it right up to you, out of the pan, so it'll be good and hot. Open your mouth. Open your eyes. I say open. Well, for land's sakes, how do you expect a body to do anything for you if you—" With a motion shocking in its swift unexpectedness, Magnolia Ravenal's hand emerged from beneath the coverlet, dashed aside the spoon with its steaming contents, and sent it clattering to the floor. Then her hand stole beneath the coverlet again, and with a little relaxed sigh of satisfaction, she lay passive as before. She had not opened her eyes. She was smiling ever so slightly. "That's right. Act like a wild cat just because I tried to get you to sup up a little soup that Joe's been hours cooking, and 2 pounds of good mutton in it if there's an ounce, besides vegetables and barley, and your pa practically risked his life getting the meat down at Cairo and the water going up by the foot every hour. No, you're not satisfied to get us caught here in the flood, and how we'll ever get out alive, or dead, God knows, and me and everybody on the boat, up all night long with your goings-on so you'd think nobody had ever had a baby before. Time I had you there wasn't a whimper out of me. Not a whimper. I'd have died first. I never saw anything as indelicate as the way you carried on and your own husband in the room." Here Magnolia conveyed with a flutter of the lids that this had not been an immaculate conception. "Well, if you could see yourself now, a drowned rat isn't the word. Now you take this broth, my fine lady, or we'll see who's—" She paused in this dramatic threat to blow a cooling breath on a generous spoonful of the steaming liquid, to sup it up with audible appreciation, and to take another. She smacked her lips. "Now then, no more of your monkey shines, Maggie Hawks." No one but her mother had ever called Magnolia Ravenal Maggie Hawks. It was unthinkable that a name so harsh and unlovely could be applied to this fragile person. Having picked up the rejected spoon and wiped it on the lace ruffle of the chalas sack, that terrible termagant grasped it firmly against surprise in her right hand, and, saucepan in left, now advanced a second time toward the bed. You saw the flower on the pillow frosted by an icy mask of utter unyieldingness. You caught a word that sounded like shenanigans from the woman bending over the bed when the cabin door opened and 2 twittering females entered attired in garments strangely akin to the haphazard costume worn by Mrs. Hawks. The foremost of these moved in a manner so bustling as to be unmistakably official. She was at once ponderous, playful, and menacing. This last attribute due, perhaps, to the rather splendid dark moustache which stamped her upper lip. In her arms she carried a swaddled bundle under one flannel flap of which the second female kept peering and uttering strange, clucking sounds and words that resembled Izer and Yezeres. "Fine a gals I ever see," exclaimed the bustling one. She approached the bed with the bundle. "Miss Means says the same, and so—" She glanced contemptuously over her shoulder at a pale and haggard young man, bearded but boyish, who followed close behind them. "Does the doctor—" She paused before the word doctor so that the title, when finally it was uttered, carried with it a poisonous derision. This mysterious sally earned a little snigger from Miss Means and a baleful snort from Mrs. Hawks. Flushed with success, the lady with the swaddled bundle, unmistakably a midwife, and like all her craft, royally accustomed to homage and applause, waxed more malicious. "Fact is, he says only a minute ago he never brought a finer baby that he can remember." At this, the sniggers and snorts became unmistakable guffaws. The wan young man became a flushed young man. He fumbled awkwardly with the professionally massive watch chain that so unnecessarily guarded his cheap nickel blob of a watch. He glanced at the flower-like face on the pillow. Its aloofness, its remoteness from the 3 frowsy females that hovered about it, seemed to lend him a momentary dignity and courage. He thrust his hands behind the tails of his Prince Albert coat and strode toward the bed. A wave of the hand, a slight shove with the shoulder, dismissed the 3 as nuisances. "One moment, my good woman. If you please, Mrs. Hawks, kindly don't jiggle." The midwife stepped aside with the bundle. Mrs. Hawks fell back a step, the ineffectual spoon and saucepan in her hands. Ms. Means ceased to cluck and to lean on the bed's footboard. From a capacious inner coat pocket he produced a stethoscope, applied it, listened, straightened. From the waistcoat pocket came the timepiece, telltale of his youth and impecuniosity. He extracted his patient's limp wrist from beneath the coverlet and held it in his own strong, spatulate fingers, the fingers of the son of a farmer. Fine," he exclaimed. "Splendid." An unmistakable sniff from the midwife. The boy's florid manner dropped from him. He cringed a little. The sensitive hand he still held in his great grasp seemed to feel this change in him, though Magnolia Ravenal had not opened her eyes even at the entrance of the 3. Her wrist slid itself out of his hold and down until her fingers met his and pressed them lightly, reassuringly. The youth looked down, startled. Magnolia Ravenal, white-lipped, was smiling her wide, gay, gorgeous smile that melted the very vitals of you. It was a smile at once poignant and brilliant. It showed her gums a little and softened the planes of her high cheekbones and subdued the angles of the too prominent jaw. A comradely smile, an understanding and warming one. Strange that this woman on the bed, so lately torn and racked with the agonies of childbirth, should be the one to encourage the man whose clumsy ministrations had so nearly cost her her life. That she could smile at all was sheer triumph of the spirit over the flesh, and that she could smile in sympathy for and encouragement of this bungling, inexpert young medico was incredible. But that was Magnolia Ravenal. Properly directed and managed, her smile in later years could have won her a fortune. But direction and management were as futile when applied to her as to the great untamed Mississippi that even now was flouting man-built barriers, laughing at levees that said so far and no farther, jeering at jetties that said do thus and so, for that matter, roaring this very moment in derision of Magnolia Ravenal herself and her puny pangs and her mortal plans, and her father, Captain Andy Hawks, and her mother, Parthenia Ann Hawks, and her husband, Gaylord Ravenal, and the whole troop of the showboat, and the cotton blossom floating palace theater itself, now bobbing about like a cork on the yellow flood that tugged and sucked and tore at its moorings. 2 tantrums of nature had been responsible for the present precarious position of the showboat and its occupants. The Mississippi had furnished one, Magnolia Ravenal the other. Or perhaps it might be fairer to fix the blame, not on nature, but on human stupidity that had failed to take into account its vagaries. Certainly Captain Andy Hawks should have known better after 35 years of experience on keelboats, steamboats, packets, and showboats up and down the great Mississippi and her tributaries. The Indians might call this stream the father of waters, but your riverman respectfully used the feminine pronoun. The brand-new showboat had done it, built in the St. Louis shipyards. The new Cotton Blossom was to have been ready for him by February, but February had come and gone, and March as well. He had meant to be in New Orleans by this time, with his fine new showboat and his troupe and his band of musicians in their fresh, glittering red and gold uniforms, and the marvelous steam calliope that could be heard for miles up and down the bayous and plantations. Starting at St. Louis, he had planned a swift trip downstream, playing just enough towns on the way to make expenses. Then, beginning with Bayou Teche and pushed by the sturdy steamer Molly Able, they would proceed grandly upstream, calliope screaming, flags flying, band tooting, to play every little town and landing and plantation from New Orleans to Baton Rouge, from Baton Rouge to Vicksburg, to Memphis, to Cairo, to St. Louis, up and up to Minnesota itself, then over to the coal towns on the Monongahela River and the Kanawha, and down again to New Orleans, following the crops as they ripened, the corn belt, the cotton belt, the sugar cane, north when the wheat yellowed, following with the sun the ripening of the peas, the tomatoes, the crabs, the peaches, the apples, and as the farmer garnered his golden crops, so would shrewd Captain Andy Hawks gather his harvest of gold. It was April before the new cotton blossom was finished and ready to take to the rivers. Late though it was, when Captain Andy Hawks beheld her, glittering from Texas to Kiel in white paint with green trimmings, and with cotton blossom floating Palace Theater done in letters 2 feet high on her upper deck, he was vain enough, or foolhardy enough, or both, to resolve to stand by his original plan. A little nervous, fussy man, Andy Hawks, with a horrible habit of clawing and scratching from side to side when aroused or when deep in thought, at the little mutton chop whiskers that sprang out like twin brushes just below his leather-visored white canvas cap, always a trifle too large for his head, so that it settled down over his ears. A capering figure in light linen pants very wrinkled and baggy, and a blue coat double-breasted, with a darting manner, bright brown eyes, and a trick of talking very fast as he clawed the mutton chop whiskers first this side, then that, with one brown hairy little hand. There was about him something grotesque, something simian. He beheld the new cotton blossom as a bridegroom gazes upon a bride, and frenziedly clawing his whiskers, he made his unwise decision. She won't high water this year till June. He was speaking of that tawny tigress, the Mississippi, and certainly no one knew her moods better than he. Not much snow last winter, north, and no rain to speak of yet. Yes, sir, we'll just blow down to New Orleans ahead of French's sensation, his bitterest rival in the showboat business, and start to work the bayous, show him a pair of clean heels up and down the river. So they had started, and because the Tigress lay smooth and unruffled now, with only the currents playing gently below the surface like mussels beneath the golden yellow skin, they fancied she would remain complacent until they had had their way. That was the first mistake. The second was as unreasoning. Magnolia Ravenel's child was going to be a boy. Ma Hawks and the wise married women of the troupe knew the signs. She felt thus and so. She had such and such sensations. She was carrying the child high. Boys always were slower in being born than girls. Besides, this was a first child, and the first child always is late. They got together in mysterious female conclave and counted on the fingers of their 2 hands. August, September, October, November, December. Why, the end of April, the soonest. They'd be safe in New Orleans by then, with the best of doctors for Magnolia, and she on land, while one of the other women in the company played her parts until she was strong again, a matter of 2 or 3 weeks at most. No sooner had they started than the rains began. No early April showers these, but torrents that blotted out the river banks on either side and sent the clay tumbling in great cave-ins down to the water, jaundicing it afresh where already it seethed an ochreous mass. Day after day, night after night, the rains came down, melting the northern ice and snow, filtering through the land of the Mississippi basin and finding its way, whether trickle, rivulet, creek, stream, or river, to the great hungry mother, Mississippi. And she grew swollen, and tossed, and flung her huge limbs about, and shrieked in labor, even as Magnolia-Ravenal was so soon to do. Eager for entertainment as the dwellers were along the little Illinois and Missouri towns, after a long winter of dull routine on farm and in store and schoolhouse, they came sparsely to the showboat. Posters had told them of her coming, and the news filtered to the back country. Town and village thrilled to the sound of the steam calliope as the Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater, propelled by the square-cut, clucking old steamer Molly Abel, swept grandly down the river to the landing. But the back-country roads were impassable bogs by now, and growing worse with every hour of rain. Wagon wheels sank to the hubs in mud. There were crude signs stuck on poles reading, "No bottom here." The dodgers posted on walls and fences in the towns were rain-soaked and bleary. And as for the Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater 10-piece band, which numbered 6, how could it risk ruin of its smart new red coats, gold-braided and gold-buttoned, by marching up the waterlogged streets of these little towns whose occupants only stared wistfully out through storm-blurred windows? It was dreary even at night, when the showboat glowed invitingly with the blaze of 100 oil lamps that lighted the auditorium seating 1,000 seats, a luxurious floating theater within an unrivaled floating palace. Usually, the flaming oil flares on their tall poles stuck in the steep clay banks that led down to the showboat at the water's edge made a path of fiery splendor. Now they hissed and spluttered dismally, almost extinguished by the deluge. Even when the bill was St. Elmo or East Lynne, those tried and trusty winners, the announcement of which always packed the showboat's auditorium to the very last seat in the balcony reserved for Negroes, there was now only a damp handful of shuffle-footed men and giggling girls, and a few children in the cheaper rear seats. The Mississippi Valley dwellers, wise with the terrible wisdom born of much suffering under the dominance of this voracious and untamed monster, so ruthless when roused, were preparing against catastrophe should these days of rain continue. Captain Andy Hawks clawed his mutton chop whiskers this side and that, and scanned the skies, and searched the yellowing, swollen stream with his bright brown eyes. "We'll make for Cairo," he said. "Full steam ahead. I don't like the looks of her, the big yellow snake." But full steam ahead was impossible for long in a snag-infested river, as Andy Hawks well knew, and in a river whose treacherous channels shifted almost daily in normal times and hourly in flood time. Cautiously they made for Cairo, Cape Girardeau, Gray's Point, Commerce. Then suddenly, near evening, the false sun shone for a brief hour. At once everyone took heart. The rains, they assured each other, were over. The spring freshet would subside twice as quickly as it had risen. Fittingly enough, the play billed for that evening was Tempest and Sunshine, always a favorite. Magnolia-Ravenal cheerfully laced herself into the cruel steel-stiffened high-busted corset of the period and donned the golden curls and the prim ruffles of the part. A goodish crowd scrambled and slipped and slid down the rain-soaked clay bank, torch-illumined, to the showboat, their boots leaving a trail of mud and water up and down the aisles of the theater and between the seats. It was a restless audience and hard to hold. There had been an angry sunset and threatening clouds to the northwest. The crowd shuffled its feet, coughed, stirred constantly. There was in the air something electric, menacing, heavy. Suddenly, during the last act, The north wind sprang up with a whistling sound, and the little choppy hard waves could be heard slapping against the boat's flat sides. She began to rock too, and pitch, flat though she was and securely moored to the riverbank. Lightning, a fusillade of thunder, and then the rain again, heavy, like drops of molten lead, and driven by the north wind. The crowd scrambled up the perilous clay banks, slipping, falling, cursing, laughing, frightened. To this day, it is told that the river rose 7 feet in 24 hours. Captain Andy Hawks, still clawing his whiskers, still bent on making for Cairo, cast off and ordered the gangplank in as the last scurrying villager clawed his way up the slimy incline whose heights the river was scaling inch by inch. "The Ohio's the place," he insisted, his voice high and squeaky with excitement. "High water at Cincinnati, St. Louis, Evansville, or even Paducah don't have to mean high water on the Ohio. It's the old yellow serpent making all this kick up. But the Ohio's the river gives Cairo the real trouble. Yes, sir. And she don't flood till June. We'll make for the Ohio and stay on her till this comes to a stand anyway." Then followed the bedlam of putting off. Yells, hoarse shouts, bells ringing, wheels churning the water to foam. "Lively now! Cramp her down! Snatch her! Snatch her!" Faintly above the storm you heard the cracked falsetto of little Captain Andy Hawks, a pilot for years, squeaking to himself in his nervousness the orders that river etiquette forbade his actually giving that ruler, that ultimate sovereign, the pilot, old Mark Hooper, whose real name was no more Mark than Twain's had been, relic of his leadsman days, with the cry of Mark III, half Twain, quarter Twain, M-A-R-K, Twain, gruffly shouted along the hurricane deck. It was told on the rivers that little Andy Hawks had been known, under excitement, to walk off the deck into the river and to bob afloat there until rescued, still spluttering and shrieking orders in a profane falsetto. Down the river they went, floating easily over bars that in normal times stood 6 feet out of the water, clattering through chutes, shaving the shores. Thunder, lightning, rain, chaos outside. Within, the orderly routine of bedtime on the showboat. Ms. Means, the female half of the character team, heating over a tiny spirit flame a spoonful of goose grease, which she would later rub on her husband's meager, cough-racked chest. Maudie Ranger of the general business team, sipping her bedtime cup of coffee. Bert Forbush, utility man in shirt sleeves, check pants, and carpet slippers, playing a sleep-inducing game of Canfield. All this on the stage, bare now of scenery and turned into a haphazard and impromptu lounging room for the members of this floating theatrical company. Mrs. Hawks, in her fine new cabin on the second deck off the gallery, was putting her sparse hair in crimpers, as she would do if this were the night before Judgment Day. Flood, storm, danger, all part of river showboat life. Ordinarily, it is true, they did not proceed downriver until daybreak. After the performance, the showboat and its steamer would stay snug and still alongside the wharf of this little town or that. By midnight, company and crew would have fallen asleep to the sound of the water slapping gently against the boat's sides. Tonight, there probably would be little sleep for some of the company, what with the storm, the motion, the unwanted stir, and the noise that came from the sturdy Molly Abel, bracing her cautious bulk against the flood's swift urging, and certainly none for Captain Andy Hawks, for pilot Mark Hooper and the crew of the Molly Abel. But that, too, was all part of the life. Midnight had found Gaylord Ravenal in nightshirt and dressing-gown, a handsome and distraught figure, pounding on the door of his mother-in-law's cabin. From the cabin he had just left came harrowing sounds, whimpers and little groans and great moans like an animal in agony. Magnolia Ravenal was not one of your silent sufferers. She was too dramatic for that. Maneuvered magically by the expert Hooper, they managed to make a perilous landing just about Cairo. The region was scoured for a doctor without success, for accident had followed on flood. Captain Andy had tracked down a stout and reluctant midwife who consented only after an enormous bribe to make the perilous trip to the levee, clambering ponderously down the slippery bank with many groanings and forebodings, and being sustained both in bulk and spirit by the agile and vivacious little captain, much as a tiny fussy river tug guides a gigantic and unwieldy ocean liner. He was almost frantically distraught, for between Andy Hawks and his daughter Magnolia Ravenal was that strong bond of affection and mutual understanding that always exists between the henpecked husband and the harassed offspring of a shrew, such as Parthy Ann Hawks. When an hour later, Gaylord Ravenal, rain-soaked and mud-spattered, arrived with a white-faced young doctor's assistant, whose first obstetrical call this was, he found the fat midwife already in charge and inclined to elbow about any young medical upstart who might presume to dictate to a female of her experience. It was a sordid and ravaging confinement which, at its climax, teetered for one dreadful moment between tragedy and broad comedy. For at the crisis, just before dawn, the fat midwife, busy with ministrations, had said to the perspiring young doctor, "Do you think it's time to snuff her?" Bewildered, and not daring to show his ignorance, he had replied judicially, not just yet. No, not just yet. Again the woman had said, 10 minutes later, "Time to snuff her, I'd say." Well, perhaps it is. He watched her fearfully, wondering what she might mean, cursing his own lack of knowledge. To his horror and amazement, before he could stop her, she had stuffed a great pinch of strong snuff up either nostril of Magnolia Ravenal's delicate nose, and thus Kim Ravenal was born into the world on the gust of a series of convulsive achoo's. "God Almighty, woman!" cried the young medico in a frenzy. "You've killed her!" "Run along, do," retorted the fat midwife testily, for she was tired by now and hungry and wanted her coffee badly. It's a gal. And they had their minds all made up to a boy. Never knew it to fail. She turned to Magnolia's mother, a ponderous and unwieldy figure at the foot of the bed. "Well now, Miss Hawks, ain't it? That's right, Hawks. Well now, Miss Hawks, we'll get this young lady washed up, and then I'd thank you for a pot of coffee and some breakfast. I'm partial to a meat breakfast." All this had been a full hour ago. Magnolia Ravenal still lay inert, unheeding. She had not even looked at her child. Her mother now uttered bitter complaint to the others in the room. "Won't touch a drop of this good nourishing broth. Knocked the spoon right out of my hand, would you believe it? For all she lays there looking so gone. Well, I'm going to open her mouth and pour it down." The young doctor raised a protesting palm. No, I wouldn't do that." He bent over the white face on the pillow. "Just a spoonful," he coaxed softly. "Just a swallow." She did not vouchsafe him another smile. He glanced at the irate woman with the saucepan, at the 2 attendant vestals. "Isn't there somebody?" The men of the company and the crew were out, he well knew, with pike poles in hand, working to keep the drifting objects clear of the boats. Gaylord Ravenal would be with them. He had been in and out a score of times through the night, his handsome young face, too handsome, the awkward young doctor had privately decided, twisted with horror and pity and self-reproach. He had noticed, too, that the girl's cries had abated not a whit when the husband was there, but when he took her writhing fingers and put one hand on her wet forehead and said, in a voice that broke with agony, "Oh, Nola, Nola, don't! "I didn't know it was not like this, Magnolia," she had said through clenched teeth and white lips, surprisingly enough with a knowledge handed down to her through centuries of women writhing in childbirth. "It's all right, Gay. Always like this. Damn it. Don't you worry. It's all..." And the harassed young doctor had then seen for the first time the wonder of Magnolia Ravenal's poignant smile. So now when he said shyly, "Isn't there somebody else?" he was thinking that if the young and handsome husband could be spared for but a moment from his pike-pole, it would be better to chance a drifting log sent crashing against the side of the boat by the flood than that this white, still figure on the bed should be allowed to grow one whit whiter or more still. "Somebody else's fiddlesticks," exploded Mrs. Hawks inelegantly. They were all terribly rude to him, poor lad, except the one who might have felt justified in being so. If her own mother can't... She had reheated the broth on the little iron stove, and now made a third advance, armed with spoon and saucepan. The midwife had put the swaddled bundle on the pillow so that it lay just beside Magnolia Ravenal's arm. It was she who now interrupted Mrs. Hawks and abetted her. "How in time do you expect to nurse," she demanded, "if you don't eat?" Magnolia Ravenal didn't know and seemingly didn't care. A crisis was imminent. It was the moment for drama, and it was furnished obligingly enough by the opening of the door to admit the two whom Magnolia Ravenal loved in all the world. There came first the handsome, haggard Gaylord Ravenal, actually managing, in some incredible way, to appear elegant, well-dressed, dapper, at a time under circumstances, and in a costume which would have rendered most men unsightly, if not repulsive. But his gifts were many, and not the least of them was the trick of appearing sartorially and tonsorially flawless when dishevelment and a stubble were inevitable in any other male. Close behind him trotted Andy Hawks, just as he had been 24 hours before, wrinkled linen pants, double-breasted blue coat, oversized visored cap, mutton-chop whiskers and all. Together, he and Ma Hawks, in her blue brass button coat that was a twin of his, managed to give the gathering quite a military aspect. Certainly Mrs. Hawks' manner was martial enough at the moment. She raised her voice now in complaint. "Won't touch her broth. Ain't half as sick as she lets on, or she wouldn't be so stubborn. Wouldn't have the strength to be so what I say." Gaylord Ravenal took from her the saucepan and the spoon. The saucepan he returned to the stove. He espied a cup on the washstand. With a glance at Captain Andy, he pointed silently to this. Andy Hawks emptied its contents into the slop jar, rinsed it carefully, and half filled it with the steaming hot broth. The two men approached the bedside. There was about both a clumsy and touching, but magically effective tenderness. Gay Ravenal slipped his left arm under the girl's head with its hair all spread so dank and wild on the pillow. Captain Andy Hawks leaned forward, cup in hand, holding it close to her mouth. With his right hand, delicately, Gay Ravenal brought the first hot, reviving spoonful to her mouth and let it trickle slowly, drop by drop, through her lips. He spoke to her as he did this, but softly, softly, so that the others could not hear the words. Only the cadence of his voice, and that was a caress. Another spoonful, and another, and another. He lowered her again to the pillow, his arm still under her head. A faint tinge of palest pink showed under the waxen skin. She opened her eyes, looked up at him. She adored him. Her pain-dulled eyes, even then, said so. Her lips moved. He bent closer. She was smiling almost mischievously. "Fooled them." "What'd she say?" rasped Mrs. Hawks fearfully, for she loved the girl. Over his shoulder, he repeated the two words she had whispered. "Oh," said Parthian Hawks and laughed. "She means fooled 'em, because it's a girl instead of a boy." But at that, Magnolia Ravenal shook her head ever so slightly and looked up at him again and held up one slim forefinger and turned her eyes toward the corners with a listening look. And in obedience, he held up his hand then, a warning for silence, though he was as mystified as they. And in the stillness of the room, you heard the roar and howl and crash of the great river whose flood had caught them and shaken them and brought Magnolia Ravenal to bed ahead of her time. And now he knew what she meant. She wasn't thinking of the child that lay against her arms. Her lips moved. He bent closer, and what she said was, "The river." End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Showboat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olivia Mazzone. Showboat by Edna Ferber. Chapter 2. Surely no little girl had ever had a more fantastic little girlhood than this Magnolia Ravenal, who had been Magnolia Hawks. By the time she was 8, she had fallen into and been fished out of practically every river in the Mississippi Basin from the Gulf of Mexico to Minnesota. The ordinary routine of her life, in childhood, had been made up of doing those things that usually are strictly forbidden the average child. She swam muddy streams, stayed up until midnight, read the lurid yellow-backed novels found in the cabins of the women of the company, went to school but rarely, caught catfish, drank river water out of the river itself, roamed the streets of strange towns alone, learned to strut and shuffle and buck and wing from the Negroes whose black faces dotted the boards of the southern wharves as thickly as grace notes sprinkle a bar of lively music. And all this despite constant watchfulness, nagging, and admonition from her spinster-like mother. For Parthy Ann Hawks, matron though she was, still was one of those women who, confined as favorite wife in the harem of a lascivious Turk, would have remained a spinster at heart and in manner. And though she lived on her husband's showboat season after season and tried to rule it from pilot house to cook's galley, she was always an incongruous figure in the gay, careless, vagabond life of this band of floating players. The very fact of her presence on the boat was a paradox. Life, for Parthy Ann Hawks, was meant to be made up of crisp white dimity curtains at kitchen windows, of bi-weekly bread bakings, of Sunday morning service and Wednesday night prayer meeting, of small gossip rolled heavily under the tongue. The male biped to her was a 2-footed animal who tracked up a clean kitchen floor just after it was scoured and smoked a pipe in defiance of decency. Yet here she was, and had been for 10 years, leading an existence which would have made that of the Stratford stroller seem orderly and prim by comparison. She had been a Massachusetts school teacher, living with a hen-pecked fisherman father and keeping house expertly for him with one hand while she taught school with the other. The villagers held her up as an example of all the feminine virtues, but the young males of the village were to be seen walking home from church with this or that plump twitterer, who might be a notoriously bad cook, but who had an undeniable way of tying a blue sash about a tempting waist. Parthenia Ann, prayer book clasped in mitted hands, walked sedately home with her father. The vivacious little Andy Hawks, drifting up into Massachusetts one summer on a visit to fisherman kin, had encountered the father, and through him the daughter. He had eaten her light flaky biscuit, her golden brown fries, her ruddy jell, her succulent pickles, her juicy pies. He had stood in her kitchen doorway, shyly yet boldly watching her as she moved briskly from table to stove, from stove to pantry. The sleeves of her crisp print dress were rolled to the elbow, and if those elbows were not dimpled, they were undeniably expert in batter beating, dough kneading, pan scouring. Her sallow cheeks were usually a little flushed with the heat of the kitchen and the energy of her movements, and, perhaps, with the consciousness of the unaccustomed masculine eye so warmly turned upon her. She looked her bustling best, and to little impulsive, warm-hearted Andy she represented all he had ever known and dreamed in his roving life, of order, womanliness, comfort. She was some years older than he. The intolerance with which women of Parthenia Anne's type regard all men was heightened by this fact to something resembling contempt. Even before their marriage, she bossed him about much as she did her old father, but while she nagged, she also fed them toothsome viands, and the balm of bland, well-cooked food counteracted the acid of her words. Then, too, nature, the old witch-wanton, had set the yeast to working in the flabby dough of Parthi Anne's organism. Andy told her that his real name was Andre, and that he was descended, through his mother, from a long line of Basque fisher folk who had lived in the vicinity of Saint-Jean-de-Luz, Basses-Pyrénées. It was probably true, and certainly accounted for his swarthy skin, his bright brown eyes, his impulsiveness, his vivacious manner. The first time he kissed this tall, raw-boned New England woman, he was startled at the robustness with which she met and returned the caress. They were married and went to Illinois to live in the little town of Thebes on the Mississippi. In the village from which she had married, it was said that, after she left, her old father, naturally neat and trained through years of nagging to super-neatness, indulged in an orgy of disorder that lasted days. As other men turned to strong drink in time of exuberance or relief from strain, so the tidy old septuagenarian strewed the kitchen with dirty dishes and scummy pots and pans, slept for a week in an unmade bed, padded in stocking feet, chewed tobacco and spat where he pleased, smoked the lace curtains brown, was even reported by a spying neighbor to have been seated at the reedy old cottage organ whose palsied pipes had always quavered to hymn tunes, picking out with one gnarled forefinger the chorus of a bawdy song. He lived one free, blissful year and died of his own cooking. As pilot, river captain, and finally, as they thrived, owner and captain of a steamer accommodating both passengers and freight, Captain Andy was seldom in a position to be guilty of tracking the white-scoured kitchen floor, or discoloring with pipe smoke the stiff folds of the window curtains. The prim little Illinois cottage saw him but rarely during the season when river navigation was at its height. For many months in the year, Parthi Anne Hawks was free to lead the spinsterish existence for which nature had so evidently planned her. Her window panes glittered, her linen was immaculate, her floors unsullied. When Captain Andy came home, there was constant friction between them. Sometimes her gay, capering little husband used to look at this woman as a stranger. Perhaps his nervous habit of clawing at his mutton-chop whiskers had started as a gesture of puzzlement or despair. The child, Magnolia, was not born until 7 years after their marriage. That Parthi Anne Hawks could produce actual offspring was a miracle to give one renewed faith in certain disputed incidents recorded in the New Testament. The child was all Andy manner, temperament, coloring. Between father and daughter there sprang up such a bond of love and understanding as to make their relation a perfect thing, and so sturdy as successfully to defy even the destructive forces bent upon it by Mrs. Hawks. Now the little captain came home whenever it was physically possible, sacrificing time, sleep, money, everything but the safety of his boat and its passengers for a glimpse of the child's piquant face, her gay, vivacious manner, her smile that wrung you even then. It was years before Captain Andy could persuade his wife to take a river trip with him on his steamer down to New Orleans and back again, bringing the child. It was, of course, only a ruse for having the girl with him. River captains' wives were not popular on the steamers their husbands commanded, and Parthi Anne, from that first trip, proved a terror. It was due only to tireless threats, pleadings, blandishments, and actual bribes on the part of Andy that his crew did not mutiny daily. Half an hour after embarking on that first trip, Parthi Anne poked her head into the cook's galley and told him the place was a disgrace. The cook was a woolly-headed black with a rolling, protuberant eye and the quick temper of his calling. Furthermore, though a capable craftsman and in good standing on the river boats, he had come aboard drunk, according to time-honored custom. Not drunk to the point of being quarrelsome or incompetent, but entertaining delusions of grandeur, varied by ominous spells of sullen silence. In another 12 hours, and for the remainder of the trip, he would be sober and himself. Captain Andy knew this, understood him, was satisfied with him. Now one of his minions was seated on an upturned pail just outside the door, peeling a great boiler full of potatoes with almost magic celerity and very little economy. Parthy Ann's gimlet eye noted the plump peelings as they fell in long spirals under the sharp blade. She lost no time. "Well, I declare, of all the shameful waste I ever clapped my eyes on, that's the worst." The black at the stove turned to face her, startled and uncomprehending. Visitors were not welcome in the cook's galley. He surveyed without enthusiasm the lean figure with the long figure pointing accusingly at a quite innocent pan of potato parings. "What that you say, missy?" "Don't you missy me," snapped Parthy Ann Hawks. "And what I said was that I never saw such criminal waste as those potato parings, an inch thick if they're a speck, and no decent cook would allow it." A simple, ignorant soul, the black man, and a somewhat savage, as mighty in his small domain as Captain Andy in his larger one. All about him now were his helpers, black men like himself, with rolling eyes and great lips, all too ready to gash into grins if this hard-visaged female intruder were to worst him. "You all passenger on this boat, missy?" Parthy Ann surveyed disdainfully the galley's interior, cluttered with the disorder attendant on the preparation of the noonday meal. "Passenger? Humph! No, I'm not. And passenger or no passenger, a filthier hole I never saw in my born days. I'll let you know that I shall make it my business to report this state of things to the captain. Good food going to waste." A red light seemed to leap then from the big Negro's eyeballs. His lips parted in a kind of savage and mirthless grin, so that you saw his great square gleaming teeth and the blue gums above them. Quick as a panther, he reached down with one great black paw into the pan of parings, straightened and threw the mass, wet and slimy as it was, full at her. The spirals clung and curled about her on her shoulders, around her neck, in the folds of her gown, on her head, Medusa-like. "They's something for you to take to the captain to show him, missy." He turned somberly back to his stove. The other blacks were a little less grave than he. They sensed something sinister in the fury with which this garbage-hung figure ran screaming to the upper deck. The scene above decks must have been a harrowing one. They put him off at Memphis and shipped another cook there, and the big Negro, thoroughly sobered now, went quite meekly down the gangplank and up the levee, his carpet-bag in hand. In fact, it was said that, when he had learned it was the captain's wife whom he had treated thus, he had turned a sort of ashen gray and had tried to jump overboard and swim ashore. The gay little Captain Andy was a prime favorite with his crew. Shamefaced though the Negro was, there appeared something akin to pity in the look he turned on Captain Andy as he was put ashore. If that was true, then the look on the little captain's face as he regarded the miscreant was certainly born of an inward and badly concealed admiration. It was said, too, but never verified, that something round and gold and gleaming was seen to pass from the captain's hairy little brown hand to the big black paw. For the remainder of the trip, Mrs. Hawks constituted herself a sort of nightmarish housekeeper, prowling from corridor to cabins, from dining saloon to pantry. She made life wretched for the pert yellow wenches who performed the cabin chamber work. She pounced upon them when they gathered in little whispering groups gossiping. Thin-lipped and baleful of eye, she withered the very words they were about to utter to a waiter or deckhand, so that the flowers of coquetry became ashes on their tongues. She regarded the female passengers with suspicion, and the males with contempt. This was the latter 70s, and gambling was as much a part of riverboat life as eating and drinking. Professional gamblers often infested the boats. It was no uncommon sight to see a poker game that had started in the saloon in the early evening, still in progress when sunrise reddened the river. It was the day of the flowing mustache, the broad-brimmed hat, the open-faced collar, and the diamond stud. It constituted masculine America's last feeble flicker of the picturesque before he sank forever into the drab ashes of uniformity. A Southern gentleman, particularly, clad thus, took on a dashing and dangerous aspect. The rakish angle of the hat with its curling brim, the flowing ends of the string tie, the movement of the slender, virile fingers as they stroked the mustache, all were things to thrill the feminine beholder. Even that frigid female, Parthenia Ann Hawks, must have known a little flutter of the senses as she beheld these romantic and, according to her standards, dissolute passengers, seated, silent, wary, pale, about the gambling table. But in her stern code, that which thrilled was wicked. She belonged to the tribe of the knitting women, of the Salem witch burners, of all fanatics who count nature as an enemy to be suppressed, and in whose veins the wine of life runs vinegar. If the deep seepage of Parthie Ann's mind could have been brought to the surface, it would have analyzed chemically thus. I find these men beautiful, stirring, desirable, but that is an abomination. I must not admit to myself that I am affected thus. Therefore I think and I say that they are disgusting, ridiculous, contemptible. Her attitude was somewhat complicated by the fact that, as wife of the steamer's captain, she was treated with a courtly deference on the part of these very gentlemen whom she affected to despise, and with a gracious cordiality by their ladies. The Southern men, especially, gave an actual effect of plumes on their wide-brimmed soft hats as they bowed and addressed her in their soft, drawling vernacular. "Well, ma'am, and how are you enjoying your trip on your good husband's magnificent boat?" It sounded much richer and more flattering as they actually said it. "Yo trip on yo good husband's magnificent." They gave one the feeling that they were really garbed in satin, sword, red heels, lace ruffles. Parthenia Ann, whose stays always seemed, somehow, to support her form more stiffly than did those of any other female, would regard her inquirers with a cold and fishy eye. "The boat's well enough, I suppose, but with that carousing by night and the waste by day, a Christian soul can hardly look on at it without feeling that some dreadful punishment will overtake us all before we arrive at the end of our journey." From her tone, you would almost have gathered that she hoped it. He of the broad-brimmed hat and his bustled, basked alpaca lady would perhaps exchange a glance not altogether amused. Collisions, explosions, snag founderings were all too common in the river traffic of the day to risk this deliberate calling down of wrath. Moving away, the soft-tongued Southern voices would be found to be as effective in vituperation as in flattery. "Polecat," he of the phantom plumes would say aside to his lady. Fortunately, Parthie Ann's dour misgivings did not materialize. The trip downstream proved a delightful one, and as tranquil as might be with Mrs. Hawks on board. Captain Andy's steamer, though by no means as large as some of the so-called floating palaces that plied the Mississippi, was known for the excellence of its table, the comfort of its appointments, and the affability of its crew. So now the passengers endured the irritation of Mrs. Hawks' presence under the balm of appetizing food and good-natured service. The crew suffered her nagging for the sake of the little captain, whom they liked and respected, and for his wages, which were generous. Though Parthenia Ann Hawks regarded the great river, if, indeed, she noticed it at all, merely as a moist highway down which one traveled with ease to New Orleans, untouched by its mystery, unmoved by its majesty, unsubdued by its sinister power, she must still, in spite of herself, have come, however faintly and remotely, under the spell of its enchantment, For this trip proved, for her, to be the first of many, and led finally to her spending 7 months out of the 12, not only on the Mississippi, but on the Ohio, the Missouri, the Kanawha, the Big Sandy. Indeed, her liking for the river life, together with her zeal for reforming it, became so marked that in time river travelers began to show a preference for steamers other than Captain Andy's, excellently though they fared thereon. Perhaps the attitude of the lady passengers toward the little captain, and the manner of the little captain as he addressed the lady passengers, did much to feed the flame of Parthy Ann's belligerence. Until the coming of Andy Hawks, she had found favor in no man's eyes. Cut in the very pattern of spinsterhood, she must actually have had moments of surprise and even incredulity at finding herself a wife and mother. The art of coquetry was unknown to her. Because the soft blandishments of love had early been denied her, she now repudiated them as sinful, did her hair in a knob, eschewed flounces, assumed a severe demeanor, and would have been the last to understand that any of these repressions was a confession. All about her, and Captain Andy, on the steamship, were captivating females, full of winning wiles, wives of Southern planters, cream-skinned Creoles from New Orleans, indolent, heavy-lidded, bewitching, or womenfolk of prosperous Illinois or Iowa merchants, lawyers or manufacturers, making a pleasure jaunt of the Southern business trip with husband or father. And, "Oh, Captain Hawks," they said, and, "Oh, Captain Andy, do come here like a nice man and tell us what it means when that little bell rings so fast. And why do they call it the hurricane deck? Oh, Captain Hawks, is that a serpent tattooed on the back of your hand? I declare it is. Look, Emmeline, look, this naughty Captain Andy has a serpent." Captain Andy's social deportment toward women was made up of that most devastating of combinations, a deferential manner together with an audacious tongue, a tapering white finger daringly tracing a rosy nail over the blue coils of the tattooed serpent would find itself gently imprisoned beneath the hard little brown paw that was Andy's free hand. "After this," the little captain would say thoughtfully, "it won't be long before that particular tattoo will be entirely worn away. Yes, ma'am, no more serpent." "But why?" "Erosion, ma'am." But I don't understand. I'm so stupid, Meltingly, the wicked little monkey. "I'll be so often kissing the spot your lovely finger has traced, ma'am." "Oh," a smart tap of rebuke with her palm leaf fan. "You are a saucy thing. Emmeline, did you hear what this wicked captain said?" Much of the freedom that Magnolia enjoyed on this first trip she owed to her mother's quivering preoccupation with these vivacious ladies. If the enchantment of the river had been insidious enough to lure even Mrs. Hawks, certainly the child Magnolia fell completely under its magic spell. From that first trip on the Mississippi she was captive in its coils. 20 times daily during that leisurely journey from St. Louis to New Orleans, Mrs. Hawks dragged her child, squirming and protesting, from the pilot house perched atop the steamer or from the engine room in its bowels. Refurbished, the grime removed from face and hands, dressed in a clean pinafore, she was thumped on one of the red plush fauteuils of the gaudy saloon. Magnolia's hair was almost black and without a vestige of natural curl. This last was a great cross to Mrs. Hawks, who spent hours wetting and twining the long dark strands about her forefinger with a fine-toothed comb in an unconvincing attempt to make a swan out of her duckling. The rebellious little figure stood clamped between her mother's relentless knees. Captured thus and made fresh, her restless feet in their clean white stockings and little strapped black slippers sticking straight out before her, her starched skirts stiffly spread, she was told to conduct herself as a young lady of her years and high position should. "Listen to the conversation of the ladies and gentlemen about you," Mrs. Hawks counseled her severely. instead of to the low talk of those greasy engineers and pilots you're always running off to. I declare I don't know what your father is thinking of to allow it, or read your book. Then where is it? Where is the book I bought you especially to read on this trip? You haven't opened it, I'll be bound. Go get it and come back directly. A prissy tale about a female Rollo so prim that Magnolia was sure she turned her toes out even in her sleep. When she returned with a book, if she returned at all, it was likely to be of a quite different sort, a blood-curdling tale of the old days of river banditry, a story, perhaps, of the rapacious and brutal Merle and his following of 100 cutthroats sworn to do his evil will, and compared to whom Jesse James was a philanthropist. The book would have been loaned her by one of the crew. She adored these bloody tales and devoured them with the avidity that she always showed for any theme that smacked of the river. It was snatched away soon enough when it came under her mother's watchful eye. Magnolia loathed the red plush and gilt saloon except at night, when its gilding and mirrors took on a false glitter and richness from the kerosene lamps that filled wall brackets and chandeliers. Then it was that the lady passengers, their daytime alpacas and serges replaced by silks, sat genteelly conversing, reading, or embroidering. Then, if ever, the gentlemen twirled their mustachios most fiercely so that the diamond on their third finger of the right hand sparkled entrancingly. Magnolia derived a sensory satisfaction from the scene. The rich red of the carpet fed her, and the yellow glow of the lamps. In her best cashmere breast of drown, with the polonaise cut up the front and around the bottom in deep turrets, she sat alertly watching the elaborate posturings of the silken ladies and the broadcloth gentlemen. Sometimes one of the ladies sang to the hoarse accompaniment of the ship's piano, whose tones always sounded as though the Mississippi River mist had lodged permanently in its chords. The Southern ladies rendered tinkling and sentimental ballads. The Midwestern wives were wont to deliver themselves of songs of a somewhat sterner stuff. There was one song in particular, sung by a plain and falsetto lady hailing from Iowa, that aroused in Magnolia a savage, though quite reasoning, loathing. It was entitled, "Waste Not, Want Not," or, "You'll Never Miss the Water Till the Well Runs Dry." Not being a psychologist, Magnolia did not know why, during the rendition of the first verse and the chorus, she always longed to tear her best dress into ribbons and throw a barrel of flour and a dozen hams into the river. The song ran, "When a child I lived at Lincoln, with my parents at the farm. The lessons that my mother taught to me were quite a charm. She would often take me on her knee when tired of childish play, and as she pressed me to her breast, I've heard my mother say, 'Waste not, want not' is a maxim I would teach." Escape to the decks or the pilot house was impossible of accomplishment by night. She extracted what savor she could from the situation. This at least was better than being sent off to bed. All her disorderly life, Magnolia went to bed only when all else failed. Then, too, once in her tiny cabin, she could pose and swoop before the inadequate mirror in pitiless imitation of the arch alpacas and silks of the red plush saloon, tapping an imaginary masculine shoulder with a phantom fan, laughing in an elegant falsetto, grimacing animatedly as she squeaked, "Dear, yes, and dear, no," moistening a forelock of her straight black hair with a generous dressing of saliva wherewith to paste flat to her forehead the modish spit curl that graced the feminine adult coiffure. But during the day she and her father often contrived to elude the maternal duenna. With her hand in that of the little captain, she roamed the boat from stem to stern, from bunkers to pilot house. Down in the engine room, she delightedly heard the sweating engineer denounce the pilot, decks above him, as a goddamn Pittsburgh brass pounder because that monarch, to achieve a difficult landing, had to ring more bells than the engineer below thought necessary to an expert. But best of all, Magnolia loved the bright, gay, glass-enclosed pilot house above the rest of the boat, and reached by the ultimate flight of steep, narrow stairs. From this vantage point, you saw the turbulent flood of the Mississippi, a vast yellow expanse, spread before you and all around you, forever rushing ahead of you, no matter how fast you traveled. Sometimes whirling about in its own tracks, to turn and taunt you with your unwieldy ponderosity, then leaping on again. Sometimes the waters widened like a sea, so that one could not discern the dim shadow of the farther shore. Again they narrowed, snake-like, crawling so craftily that the side-wheeler boomed through the chutes with the willows brushing the decks. You never knew what lay ahead of you. That is, Magnolia never knew. That was part of the fascination of it. The river curved and twisted and turned and doubled. Mystery always lay just around the corner of the next bend. But her father knew. And Mr. Pepper, the chief pilot, always knew. You couldn't believe that it was possible for any human brain to remember the things that Captain Andy and Mr. Pepper knew about that treacherous, shifting, baffling river. Magnolia delighted to test them. She played a game with Mr. Pepper and with her father thus. What's next? Kinney's Woodpile. Now what? Ealer's Bend. What'll be there when we come round that corner? Patriot's Plantation. What's around that bend? An old cottonwood with one limb hanging down, struck by lightning. What's coming now? A stump sticking out of the water at Higgins Point? They were always right. It was magic. It was incredible. They knew, too, the depth of the water. They could point out a spot and say, that used to be an island, Buckles Island. But it's water. It couldn't be an island. It's water. Why, we're riding on it now. Mr. Pepper would persist, unmoved. Used to be an island. Or, pointing again, 2 years ago I took her right down through there where that point lays. But it's dry land. You're just fooling, aren't you, Mr. Pepper? Because you couldn't take a boat on dry land. It's got things growing on it. Little trees, even. So how could you? Water there 2 years ago. Good 11 foot. Small wonder Magnolia was early impressed with this writhing monster that, with a single lash of its tail, could whip a solid island from the face of the earth, or with a convulsion of its huge, tawny body spew up a tract of land where only water had been. Mr. Pepper had respect for his river. Yes, sir, the Mississippi and this here Nile, over in Egypt. They're a couple of old demons. I ain't seen the Nile River myself, don't expect to. This old river's enough for one man to meet up with in his life, like marrying. Get to learn one woman's ways real good, you know about all there is to women, and you got about all you can do one lifetime. Not at all the salty old graybeard pilot of fiction, this Mr. Pepper. A youth of 24, nerveless, taciturn, gentle, profane, charming. His clear brown eyes, gazing unblinkingly out upon the river, had tiny golden flecks in them, as though something of the river itself had taken possession of him and become part of him. Born 50 years later, he would have been the steel stuff of which aviation aces are made. Sometimes, in deep water, Mr. Pepper actually permitted Magnolia to turn the great pilot wheel that measured twice as high as she. He stood beside her, of course, or her father, if he chanced to be present, stood beside her. It was thrilling, too, when her father took the wheel in an exciting place, where the water was very shoal, perhaps, or where the steamer found a stiff current pushing behind her and the tricky dusk coming on. At first it puzzled Magnolia that her father, omnipotent in all other parts of the Creole belle, should defer to this stripling, should actually be obliged, on his own steamer, to ask permission of the pilot to take the wheel. They were both beautifully formal and polite about it. What say to my taking her little spell, Mr. Pepper? Not at all, Captain Hawks, not at all, sir, Mr. Pepper would reply, cordially if ambiguously. His gesture as he stepped aside and relinquished the wheel was that of one craftsman who recognizes and respects the ability of another. Andy Hawks had been a crack Mississippi River pilot in his day. And then to watch Captain Andy skinning the wheel, climbing it round and round, hands and feet, looking for all the world like a talented little monkey. Magnolia even learned to distinguish the bells by tone. There was the go-ahead, soprano-voiced. Mr. Pepper called it the jingle. He explained to Magnolia. When I give the engineer the jingle, why, he knows I mean for him to give her all she's got. Strangely enough, the child, accustomed to the sex of boats and with an uncannily quick comprehension of river jargon, understood him, nodded her head so briskly that the handmade curls jerked up and down like bell ropes. Sometimes it's called the soprano. Then the center bell, the stopping bell, that's the middle tone, about alto. This here, that's the astern bell, the backup bell. That's bass. The boom-boom, you call it. Here's how you can remember them. The jingle, the alto, and the boom-boom. A charming medium through which to know the river, Mr. Pepper. An enchanting place from which to view the river, that pilot house. Magnolia loved its shining orderliness, disorderly little creature that she was. The wilderness of water and woodland outside made its glass-enclosed coziness seem the snugger. Oilcloth on the floor. You opened the drawer of the little table, and there lay Mr. Pepper's pistol, glittering and sinister, and Mr. Pepper's Pilot Rules. Magnolia lingered over the title printed on the brick-colored paper binding. Pilot Rules. For the rivers whose water flow into the Gulf of Mexico and their tributaries, and for the Red River of the North. The Red River of the North! There was something in the words that thrilled her, sent little delicious prickles up and down her spine. There was a bright brass cuspidor. The expertness with which Mr. Pepper, and, for that matter, Captain Hawks himself, aimed for the center of this glittering receptacle and sustained a 100% record was as fascinating as any other feature of this delightful place. Visitors were rarely allowed up there. Passengers might peer wistfully through the glass enclosure from the steps below, but there they were confronted by a stern and forbidding sign which read, "No visitors allowed." Magnolia felt very superior and slightly contemptuous as she looked down from her vantage point upon these unfortunates below. Sometimes, during mid-watch, a very black Texas tender in a very white starched apron would appear with coffee and cakes or ices for Mr. Pepper. Magnolia would have an ice, too, shaving it very fine to make it last, licking the spoon luxuriously with little lightning flicks of her tongue and letting the frozen sweet slide, a slow, delicious trickle, down her grateful throat. "Have another cake, Miss Magnolia," Mr. Pepper would urge her. "A pink one, I'd recommend, this time." "I don't hardly think my mother—" Mr. Pepper himself, surprisingly enough, the father of twins, was sure her mother would have no objection. Would, if present, probably encourage the suggestion. Magnolia bit quickly into the pink cake. A wild sense of freedom flooded her. She felt like the river, rushing headlong on her way. To be snatched from this ecstatic state was agony. The shadow of the austere and disapproving maternal figure loomed always just around the corner. At any moment it might become reality. The knowledge that this was so made Magnolia's first taste of Mississippi River life all the more delicious. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Showboat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Showboat by Edna Ferber. Chapter 3. Grim force though she was, It would be absurd to fix upon Parthian Hawks as the sole engine whose relentless functioning cut down the profits of Captain Andy's steamboat enterprise. That other metal monster, the railroad, with its swift-turning wheels and its growing network of lines, was weaving the doom of river traffic. The Prince Albert coats and the alpaca basques were choosing a speedier, if less romantic way to travel from Natchez to Memphis, or from Cairo to Vicksburg. Illinois, Minnesota, and Iowa businessmen were favoring a less hazardous means of transporting their merchandise. Farmers were freighting their crops by land instead of water. The river steamboat was fast becoming an anachronism. The jig, Captain Andy saw, was up. Yet the river was inextricably interwoven with his life, was his life, actually. He knew no other background, was happy in no other surroundings, had learned no other trade. These streams, large and small, of the North, the Midwest, the South, with their harsh yet musical Indian names, Kaskaskia, Kuhaukia, Yazoo, Monongahela, Kanawha, he knew in every season, their currents, depths, landings, banks, perils. The French strain in him on the distaff side did not save him from pronouncing the foreign names of southern rivers as murderously as did the other rivermen. La Fourche was the Fouche. Bayou Teche was Bayou Teche. As for names such as Plaquemine, Paincourtville, and Thibodaux, they emerged mutilated beyond recognition, with entire syllables lopped off and flat vowels protruding everywhere. Anything else would have been considered affected. Captain Andy thought only in terms of waterways. Despite the prim little house in Thebes, home to Andy was a boat. Towns and cities were to him mere sources of supplies and passengers set along the river banks for the convenience of steamboats. He knew every plank in every river landing from St. Paul to Baton Rouge. As the sky is revealed, a printed page to the astronomer, so Andy Hawks knew and interpreted every reef, sandbar, current, and eddy in the rivers that drained the great Mississippi basin. And of these he knew best of all the Mississippi herself. He loved her, feared her, respected her. Now her courtiers and lovers were deserting her, one by one, for an iron-throated, great-footed, brazen-voiced hussy. Andy, among the few, remained true. To leave the river, to engage, perforce, in some landlubberly pursuit was to him unthinkable. On the rivers, he was a man of consequence. As a captain and pilot of knowledge and experience, his opinion was deferred to. Once permanently ashore, penduluming prosaically between the precise little household and some dull town job, he would degenerate and wither until, inevitably, he who now was Captain Andy Hawks, owner and master of the steamboat Creole Belle, would be known merely as the husband of Parthian Hawks, that mistress of the lace curtains, priestess of the parlor carpet, and keeper of the kitchen floor. All this he did not definitely put into words, but he sensed it. He cast about in his alert mind and made his plans craftily and put them warily, for he knew the force of Parthenia's opposition. I see here where old Ollie Peagram's fixing to sell his showboat. He was seated in the kitchen, smoking his pipe and reading the local newspaper. Cotton Blossom, she's called. Parthian was not one to simulate interest where she felt none. Bustling between stove and pantry, she only half heard him. Well, what of it? Captain Andy rattled the sheet he was holding, turned a page leisurely, meanwhile idly swinging one leg as he sat with knees crossed. Each movement was calculated to give the effect of casualness. Made a fortune in the showboat business, Ollie has. Ain't a town on the river doesn't wait for the Cotton Blossom. Yes, sir. Anybody buys that outfit is walking into money. Scallywags. Thus, succinctly, Parthenia thought to dismiss the subject while voicing her opinion of water thespians. Scallywags nothing. Some of the finest men on the river in the showboat business. Look at Pegram. Look at Finnegan. Look at Hosey Watts. It was Mrs. Hawks' habit to express contempt by reference to a 10-foot pole, this being an imaginary implement of disdain and a weapon of defense which was her Excalibur. She now announced that not only would she decline to look at the above-named gentlemen, but that she could not be induced to touch any of them with a 10-foot pole. She concluded with the repetitious "scallywags," and evidently considered the subject closed. 2 days later, the first pang of suspicion darted through her when Andy renewed the topic with an assumption of nonchalance that failed to deceive her this time. It was plain to this astute woman that he had been thinking concentratedly about showboats since their last brief conversation. It was at supper. Andy should have enjoyed his home-cooked meals more than he actually did. They were always hot, punctual, palatable. Parthenia had kept her cooking hand. Yet he often ate abstractly and unappreciatively. Perhaps he missed the ceremony, the animation, the sociability that marked the meal hours in the dining saloon of the Creole Belle. The Latin in him, and the unconsciously theatrical in him, loved the mental picture of himself in his blue coat with brass buttons and gold braid, seated at the head of the long table while the alpacas twittered, "Do you think so, Captain Hawks?" And the Prince Alberts deferred to him with, "What's your opinion, sir?" And the soft-spoken black stewards in crackling white jackets bent over him with steaming platters and tureens. Parthenia did not hold with conversation at mealtime. Andy and Magnolia usually carried on such talk as occurred at table. Strangely enough, there was in his tone toward the child none of the usual patronizing attitude of the adult. No, "What did you learn at school?" No, "Have you been a good girl today?" They conversed like two somewhat rowdy grown-ups, constantly chafed by the reprovals of the prim Parthenia. It was a habit of Andy seldom to remain seated in his chair throughout a meal. Perhaps this was due to the fact that he frequently was called away from table while in command of his steamer. At home, his jumpiness was a source of great irritation to Mrs. Hawks. Her contributions to the conversation varied little. "Pity's sake, Hawks, sit still. That's the third time you've been up and down, and supper not 5 minutes on the table. Eat your potato, Magnolia, or not a bite of cupcake do you get. That's a fine story to be telling a child, I must say, Andy Hawks. Can't you talk of anything but a lot of good-for-nothing drunken river roustabouts? Drink your milk, Maggie. Oh, stop fidgeting, Hawks. Don't cut away all the fat like that, Magnolia. No wonder you're so skinny. I'm ashamed of you, and the neighbors think you don't get enough to eat." Like a swarm of maddening mosquitoes, these admonitions buzzed through and above and around the conversation of the man and the child. Tonight, Andy's talk dwelt on a dramatic incident that had been told him that day by the pilot of the showboat new sensation, lately burned to the water's edge. He went on vivaciously, his bright brown eyes sparkling with interest and animation. Now and then, he jumped up from the table, the better to illustrate a situation. Magnolia was following his every word and gesture with spellbound attention. She never had been permitted to see a showboat performance. When one of these gay water travelers came prancing down the river, band playing, calliope tooting, flags flying, towboat puffing, bringing up with a final flare and flourish at the landing, there to tie up for 2 or 3 days, or even sometimes for a week, Magnolia was admonished not to go near it. Other children of the town might swarm over it by day, enchanted by its mystery, enthralled by its red-coated musicians when the band marched up the main street, might even at night witness the performance of a play and actually stay for the song and dance numbers which comprised the concert held after the play, and for which an additional charge of 15 cents was made. Magnolia hungered for a glimpse of these forbidden delights. The little white house at Thebes commanded a view up the river toward Cape Girardeau. At night, from her bedroom window, she could see the lights, shining golden yellow through the boat's many windows, was fired with excitement at sight of the kerosene flares stuck in the riverbank to light the way of the lucky, could actually hear the beat and blare of the band. Again and again, in her very early childhood, the spring nights, when the showboats were headed downstream, and the autumn nights when they were returning upriver, were stamped indelibly on her mind as she knelt in her nightgown at the little window of the dark room that faced the river with its dazzling and forbidden spectacle. Her bare feet would be as icy as her cheeks were hot. Her ears were straining to catch the jaunty strains of the music, and her eyes tried to discern the faces that passed under the weird glow of the torch flares. Usually she did not hear the approaching tread of discovery until the metallic "Magnolia Hawks, get into your bed this very minute," smote cruelly on her entranced ears. Sometimes she glimpsed men and women of the showboat troupe on Front Street or 3rd Street, idling or shopping. Occasionally you saw them driving in a rig hired from Deffler's livery stable. They were known to the townspeople as show folks, and the term carried with it the sting of opprobrium. You could mark them by something different in their dress, in their faces, in the way they walked. The women were not always young. Magnolia noticed that often they were actually older than her mother. Pathy was then about 39. Yet they looked lively and somehow youthful, though their faces bore wrinkles. There was about them a certain carefree gaiety, a jauntiness. They looked, Magnolia decided, as if they had just come from some interesting place and were going to another even more interesting. This was rather shrewd of her. She had sensed that the dullness of village and farm life, the look that routine, drudgery, and boredom stamp indelibly on the countenance of the farm woman or the village housewife, were absent in these animated and often odd faces. Once she had encountered a little group of 3, 2 women and a man, strolling along the narrow plank sidewalk near the Hawks' house. They were eating fruit out of a bag, sociably, and spitting out the seeds, and laughing and chatting and dawdling. One of the women was young and very pretty, and her dress, Magnolia thought, was the loveliest she had ever seen. Its skirt of navy blue was kilted in the back, and there were puffs up each side, edged with passementerie. On her head, at a saucy angle, was a chip bonnet of blue, trimmed with beaded lace and ribbon and adorable pink roses. The other woman was much older. There were queer, deep lines in her face, not wrinkles, though Magnolia could not know this, but the scars left when the gashes of experience have healed. Her eyes were deep and dark and dead. She was carelessly dressed, and the box-pleated tail of her flounced black gown trailed in the street, so that it was filmed with a gray coating of dust. The veil wound round her bonnet hung down her back, imparting a Spanish and mysterious look. The man, too, though young and tall and not bad-looking, wore an unkempt look. His garments were ill-assorted. His collar boasted no cravat, but all 3 had a charming air of insouciance as they strolled up the tree-shaded village street, laughing and chatting and munching and spitting out cherry stones with a little childish ballooning of the cheeks. Magnolia hung on the Hawks' fence gate and stared. The older woman caught her eye and smiled, and immediately Magnolia decided that she liked her better than she did the pretty young one, So after a moment's grave inspection, she smiled in return, her sudden, brilliant, wide smile. "Look at that child," said the older woman. "All of a sudden she's beautiful." The other two surveyed her idly. Magnolia's smile had vanished now. They saw a scrawny, sallow little girl, big-eyed, whose jaw conformation was too plainly marked, whose forehead was too high and broad, and whose black hair deceived no one into believing that its dank curls were other than tortured. "You're crazy, Julie," remarked the pretty girl, without heat, and looked away, uninterested. But between Magnolia and the older woman, a filament of live liking had leaped. "Hello, little girl," said the older woman. Magnolia continued to stare gravely, said nothing. "Won't you say hello to me?" The woman persisted and smiled again, and again Magnolia returned her smile. "There," the woman exclaimed in triumph. "What did I tell you?" "Cat's got her tongue," the sloppy young man remarked as his contribution to the conversation. "Oh, come on," said the pretty girl, and popped another cherry into her mouth. But the woman persisted. She addressed Magnolia gravely. "When you grow up, don't smile too often, but smile whenever you want anything very much, or like anyone, or want them to like you. But I guess maybe you'll learn that without my telling you. Listen, won't you say hello to me?" Magnolia melted. "I'm not allowed," she explained. "Not? Why not? Pity's sake." "Because you're showboat folks. My mama won't let me talk to showboat folks." "Damned little brat," said the pretty girl, and spat out a cherry stone. The man laughed. With a lightning gesture, the older woman took off her hat, stuffed it under the man's arm, twisted her abundant hair into a knob off her face, pulled down her mouth, and made a narrow line of her lips, brought her elbows sharply to her side, her hands clasped, her shoulders suddenly pinched. "Your mama looks like this," she said. "Why, how did you know?" cried Magnolia, amazed. The three burst into sudden loud laughter, and at that Parthy Hawks appeared at the door, bristling, protective. "Maggie Hawks, come into the house this minute." The laughter of the three then was redoubled. The quiet little village street rang with it as they continued their leisurely, carefree ramble up the sun-dappled, leafy path. Now her father at supper had a tale to tell of these forbidden fascinators. The story had been told him that afternoon by Hard Harry Swagger, river pilot, just in at the landing after a thrilling experience. "Seems they were playing at China Grove on the Chapalaya." "Yes, sir. Well, this girl, Laverne, her name was, or something anyway, she was on the stage singing, he says. It was the concert after the show. She comes off, and the next thing you know, there's a little blaze in the flies. Next minute she was afire, and no saving her. To one less initiated, it might have been difficult to differentiate in his use of the pronoun third person, feminine. Sometimes he referred to the girl, sometimes to the boat. 30 years old if she's a day, and burns like greased paper. Went up in 10 minutes. Hard Harry goes running to the pilot house to get his clothes. Time he reaches the boiler deck, fire has cut off the gangway. He tries to lower himself 12 feet from the boiler deck to the main and falls and breaks his leg. By that time, they were cutting the towboat away from the sensation to save her. Did save her too, finally, but the sensation don't last long, as it takes to tell it. Well, there he was, and what did he have to do but send 4 miles inland for a doctor, and when he comes, the skunk, guess what? "What?" cries Magnolia, not merely to be obliging in this dramatic crisis, but because she is frantic to know. "Captain Andy is on his feet by this time, fork in hand. When the doc comes, he takes a look around, and there they all are in any kind of clothes they could grab or had on. So he says he won't set the leg unless he's paid in advance $25. "Oh, you won't?" won't you?" says Hard Harry, laying there with his broken leg, and draws. "You'll set it or I'll shoot yours off so you won't ever walk again, you son of a bitch." Captain Andy Hawks! He has acted it out. The fork is his gun. Magnolia is breathless. Now both gaze stricken at Mrs. Hawks. Their horror is not occasioned by the words spoken, but by the interruption. "Go on," shouts Magnolia, and bounces up and down in her chair. "Go on!" But the first fine histrionic flavor has been poisoned by that interruption. Andy takes his seat at table. He resumes the eating of his pork steak and potatoes, but listlessly. Perhaps he is a little ashamed of the extent to which he has been carried away by his own recital. "Slipped out," he mumbled. "Well, I should say as much," Parthy retorted ambiguously. "What kind of language can a body expect, you hanging around showboat riffraff?" Magnolia would not be cheated of her denouement. "But did he? Did he shoot it off, or did he fix it, or what? What did he do?" "He said it all right. They gave him his 25 and told him to get the H out of there, and he got. But they had to get the boat out, the towboat they'd saved, and no pilot but Hard Harry. So next day they put him on the hurricane deck, under a tarpaulin, because the rain was pouring the way it does down there, worse than any place in the world just about. And with 2 men steering, he brings the boat to Baton Rouge, 75 miles through Bayou and Mississippi. Yes, sir." Magnolia breathed again. "And who's this?" demanded Mrs. Hawks. "Was telling you all this folderol, do you say?" "Swagger himself. Harry, Hard Harry Swagger, they call him." You could see the 10-foot pole leap off itself into Mrs. Hawks' hand as her fingers stremmed the tablecloth. "I was talking to him today. Here of late he's been with the new sensation. He piloted the Cotton Blossom for years till Pegram decided to quit. Well, sir, he says 500 people a night on the showboat was nothing, and 800 on Saturday nights in towns with a good back country. Let me tell you right here and now, that runs into money. Say a quarter of 'em's 50 centers, a half 35, and the rest 25. The niggers all 25 up in the gallery, course. Not 5 times 5's 5 and carry the 2. 5 times 2's 10, carry the 1. 5. Parthy was no fool. She sensed that here threatened a situation demanding measures even more than ordinarily firm. "I may not know much," another form of locution often favored by her. The tone in which it was spoken utterly belied the words. The tone told you that not only did she not know much, but all. "I may not know much, but this I do know. You've got something better to do with your time than loafing down at the landing like a river rat with that scamp Swagger. Hard Harry. He comes honestly enough by that name, I'll be bound, if he never came honestly by anything else in his life. And before the child, too. Showboats. And language. What's wrong with showboats? Everything, and more too. A lot of loose, living, worthless scallywags, men and women. Scum, that's what. Trollops. Parthy could use a good old Anglo-Saxon word herself on occasion. Captain Andy made frantic foray among the whiskers. He clawed like a furious little monkey, always the sign of mental disturbance in him. "No more scum than your own husband, Mrs. Hawks, ma'am. I used to be with a showboat troupe myself. Pilot, yes. Pilot be damned." He was up now and capering like a quilt. "Actor, Mrs. Hawks, and pretty good I was, too, time I was 17 or 18. You ought to have seen me in the afterpiece. Red Hot Coffee, it was called. I played the nigger. Doubled in brass, too. I pounded the bass drum in the band, and it was bigger than me." Magnolia was enchanted. She sprang up, flew round to him. "Were you really an actor? You never told me. Mamma, did you know? Did you know Papa was an actor on a showboat?" Parthy Ann rose in her wrath. Always taller than her husband, she seemed now to tower above him. He defied her, a terrier facing a mastiff. "What kind of talk is this, Andy Hawk? If you're making up tales to tease me before the child, I'm surprised at you. That thought nothing you could do would ever surprise me again." "It's the truth. The Sunny South," she was called. Captain Jake Bofinger, owner. Married 10 times, old Jake was. A pretty rough lot we were in those days, let me tell you. I remember time we... Not another word, Captain Hawks. And let me tell you, it's a good thing for you that you kept it from me all these years. I'd never have married you if I'd known. A showboat actor? Oh, yes, you would, Parthy, and glad of the chance. Words, bickering, recriminations. Finally, "I'll thank you not to mention showboats again in front of the child. You with your Lavernes and your hard Harrys and your concerts and broken legs and fires and 10 wives and language and whatnot. I don't want to be dirtied by it, nor the child. Run out and play, Magnolia, and let this be the last of showboat talk in this house." Andy breathed deep, clung with both hands to his whiskers, and took the plunge. "It's far from being the last of it, Parthy. I've bought the cotton blossom from Pegram." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Showboat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Showboat by Edna Ferber. Chapter 4. Many quarrels had marked their married life, but this one assumed serious proportions. It was a truly sinister note in the pageant of mismating that passed constantly before Magnolia's uncomprehending eyes in childhood. Parthenia had opposed him often, and certainly always when a new venture or plan held something of the element of unconventionality. But now the Puritan in her ran rampant. He would disgrace her before the community. He was ruining the life of his child. She would return to her native New England. He would not see Magnolia again. He had explained to her, rather, it had come out piecemeal, that his new project would necessitate his absence from home for months at a time. He would be away, surely, from April until November. If Parthy and the child would live with him on the showboat part of that time, summers, easy life, lots to see, learn the country. The storm broke, raged, beat about his head, battered his diminutive frame. He clutched his whiskers and hung on for dear life. In the end, he won. All that Parthy ever had in her life of color, of romance, of change, he brought her. But for him, she would still be plowing through the drifts or mud of the New England road on her way to and from the frigid little schoolhouse. But for him, she would still be living her barren spinster life with her salty old father in the grim coast town whence she had come. She was to trail through the vine-hung bayous of Louisiana, float down the generous rivers of the Carolinas, of Tennessee, of Mississippi, with the silver-green weeping willows misting the water's edge. She was to hear the mellow, plaintive voices of Negroes singing on the levees and in cabin doors as the boat swept by. She would taste exotic fruits, see stirring sights, meet the fantastic figures that passed up and down the rivers like shadows drifting in and out of a weird dream. Yet always she was to resent loveliness, fight the influence of each new experience, combat the lure of each new face. Tight-lipped, belligerent, she met beauty and adventure and defied them to work a change in her. For 3 days then, following Andy's stupendous announcement, Parthenia threatened to leave him, though certainly in an age that looked upon the marriage tie as well-nigh indissoluble by any agent other than death, she could not have meant it, straight-laced as she was. For another 3 days She refused to speak to him, conveying her communications to him through a third person who was, perforce, Magnolia. Tell your father thus and so. This in his very presence. Ask your father this and that. Experience had taught Magnolia not to be bewildered by these tactics. She was even amused, as at a game. But finally the game wearied her, or perhaps, child though she was, an instinctive sympathy between her and her father made her aware of the pain twisting the face of the man. Suddenly she stamped her foot, issued hurried it. I won't tell him another single word for you. It's silly. I thought it was kind of fun, but it isn't. It's silly for a great big grown-up person like you that's 1,000,000 years old. Andy was absent from home all day long and often late into the night. The Cotton Blossom was being overhauled from keel to pilot house. She was lying just below the landing. Painters and carpenters were making her ship shape. Andy trotted up and down the town and the riverbank, talking, gesticulating, capering excitedly. There were numberless supplies to be ordered, a troop to be assembled. He was never without a slip of paper on which he figured constantly. His pockets and the lining of his cap bristled with these paper scraps. 1 week following their quarrel, Parthian began to evidence interest in these negotiations. She demanded details. How much had he paid for that old mass of kindling wood? Meaning, of course, the Cotton Blossom. How many would its theater seat? What did the troop number? What was their route? How many deckhands? 1 cook or 2? Interspersed with these questions were grumblings and dire predictions anent money thrown away, poverty in old age, the advisability of a keeper being appointed for people whose minds had palpably given way. Still, her curiosity was obviously intense. Tell you what, suggested Andy, with what he fancied to be infinite craft. Get your hat on, come on down, and take a look at her. Never, said Parthenia, and untied her kitchen apron. Well then, let Magnolia go down and see her. She likes boats, don't you, Nola? Same's her pa. Likely I'd let her go, sniffed Parthy. Andy tried another tack. Don't you want to come and see what your papa's going to live all the months and months he'll be away from you and Ma? At which Magnolia, with splendid dramatic sense, began to cry wildly and inconsolably. Parthy remained grim, yet she must have been immediately disturbed, for Magnolia wept so seldom as to be considered a queer child on this count, among many others. Hush your noise, commanded Parthy. Great sobs racked Magnolia. Andy crudely followed up his advantage. I guess you'll forget how your papa looks time he gets back. Magnolia, perfectly aware of the implausibility of any such prediction, now hurled herself at her father, wrapped her arms about him, and howled, jerking back her head, beating a tattoo with her heels, interspersing the howls with piteous supplications not to be left behind. She wanted to see the showboat, and with the delightful memory of the Creole Belle trip fresh in her mind, she wanted to travel on the Cotton Blossom as she had never wanted anything in her life. Her eyes were staring and distended, her fingers clutched, her body writhed, her moans were heartbreaking. She gave a magnificent performance. Andy tried to comfort her. The howls increased. Parthy tried stern measures. Hysteria. The two united then, and alarm brought pleadings, and pleadings promises, and finally the three sat intertwined. Andy's arm about Magnolia and Parthenia, Parthenia's arm embracing Andy and Magnolia, Magnolia clinging to both. Come get your hair combed. Mama'll change your dress. Now stop that crying. Magnolia had been shaken by a final series of racking sobs, real enough now that the mechanics had been started. Her lower lip quivered at intervals as the wet comb chased the strands of straight black hair around Mrs. Hawks' expert forefinger. When finally she appeared in starched muslin petticoats and second-best plaid serge, there followed behind her Parthy Ann herself, bonneted and cloaked for the street. The thing was done. The wife of a showman. The Puritan in her shivered, but her curiosity was triumphant even over this. They marched down Oak Street to the river landing, the child skipping and capering in her excitement. There was, too, something of elation in Andy's walk. If it had not been for the grim figure at his side and the restraining hand on his arm, it is not unlikely that the two, father and child, would have skipped and capered together down to the water's edge. Mrs. Hawks' tread and mien were those of a matronly Christian martyr on her way to the lions. As they went, the parents talked of unimportant things to which Magnolia properly paid no heed, having had her way, gone most of the time. It wouldn't hurt her any, I tell you. Learn more in a week than she would in a year out of books. But they ain't, I tell you. Decent folks as you'd ever want to see. Married couples, most of 'em. What do you think I'm running? A body boat? Oh, language be damned. Now, Parthy, you've got this far. Don't start all over again. There she is. Ain't she pretty? Look, Magnolia, that's where you're going to live. Oh, all right. I was just talking. The cotton blossom lay moored to great stobs. Long and wide and plump and comfortable she looked, like a rambling house that had taken perversely to the nautical life and now lay at ease on the river's broad breast. She had had 2 coats of white paint with green trimmings, and not the least of these green trimmings comprised letters a foot high that smote Parthy's anguished eye, causing her to groan, and Magnolia's delighted gaze, causing her to squeal. There it was in all the finality of painter's print. Captain Andy Hawks, Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater. Parthy gathered her dolman more tightly about her, as though smitten by a chill. The clay banks of the levee were strewn with cinders and ashes for a foothold. The steep sides of a river bank down which they would scramble and up which they would clamber were to be the home path for these 3 in the years to come. An awninged upper deck, like a cozy veranda, gave the great flat boat a curiously homelike look. On the main deck, too, the gangplank ended in a forward deck which was like a comfortable front porch. Pillars, adorned with scrollwork, supported this, and there, its mouth open in a half-oval of welcome, was the ticket window through which could be seen the little box office with its desk and chair and its wall rack for tickets. There actually were tickets stuck in this, purple and red and blue. Parthy shut her eyes as at a leprous sight. A wide doorway led into the entrance hall. There again double doors opened to reveal a stairway. Balcony stairs, Andy explained, and upper boxes. Seat 150 to 200, easy. Niggers mostly, upstairs of course. Parthy shuddered. An aisle to the right, an aisle to the left of this stairway, and there was the auditorium of the theater itself, with its rows of seats and its orchestra pit, its stage, its boxes, its painted curtain raised part way so that you saw only the lower half of the Venetian water scene it depicted, the legs of gondoliers in wooden attitudes, faded blue lagoon, palace steps. Magnolia knew a pang of disappointment. True, the boxes bore shiny brass railings and boasted red plush upholstered seats. But I thought it would be all light and glittering and like a fairy tale, she protested. At night, Andy assured her. He had her warm, wriggling little fingers in his. At night, that's when it's like a fairy tale. When the lamps are lighted and all the people and the band playing. Where's the kitchen? Demanded Mrs. Hawks. Andy leaped nimbly down into the orchestra pit, stooped, opened a little door under the stage, and beckoned. Ponderously, Parthy followed. Magnolia scampered after. Dining room and cook's galley were under the stage. Great crossbeams hung so low that even Andy was forced to stoop a little to avoid battering his head against them. Magnolia could touch them quite easily with her fingertips. In time, it came to seem quite natural to see the company and crew of the Cotton Blossom entering the dining room at mealtime, humbly bent, as though in a preliminary attitude of grace before meat. There were 2 long tables, each accommodating perhaps 10, and at the head of the room a smaller table for 6. "This is our table," Andy announced boldly as he indicated the third. Parthy snorted, but it seemed to the sensitive Andy that in this snort there was just a shade less resentment than there might have been. Between dining room and kitchen an opening the size of a window frame had been cut in the wall, and the base of this was a broad shelf for convenience in conveying hot dishes from stove to table. As the 3 passed from dining room to kitchen, Andy tossed over his shoulder further information for the possible approval of the bristling Parthy. "Joe and Queenie. She cooks and he waits and washes up and one thing another. They promised to be back April 1st. Sure. Been with the Cotton Blossom, those 2 have, 10 years and more. Painters been cluttering up here and whatnot. And will you look at the way the kitchen looks, spite of 'em. Slick's a whistle. Look at that stove." Crafty Andy. Parthenia and Hawks looked at the stove, and what a stove it was. Broad-bosomed, ample, vast, like a huge, fertile black mammal whose breast would suckle numberless, eager, sprawling, bubbling pots and pans. It shone richly. Gazing upon this generous expanse, you felt that from its source could emerge nothing that was not savory, nourishing, satisfying. Above it and around the walls on hooks hung rows of pans and kettles of every size and shape, all neatly suspended by their pigtails. Here was the wherewithal for boundless cooking. You pictured whole hams, sizzling, fowls neatly trussed in rows, platoons of brown loaves, hampers of green vegetables, vast plateaus of pies. Crockery, thick, white, coarse, was piled, plate on plate, platter on platter, behind the neat doors of the pantry. A supplementary and redundant kerosene stove stood obligingly in the corner. "Little hot snack at night after the show," Andy explained. "Coffee or an egg maybe, and no lighting the big wood burner." There crept slowly over Parthy's face a look of speculation, and this in turn was replaced by an expression that was, paradoxically, at once eager and dreamy. As though aware of this, she tried with words to belie her look. "All this cooking for a crowd. Take a mint of money, that's what it will." "Make a mint," Andy retorted blithely. A black cat, sleek, lithe, at ease, paced slowly across the floor, stood a moment surveying the 2 with wary yellow eyes, then sidled toward Parthy and rubbed his arched back against her skirts. "Mouser," said Andy. "Scat!" cried Parthy, but her tone was half-hearted, and she did not move away. In her eyes gleamed the unholy light of the housewife who beholds for the first time the domain of her dreams. Joe and Queenie to boss. Wholesale marketing. Do this, do that. Perhaps Andy in his zeal had even overdone the thing a little. Suddenly, "Where's that child? Oh my goodness, Hawks!" Visions of Magnolia having fallen into the river. She was later always to have visions of Magnolia having fallen into rivers, so that Magnolia sometimes fell into them out of sheer perversity as other children, cautioned to remain in the yard, willfully run away from home. Andy darted out of the kitchen, through the little rabbit hutch door. Mrs. Hawks gathered up her voluminous skirts and flew after, scrambled across the orchestra pit, turned at the sound of a voice, Magnolia's, and yet not Magnolia's, coming from that portion of the stage exposed below the half-raised curtain. In tones at once throaty, mincing, and falsely elegant, that arrogant voice which is childhood's unconscious imitation of pretense in its elders, Magnolia was reciting nothing in particular and bringing great gusto to the rendition. The words were palpably made up as she went along. "Oh, do you really think so? My little girl is very naughty. We are rich. Oh dear me, yes. Ice cream every day for breakfast, dinner, and supper." She wore her mother's dolman, which that lady had unclasped and left hanging over one of the brass railings of a box. From somewhere she had rummaged a bonnet whose jet aigrette quivered with the earnestness of its wearer's artistic effort. The dolman trailed in the dust of the floor. Magnolia's right hand was held in a graceful position, the little finger elegantly crooked. "Maggie Hawks, will you come down out of there this instant?" Parthy whirled on Andy. "There, that's what it comes to. Minute she sets foot on this sink of iniquity, play acting." Andy clawed his whiskers, chuckling. He stepped to the proscenium and held out his arms for the child, and she stood looking down at him, flushed, smiling, radiant. "You're about as good as your pa was, Nola, and that's no compliment." He swung her to the floor, a whirl of dolman, short starched skirt and bonnet askew. Then, as Parthy snatched the dolman from her and glared at the bonnet, he saw that he must create again a favorable impression, contrive a new diversion, or his recent gain was lost. A born showman, Andy. "Where'd you get that bonnet, Magnolia?" "In there." She pointed to one of a row of doors facing them at the rear of the stage. "In one of those little bedrooms, cabins. What are they, Papa?" "Dressing rooms, Nola, and bedrooms too. Want to see them, Parthy?" He opened a little door leading from the right-hand box to the stage, crossed the stage followed by the reluctant Parthenia, threw open one of the doors at the back. There was revealed a tiny cabin holding a single bed, a diminutive dresser and washstand. Handy rows of shelves were fastened to the wall above the bed. Dimity curtains hung at the window. The window itself framed a view of river and shore. A crudely colored calendar hung on the wall, and some photographs and newspaper clippings, time-yellowed. There was about the little chamber a coziness, a snugness, and, paradoxically enough, a sense of space. That was the open window, doubtless, with its vista of water and sky giving the effect of freedom. "Dressing rooms during the performance," Andy explained, "and bedrooms the rest of the time. That's the way we work it." Mrs. Hawks, with a single glance, encompassed the tiny room and rejected it. "Expect me to live in a cubbyhole like that?" It was unconsciously her first admission. Magnolia, behind her mother's skirts, was peering wide-eyed into the room. "Why, I love it. Why, I'd love to live in it. Why, look, there's a little bed and a dresser and a—" Andy interrupted hastily. "Course, I don't expect you to live in a cubbyhole, Parthy. No, nor the child, neither. Just you step along with me. Now don't say anything, and stop your grumbling till you see. Put that bonnet back, Nola, where you got it. That's wardrobe. Which room do you get it out of?" Across the stage, then, up the aisle to the stairway that led to the balcony, Andy leading, Mrs. Hawks following funereally, Magnolia playing a zigzag game between the rows of seats, yet managing mysteriously to arrive at the foot of the stairs just as they did. The balcony reached, Magnolia had to be rescued from the death that, in Mrs. Hawks' opinion, inevitably would result from her leaning over the railing to gaze enthralled on the auditorium and stage below. "Hawks, will you look at that child? I declare, if I ever get her off this boat alive, I'll never set foot on it again." But her tone somehow lacked conviction. And when she beheld those two upper bedrooms forward, leading off the balcony, those two square, roomy bedrooms as large, actually, as her bedroom in the cottage, she was lost. The kitchen had scored, but the bedrooms won. They were connected by a little washroom. Each had two windows. Each held bed, dresser, rocker, stove. Bedraggled dimity curtains hung at the windows. Matting covered the floors. Parthy did an astonishing, though characteristic, thing. She walked to the dresser, passed a practiced forefinger over its surface, examined the finger critically, and uttered that universal tongue-in-tooth sound indicating disapproval. "An inch thick," she then said. "A sight of cleaning this boat will take, I can tell you. Not a curtain in the place, but'll have to come down and washed and starched and ironed." Instinct or a superhuman wisdom cautioned Andy to say nothing. From the next room came a shout of joy. "Is this my room? It's got a chair that rocks and a stove with a reservoir, and I can see my whole self in the looking glass. It's so big. Is this my room, is it, Mama?" Parthy passed into the next room. We'll see. Andy followed after, almost a tiptoe, afraid to break the spell with a sudden sound. "But is it? I want to know. Papa, make her tell me. Look, the window here is a little door. It's a door, and I can go right out on the upstairs porch, and there's the whole river." I should say as much, and a fine way to fall and drown without anybody being the wiser. But the child was beside herself with excitement and suspense. She could endure it no longer, flew to her stern parent, and actually shook that adamantine figure in its dolman and bonnet. Is it? We'll see." A look, then, of almost comic despair flashed between father and child. A curiously adult look for one of Magnolia's years. It said, "What a woman this is. Can we stand it? I can only if you can." Andy tried suggestion. "Could paint this furniture any color, Nola says." "Blue," put in Magnolia promptly. "And new curtains, maybe with ribbons to match." He had, among other unexpected traits, a keen eye for color and line, a love for fabrics. Parthy said nothing. Her lips were compressed. The look that passed between Andy and Magnolia now was pure despair, with no humor to relieve it. So they went disconsolately out of the door, crossed the balcony, clumped down the stairs like mutes at a funeral. At the foot of the stairs they heard voices from without. Women's voices, high and clear, and laughter. The sounds came from the little porch-like deck forward. Parthy swooped through the door, had scarcely time to gaze upon two sprightly females in gay plumage before both fell upon her lawful husband, Captain Andy Hawks, and embraced him. And the young pretty one kissed him on his left hand, mutton chop whisker, and the older plain one kissed him on the right hand, mutton chop whisker, and, "Oh, dear Captain Hawks," they cried, "aren't you surprised to see us? And happy? Do say you're happy. We drove over from Cairo specially to see you and the cotton blossom. Doc's with us." Andy flung an obliging arm about the waist of each and gave each armful a little squeeze. Happy ain't the word, and indeed it scarcely seemed to cover the situation, for there stood Parthy viewing the three entwined, and as she stood she seemed to grow visibly taller, broader, more ominous, like a menacing cloud. Andy's expression was a protean thing in which bravado and apprehension battled. Magnolia had recognized them at once as the pretty young woman in the rose-trimmed hat and the dark woman who had told her not to smile too often that day when, in company with the sloppy young man, they had passed the Hawks' house, laughing and chatting and spitting cherry stones idly and comfortably into the dust of the village street. So she now took a step forward from behind her mother's voluminous skirts and made a little tentative gesture with one hand toward the older woman, and that lively female at once said, "Why, bless me, look, Ellie, it's the little girl." Ellie looked. What little girl? The little girl with the smile. And at that, quite without premeditation, and to her own surprise, Magnolia ran to her and put her hand in hers and looked up into her strange, ravaged face and smiled. "There," exclaimed the woman, exactly as she had done that first time. "Maggie Hawks," came the voice, and "Oh my God!" exclaimed the one called Ellie. "It's the—" Sensed something dangerous in the air, laughed, and stopped short. Andy extricated himself from his physical entanglements and attempted to do likewise with the social snarl that now held them all. "Meet my wife, Mrs. Hawks. Parthy, this is Julie Dozer, female half of our general business team and one of the finest actresses on the river, besides being as nice a little lady as you'd meet in a month of Sundays. This here little beauty is Ellie Chipley, Lenore Laverne on the bills, our ingenue lead and favorite from Duluth to New Orleans. Where's Doc?" At which, with true dramatic instinct, Doc appeared, scrambling down the cinder path toward the boat, leaped across the gangplank, poised on one toe, spread his arms, and caroled, "Ta-da!" A hard-visaged man of about 55, yet with kindness, too, written there, the deep-furrowed, sad-eyed, ageless face of the circus shilliber and showman. "Girls say you drove over. Must be flush with your spondylux, Doc. Parthy, meet Doc. He's got another name, I guess, but nobody's ever used it. Doc's enough for anybody on the river. Doc goes ahead of the show and bills us and does the dirty work, don't you, Doc?" "That's about the size of it," agreed Doc, and sped sadly and accurately a comet of brown juice from his lips over the boat's side into the river. "Pleased to make your acquaintance." Andy indicated Magnolia. "Here's my girl, Magnolia, you've heard me talk about. Well, well, look at them eyes. They oughtn't to go bad in the show business little later." A sound from Parthy, who until now had stood a graven image, a portent. Doc turned to her, soft-spoken, courteous. "Fixin' to take a little ride with us for good luck, I hope, ma'am. Our first trip out with Cap here." Mrs. Hawks glanced then at the arresting face of Julie Dozier, female half of our general business team and one of the finest actresses on the river. Mrs. Hawks looked at Ellie Chipley, Lenore Laverne on the bills, the little beauty and favorite from Duluth to New Orleans. She breathed deep. "Yes, I am." And with those three monosyllables, Parthenia Ann Hawks renounced the ties of land, of conventionality, forsook the staid orderliness of the little white painted cottage at Thebes, set her ears to this scandalized gossip of her sedate neighbors, yielded grimly to the urge of the river, and became at last its unwilling mistress. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Showboat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Showboat by Edna Ferber. Chapter 5. When April came and the dogwood flashed its spectral white in the woods, the showboat started. It was the most leisurely and dreamlike of journeys. In all the hurried, harried country that still was intent on repairing the ravages of a civil war, they alone seemed to be leading an enchanted existence, suspended on another plane. Miles, hundreds, thousands of miles of willow-fringed streams flowing aquamarine in the sunlight, olive green in the shade, wild honeysuckle clambering over black tree trunks, mules, Negroes, bare unpainted cabins the color of the sandy soil itself, sleepy little villages blinking drowsily down upon a river which was some almost forgotten offspring spawned years before by the Mississippi, the nearest railroad perhaps 25 miles distant. They floated down the rivers. They floated down the rivers. Sometimes they were broad, majestic streams rolling turbulently to the sea and draining a continent. Sometimes they were shallow, narrow streams, little more than creeks, through which the cotton blossom picked her way as cautiously as a timid girl picking her way among stepping stones. Behind them, pushing them maternally along like a fat, puffing duck with her silly little gosling, was the steamboat Molly Abel. To the people dwelling in the towns, plantations, and hamlets along the many tributaries of the Mississippi and Ohio, the showboat was no longer a novelty. It had been a familiar and welcome sight since 1817, when the first crude barge of that type had drifted down the Cumberland River. But familiarity with these craft had failed to dispel their glamour. To the farmers and villagers of the Midwest and to the small planters, black and white, of the South, the showboat meant music, romance, gaiety. It visited towns whose leafy crypts had never echoed the shrill hoot of an engine whistle. It penetrated settlements whose backwoods dwellers had never witnessed a theatrical performance in all their lives. Simple, childlike, credulous people to whom the make-believe villainies, heroics, loves, adventures of the drama were so real as sometimes to cause the cotton blossom troupe actual embarrassment. Often quality folk came to the showboat. The perfume and silks and broadcloth of the big house took frequent possession of the lower boxes and the front seats. That first summer was to Magnolia a dream of pure delight. Nothing could mar it except that haunting specter of autumn when she would have to return to Thebes and to the ordinary routine of a little girl in a second-best pinafore that was donned for school in the morning and thriftily replaced by a less important pinafore on her return from school in the late afternoon. But throughout those summer months, Magnolia was a fairy princess. She was Cinderella at the ball. She shut her mind to the horrid certainty that the clock would inevitably strike 12. Year by year, as the spell of the river grew stronger and the easy indolence of the life took firmer hold, Mrs. Hawks and the child spent longer and longer periods on the showboat, less and less time in the humdrum security of the cottage ashore. Usually the boat started in April, but sometimes, when the season was mild, it was March. Mrs. Hawks would announce with a good deal of firmness that Magnolia must finish the school term, which ended in June. Later, she and the child would join the boat wherever it happened to be showing at the time. "Couple of months missed won't hurt her," Captain Andy would argue, loath as always to be separated from his daughter. "May's the grandest month on the rivers, and April. Everything coming out fresh, outdoors all day, do her good. I may not know much, but this I do know, Andy Hawks. No child of mine is going to grow up an ignoramus just because her father has nothing better to do than go galumphing around the country with a lot of riffraff." But in the end, when the showboat started its leisurely journey, there was Mrs. Hawks hanging fresh dimity curtains, bickering with Queenie, preventing by her acid presence the possibility of a too saccharine existence for the members of the Cotton Blossom Troupe. In her old capacity as schoolteacher, Parthy undertook the task of carrying on Magnolia's education during these truant spring months. It was an acrimonious and painful business, ending almost invariably in temper, tears, disobedience, upbraidings. Unconsciously, Andy Hawks had done much for the youth of New England when he ended Parthy's public teaching career. 9 times 7, I said. "No, it isn't. Just because 56 was the right answer last time, it isn't right every time. That was 7 times 8, and I'll thank you to look at the book and not out of the window. I declare, Maggie Hawks, sometimes I think you're downright simple." Magnolia's underlip would come out. Her brow was lowering. She somehow always looked her plainest and sallowest during these sessions with her mother. "I don't care what 9 times 7 is. Ellie doesn't know either. I asked her, and she said she never had 9 of anything, much less 9 times 7 of anything. And Ellie's the most beautiful person in the world, except Julie sometimes, and me when I smile. And my name isn't Maggie Hawks either. I'd like to know what it is if it isn't. And if you talk to me like that again, young lady, I'll smack you just as sure as I'm sitting here. It's Magnolia. Magnolia. Something beautiful. I don't know what. But not Hawks. Magnolia, a gesture with her right hand meant to convey some idea of the exquisiteness of her real name. Mrs. Hawks clapped a maternal hand to her daughter's somewhat bulging brow, decided that she was feverish, needed a physic, and promptly administered one. As for geography, if Magnolia did not learn it, she lived it. She came to know her country by traveling up and down its waterways. She learned its people by meeting them, of all sorts and conditions. She learned folkways, river lore, Negro songs, bird calls, pilot rules, profanity, the art of stage makeup, all the parts in the Cotton Blossom Troupe's repertoire, including Eastland, Lady Audley's Secret, Tempest and Sunshine, Spanish Gypsy, Madcap Marjorie, and Uncle Tom's Cabin. There probably was much that was sordid about the life, but to the imaginative and volatile little girl of 10 or thereabouts, it was a combination playhouse, make-believe theater, and picnic jaunt. Hers were days of enchantment, or would have been were it not for the practical Parthy who, iron woman that she was, saw to it that the child was properly fed, well clothed, and sufficiently refreshed by sleep. But Parthy's interests now were too manifold and diverse to permit of her accustomed concentration on Magnolia. She had an entire boatload of people to boss, 2 boatloads in fact, for she did not hesitate to investigate and criticize the manners and morals of the crew that manned the towboat, Molly Abel. A man was never safe from her as he sat smoking his after-dinner pipe and spitting contemplatively into the river. It came about that Magnolia's life was infinitely more free afloat than it had ever been on land. Up and down the rivers the story went that the Cotton Blossom was the sternest disciplined, best managed, and most generously provisioned boat in the business, and it was notorious that a sign backstage and in each dressing-room read, "No lady of the company allowed on deck in a wrapper." It also was known that drunkenness on the Cotton Blossom was punished by instant dismissal, that Mrs. Captain Andy Hawks was a holy terror, that the platters of fried chicken on Sunday were inexhaustible. All of this was true. Magnolia's existence became a weird mixture of lawlessness and order, of humdrum and fantasy. She slipped into the life as though she had been born to it. Parthy alone kept her from being utterly spoiled by the members of the troupe. Mrs. Hawks' stern tread never adjusted itself to the leisurely rhythm of the showboat's tempo. This was obvious even to Magnolia. The very first week of their initial trip, she had heard her mother say briskly to Julie, "What time is it?" Mrs. Hawks was marching from one end of the boat to the other, intent on some failed domestic errand of her own. Julie, seated in a low chair on deck, sewing and gazing out upon the yellow turbulence of the Mississippi, had replied in her deep, indolent voice, without glancing up, "What does it matter?" The 4 words epitomized the divinely carefree existence of the Cotton Blossom showboat troupe. Sometimes they played a new town every night, sometimes in regions that were populous and that boasted a good back country they remained a week. In such towns as the boat returned year after year until it became a recognized institution, there grew up between the showboat troupe and the townspeople a sort of friendly intimacy. They were warmly greeted on their arrival, sped regretfully on their departure. They almost never traveled at night. Usually they went to bed with the sound of the water slapping gently against the boat's flat sides, and proceeded downriver at daybreak. This meant that constant warfare raged between the steamboat crew of the Molly Abel and the showboat troupe of the Cotton Blossom. The steamer crew, its work done, retired early, for it must be up and about at daybreak. It breakfasted at 4:30 or 5. The actors never were abed before midnight or 1 o'clock and rose for a 9 o'clock breakfast. They complained that the steamer crew, with its bells, whistles, hoarse shouts, hammerings, puffings, and general to-do attendant upon casting off and getting under way, robbed them of their morning sleep. The crew grumbled and cursed as it tried to get a night's rest in spite of the noise of the band, the departing audience, the midnight sociability of the players who, still at high tension after their night's work, could not yet retire meekly to bed. "Lot of damn scenery chores," growled the crew, turning in sleep. "Filthy roustabouts," retorted the troopers, disturbed at dawn. "Yell because they can't talk like human beings." They rarely mingled, except such members of the crew as played in the band, and never exchanged civilities. This state of affairs lent spice to an existence that might otherwise have proved too placid for comfort. The bickering acted as a safety valve. It all was, perhaps, the worst possible environment for a skinny, high-strung, and sensitive little girl who was 1/4 French, but Magnolia thrived on it. She had the solid and lumpy puritanism of Parthy's presence to counteract the leaven of her volatile father. This saved her from being utterly consumed. The life was at once indolent and busy. Captain Andy scurrying hither and thither into the town, up the river bank, rushing down the aisle at rehearsal to squeak a false direction to the hard-working company, driving off into the country to return in triumph, laden with farm produce, was fond of saying, "We're just like one big happy family." Captain Andy knew and liked good food, the Frenchman in him. They ate the best that the countryside afforded. Not a great deal of meat in the height of summer when they were, perhaps, playing the hot, humid, southern river towns, but plenty of vegetables and fruit, great melons bought from the patch with the sun still hot on their rounded, bulging sides, and then chilled to dripping deliciousness before eating, luscious yams, country butter and cream. They all drank the water dipped out of the river on which they happened to be floating. They quaffed great dippers full of the Mississippi, the Ohio, and even the turbid Missouri, and seemed none the worse for it. At the stern was the settling barrel. Here the river water, dipped up in buckets, was left to settle before drinking. At the bottom of this receptacle, after it was 3/4 empty, one might find a rich layer of Mississippi silk intermingled with plummy odds and ends of every description, including sometimes a sizable catfish. In everything but actual rehearsing and playing, Magnolia lived the life of the company. The boat was their home. They ate, slept, worked, played on it. The company must be prompt at mealtime, at rehearsals, and at the evening performances. There, all responsibility ended for them. Breakfast was at 9, and under Parthy's stern regime, this meant 9. They were a motley lot as they assembled. In that bizarre setting, the homely, everyday garb of the men and women took on a grotesque aspect. It was as though they were dressed for a part. As they appeared in the dining room, singly, in couples, or in groups, with a cheerful or a dour greeting, depending on the morning mood of each, an onlooker could think only of the home life of the Vincent Crumleys. Having seen Ellie the night before as Miss Lenore Laverne in the golden curls, short skirts, and wide-eyed innocence of Bessie, the backwoodsman's daughter, who turned out in the last act to be none other than the Lady Clarice Trelawney, carelessly mislaid at birth, her appearance at breakfast was likely to have something of the shock of disillusionment. The baby stare of her great blue eyes was due to nearsightedness, to correct which she wore silver-rimmed spectacles when not under the public gaze. Her breakfast jacket, though frilly, was not of the freshest, and her kid curlers were not entirely hidden by a silk and lace cap. Ellie was, despite these grotesqueries, undeniably and triumphantly pretty, and thus arrayed gave the effect of a little girl mischievously tricked out in her grandmother's wardrobe. Her husband, known as Schultze in private and Harold Westbrook on the bills, acted as director of the company. He was what is known in actors' parlance as a raver, and his method of acting was designated in the showboat world as spitting scenery. A somewhat furtive young man in very tight pants and high collar, always a trifle too large. He was a cuff shooter, and those cuffs were secured and embellished with great, square, shiny chunks of quartz-like stuff, which he frequently breathed upon heavily and then rubbed with his handkerchief. Schultze played juvenile leads opposite his wife's ingenue roles. He had a flair for the theater. Sometimes they were in Red River when the breakfast bell sounded, sometimes tied to a landing. The view might be plantation, woods, or small town. It was all one to the Cotton Blossom Company, intent on coffee and bacon. Long before White Apron Joe, breakfast bell in hand, emerged head first from the little doorway beneath the stage back of the orchestra pit, like an amiable black python from its lair, Mrs. Hawks was on the scene, squinting critically into cream jugs, attacking flies as though they were dragons, infuriating Queenie with the remark that the biscuits seemed soggy this morning. 5 minutes after the bell was brandished, Joe had placed the breakfast on the table, hot, oatmeal, steaming pots of coffee, platters of fried eggs with ham or bacon, stacks of toast, biscuits fresh from the oven. If you were prompt, you got a hot breakfast. Tardy, you took it cold. Parthy, whose breakfast cap, designed to hide her curl papers, always gave the effect, somehow, of a martial helmet, invariably was first at the small table that stood at the head of the room farthest from the little doorway. So she must have sat at her schoolhouse desk during those New England winters, awaiting the tardy morning arrival of reluctant and child-blamed urchins. Magnolia was one of those children whom breakfast does not interest. Left to her own devices, she would have ignored the meal altogether. She usually entered late, her black hair still wet from the comb, her eyes wide with her eagerness to impart the day's first bit of nautical news. Doc says there's a family going down river on a bumboat, and they've got a teensy baby, no bigger than a drink your milk doll. And he says it must have been born on the boat, and he bets it's not more than a week old. Oh, I hope they'll tie up somewhere near. Eat your toast with your egg. Do I have to eat my egg? Yes. If Magnolia was late, Andy was always later. He ate quickly and abstractedly. As he swallowed his coffee, you could almost see his agile mind darting here and there, so that you wondered how his electric little body resisted following it as a lesser force follows a greater, up into the pilot house, down in the engine room, into the town, leaping ahead to the next landing, dickering with storekeepers for supplies. He was always the first to finish and was off at a quick trot, clawing the mutton chop whiskers as he went. Early or late, Julie and Steve came in together. Steve's great height, ludicrously bent to avoid the low rafters of the dining room. Julie and Steve were the character team. Julie usually cast as adventurous, older sister, foil for Ellie, the ingenue. Julie was a natural and intuitive actress, probably the best in the company. Sometimes she watched Ellie's unintelligent work, heard her slovenly speech and her silly inflections, and a little contemptuous look would come into her face. Steve played villains and could never have kept the job, even in that uncritical group, had it not been for Julie. He was very big and very fair and almost entirely lacking in dramatic sense. A quiet, gentle giant, he always seemed almost grotesquely miscast. His blondeur and his trusting, faithful blue eyes belying the sable hirsuteness of villainy. Julie coached him patiently, tirelessly. The result was fairly satisfactory, but a nuance, an inflection, was beyond him. Who has a better right? His line would be, perhaps. Schultze, directing at rehearsal, would endeavor fruitlessly to convey to him its correct reading. After rehearsal, Julie could be heard going over the line again and again. Who has a better right? Steve would thunder dramatically. No, dear, the accent is on better, like this. Who has a better right? Steve's blue eyes would be very earnest, his face red with effort. Oh, I see. Come down hard on better, huh? Who has a better right? It was useless. The two were very much in love. The others in the company sometimes teased them about this, but not often. Julie and Steve did not respond to this badinage gracefully. There existed between the two a relation that made the outsider almost uncomfortable. When they looked at each other, there vibrated between them a current that sent a little shiver through the beholder. Julie's eyes were deep-set and really black, and there was about them a curious, indefinable quality. Magnolia liked to look into their soft and mournful depths. Her own eyes were dark, but not like Julie's. Perhaps it was the whites of Julie's eyes that were different. Magnolia had once seen them kiss. She had come upon them quietly and unexpectedly on deck in the dusk. Certainly she had never witnessed a like passage of love between her parents, and even her recent familiarity with stage romance had not prepared her for it. It was long before the day of the motion picture fade-out. Olga Nethersoul's famous osculation was yet to shock a Puritan America. Steve had held Julie a long minute, wordlessly. Her slimness had seemed to melt into him. Julie's eyes were closed. She was quite limp as he tipped her upright. She stood thus a moment, swaying, her eyes still shut. When she opened them, they were clouded, misty, as were his. The two then beheld a staring and fascinated little girl quite palpably unable to move from the spot. Julie had laughed a little low laugh. She had not flushed exactly. Her sallow coloring had taken on a tone at once deeper and clearer and brighter, like amber underlaid with gold. Her eyes had widened until they were enormous in her thin, dark, glowing face. It was as though a lamp had been lighted somewhere behind them. "What makes you look like that?" Magnolia had demanded, being a forthright young person. "Like what?" Julie had asked. "Like you do. All shiny." "Love," Julie had answered quite simply. Magnolia had not in the least understood, but she remembered, and years later she did understand. Besides Ellie, the ingenue, Schultze, juvenile lead, Julie and Steve, character team, there were Mr. and Mrs. Means, general business team, Frank, the heavy, and Ralph, general utility man. Ellie and Schultze sat at table with the Hawkses, the mark of favor customary to their lofty theatrical eminence. The others of the company, together with Doc and 3 of the band members, sat at the long table in the center of the room. Mrs. Means played haughty dowagers, old Kentucky crones, widows, mothers, and middle-aged females. Mr. Means did bankers, Scrooges, old hunters and trappers, comics, and the like. At the table nearest the door and the kitchen sat the captain and crew of the Molly Able. There were no morning newspapers to read between sips of coffee, no mail to open. They were all men and women of experience. They had knocked about the world. In their faces was a lived look, together with an expression that had in it a curiously childlike quality. Captain Andy was not far wrong in his boast that they were like one big family, a close and jealous family, needing no outside stimulus for its amusement. They were extraordinarily able to amuse themselves. Their talk was racy, piquant, pungent. The women were, for the most part, made of sterner stuff than the men, that is, among the actors. That the men had chosen this drifting, carefree, protected life, and were satisfied with it, proved that. Certainly Julie was a force stronger than Steve. Ellie made a slave of Schultze. Mrs. Means was a sternly maternal wife to her weak-chested and dryly humorous little husband. Usually they lingered over their coffee. Joe, padding in from the kitchen, would bring on a hot potful. Julie had a marmoset which she had come by in New Orleans, where it had been brought from equatorial waters by some swarthy, ear-ringed sailor. This she frequently carried to the table with her, tucked under her arm, its tiny dark head with the tragic mask of a face peering out from beneath her elbow. To Mrs. Hawks' intense disgust, Julie fed the tiny creature out of her own dish. In her cabin, its bed was an old sealskin muff from whose depths its mournful dark eyes looked appealingly out from a face that was like nothing so much as that of an old baby. "I declare," Parthy would protest almost daily, "it fairly turns a body's stomach to see her eating out of the same dish with that dirty little rat." "Why, Mama, it isn't a rat any such thing. It's a monkey, and you know it. Julie says maybe Schultze can get one for me in New Orleans if I promise to be very, very careful of it." I'd like to see her try, grimly putting an end to that dream. The women took care of their own cabins. The detail of this occupied them until mid-morning. Often there was a rehearsal at 10 that lasted an hour or more. Schultze announced it at breakfast. As they swept up a river or floated down, their approach to the town was announced by the shrill, iron-throated calliope pride of Captain Andy's heart. Its blatant voice heralded the coming of the showboat long before the boat itself could be seen from the riverbank. It had solid brass keys and could plainly be heard for 5 miles. George, who played the calliope, was also the pianist. He was known, like all calliope players, as the whistler. Magnolia delighted in watching him at the instrument. He wore a slicker hat and heavy gloves to protect his hands, for the steam of the whistles turned to hot raindrops and showered his hands and his head and shoulders as he played. As they neared the landing, the band, perched atop the showboat forward, alternated with the calliope. From the town, hurrying down the streets, through the woods, dotting the levee and the landing, came eager figures, black and white. Almost invariably, some magic-footed Negro, overcome by the music, could be seen on the wharf executing the complicated and rhythmic steps of a double shuffle, his rags flapping grotesquely about him, his mouth a gash of white. By 9 o'clock in the morning, every human being within a radius of 5 miles knew that the Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater had docked at the waterfront. By 11:30, the band, augmented by 2 or 3 men of the company who doubled in brass, must be ready for the morning concert on the main street corner. Often, queerly enough, the town at which they made their landing was no longer there. The Mississippi, in prankish mood, had dumped millions of tons of silt in front of the street that faced the river. Year by year, perhaps, this had gone on, until now that which had been a river town was an inland town, with a mile of woodland and sandy road between its main street and the waterfront. The old Serpent now stretched its sluggish yellow coils in another channel. By 11 o'clock, the band would have donned its scarlet coats with a magnificent gold braid and brass buttons. The nether part of these costumes always irritated Magnolia. Her color-loving eye turned away from them, offended. For while the upper costume was splendidly martial, the lower part was composed merely of such everyday pants as the band members might be wearing at the time of the concert hour, and were a rude shock to the ravished eye as it traveled from the gay flame and gold of the jacket and the dashing impudence of the cap. Especially in the drum major did this offend her. He was called the baton spinner and wore, instead of the scarlet cap of the other band members, an imposing, though a slightly mangy, fur shako, very black and shaggy and fierce-looking, and with a strap under the chin. Pete, the bass drummer, worked in the engine room. Usually at the last minute, he washed up hastily, grabbed his drum, buttoned on his coat, and was dazzlingly transformed from a sooty crow into a scarlet tanager. Up the levee they scrambled, 2 cornets, a clarinet, a tuba, an alto, called a peckhorn. Magnolia loved its umpa ta-ta-ta, umpa ta-ta-ta, a snare drummer who was always called a sticks, and the bass drum, known as the bull. When the landing was a waterfront town, the band concert was a pleasant enough interval in the day's light duties. But when a mile or more of dusty road lay between the showboat and the main street, it became a real chore. Carrying their heavy instruments, their scarlet coats open, their caps in their hands, they would trudge, tired, hot, and sweating, the long dusty road that led through the woods. When the road became a clearing and they emerged abruptly into the town, they would button their coats, mop their hot faces, adjust cap or shako, stiffen their drooping shoulders. Their gait would change from one of plodding weariness to a sprightly strut. Their pepper and salt or brown or black trousered legs would move with rhythmic precision in time to the music. From tired, sticky, wilted plodders, they would be transformed into heroic and romantic figures. Up came the chest of the baton spinner. His left hand rested elegantly on his hip. His head and shoulders were held stiffly, arrogantly. His right hand twirled the glittering baton until it dazzled the eyes like a second noonday sun. Hotel waitresses, their hearts beating high, scurried to the windows. Children rushed pell-mell from the schoolyard into the street. Clerks in their black sateen aprons and straw sleevelets stood in the shop doorways. Housewives left their pots a-boil as they lingered a wistful moment on the front porch, shading their eyes with a work-seamed hand. Loafers spilled out of the saloons and stood agape and blinking. And, as the music blared and soared, the lethargic little town was transformed for an hour into a gay and lively scene. Even the old white fly-bitten nags in the streets stepped with a jerky liveliness in their spring-halted gait, and a gleam came into their lackluster eyes as they pricked up their ears to the sound. Seeking out the busiest corner of the dull little main street, the band would take their stand, bleeding and blaring, the sun playing magnificently on the polished brass of their instruments. Although he never started with them, at this point, Captain Andy always turned up, having overtaken them in some mysterious way. Perhaps he swung from tree to tree through the woods. There he was in his blue coat, his wrinkled, baggy linen pants, his white canvas cap with the leather visor, fussy, nervous, animated, bright-eyed, clawing the mutton-chop whiskers from side to side. Under his arm he carried a sheaf of playbills announcing the programs and extolling the talents of the players. After the band had played 2 lively numbers, he would make his speech, couched in the absurd grandiloquence of the showman. He talked well. He made his audience laugh, bizarre yet strangely appealing little figure that he was. Most magnificent company of players ever assembled on the rivers, unrivaled scenery and costumes. Miss Lenore Laverne, dazzling array of talent, fresh from triumphs in the East, concert after the show, singing and dancing, bring the children, come one, come all, Cotton Blossom Troop, just one big happy family. The band would strike up again. Captain Andy would whisk through the crowd with uncanny swiftness, distributing his playbills, greeting an acquaintance met on previous trips, chucking a child under the chin, extolling the brilliance and gaiety of the performance scheduled for that evening. At the end of a half hour, the band would turn and march, playing down the street. In the dispersing crowd could be discerned Andy's agile little figure darting, stooping, swooping, as he thriftily collected again the playbills that, once perused, had been dropped in the dust by careless spectators. Dinner was at 4, a hearty meal. Before dinner and after, the Cotton Blossom Troop was free to spend its time as it would. The women read or sewed. There were always new costumes to be contrived, or old ones to mend and refurbish. The black-hearted adventuress of that morning's rehearsal sat neatly darning a pair of her husband's socks. There was always the nearby town to visit, a spool of thread to be purchased, a stamp, a sack of peppermint drops, a bit of muslin, a toothbrush. The indolence of the life was such that they rarely took any premeditated exercise. Sometimes they strolled in the woods at springtime, when the first tender yellow-green hazed the forest vistas. They fished, though the catch was usually catfish. On hot days, the more adventuresome of them swam. The river was their front yard, grown as accustomed as a stretch of lawn. They were extraordinarily able to amuse themselves. Hardly one that did not play piano, violin, flute, banjo, mandolin. By 6 o'clock, a stir, a little electric unrest, an undercurrent of excitement could be sensed aboard the showboat. They came sauntering back from the woods, the town, the levee. They drifted down the aisles and in and out of their dressing rooms. Years of trooping failed to still in them the quickened pulse that always came with the approach of the evening's performance. Down in the orchestra pit, the band was tuning up. They would play atop the showboat on the forward deck before the show, alternating with the calliope as in the morning. The daytime lethargy had vanished. On the stage, the men of the company were setting the scene. Hoarse shouts. "Lift her up there. No, down a little. Ist her up. Back. Closer." Dressing room doors opened and shut. Calls from one room to another. Twilight came on. Doc began to light the auditorium kerosene lamps whose metal reflectors sent back their yellow glow. Outside, the kerosene searchlight, cunningly rigged on top of the Molly Abel's pilot house, threw its broad beam up the riverbank to the levee. Of all the hours in the day, this was the one most beloved of Magnolia's heart. She enjoyed the stir, the color, the music, the people. Anything might happen on board the Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater between the night hours of 7 and 11. And then it was that she was banished to bed. There was a nightly struggle in which, during the first months of their life on the rivers, Mrs. Hawks almost always won. Infrequently, by hook or crook, Magnolia managed to evade the stern parental eye. "Let me stay up just for the first act, where Ellie shoots him." "Not a minute." "Let me stay till the curtain goes up then." "You march yourself off to bed, young lady, or no trip to the Pirate's Cave tomorrow with Doc, and so I tell you." Doc's knowledge of the gruesome history of river banditry and piracy provided Magnolia with many a goose-skinned hour of delicious terror. Together they went excursioning ashore in search of the blood-curdling all the way from Little Egypt to the bayous of Louisiana. Lying there in her bed, then, wide-eyed, tense, Magnolia would strain her ears to catch the words of the play's dialogue as it came faintly up to her through the locked door that opened on the balcony, the almost incredibly naive lines of a hackneyed play that still held its audience because of its full measure of fundamental human emotions: hate, love, revenge, despair, hope, joy, terror. "I will bring you to your knees yet, my proud beauty." "Never. I would rather die than accept help from your blood-stained hand." Once Parthe, warned by some maternal instinct, stole softly to Magnolia's room to find the prisoner flown. She had managed to undo the special lock with which Mrs. Hawks had thought to make impossible her little daughter's access to the upper veranda deck just off her room. Magnolia had crept around the perilously narrow ledge, enclosed by a low railing, just below the upper deck, and was there found, a shawl over her nightgown, knitted bed slippers on her feet, peering in at the upper windows together with adventuresome and indigent urchins of the town who had managed somehow to scramble to this uncertain foothold. After fitting punishment, the ban was gradually removed, or perhaps Mrs. Hawks realized the futility of trying to bring up a showboat child according to Massachusetts small-town standards. With natural human perversity thereafter, Magnolia frequently betook herself quietly to bed of her own accord, the while the band blared below, guns were fired, love lost, villains foiled, beauty endangered, and blood spilled. Curiously enough, she never tired of watching these simple blood and thunder dramas. Automatically, she learned every part in every play in the Cotton Blossoms repertoire, so that by the time she was 13, she could have leaped on the stage at a moment's notice to play anything from Simon Legree to Lena Rivers. But best of all, she liked to watch the audience assembling. Unconsciously, the child's mind beheld the moving living drama of a nation's peasantry. It was such an audience as could be got together in no other kind of theater in all the world. Farmers, laborers, Negroes, housewives, children, yokels, lovers, roustabouts, dock wallopers, backwoodsmen, rivermen, gamblers. The coal mining regions furnished the roughest audiences. The actors rather dreaded the coal towns of West Virginia or Pennsylvania. They knew that when they played the Monongahela River or the Kanawha, there were likely to be more brawls and bloodshed off the stage than on. By 6:30, the levee and landing were already dotted with the curious, the loafers, the impecunious, the barefoot urchins who had gathered to snatch such crumbs as could be gathered without pay. They fed richly on the color, the crowds, the music, the glimpses they caught of another world through the showboat's glowing windows. Up the riverbank from the boat landing to the top of the bluff flared kerosene torches suspended on long spikes stuck in the ground. Magnolia knew they were only kerosene torches, but their orange and scarlet flames never failed to excite her. There was something barbaric and splendid about them against the dusk of the sky and woods beyond, the sinister mystery of the river below. Something savage and elemental stirred in her at sight of them, a momentary reversion to tribal days, though she could not know that. She did know that she liked the fantastic dancing shadows cast by their vivid tongues on the figures that now teetered and slid and scrambled down the steep clay bank to the boat landing. They made a weird spectacle of the commonplace. The whites of the Negroes' eyes gleamed whiter. The lights turned their cheeks to copper and bronze and polished ebony. The swarthy coal miners and their shawled and sallow wives, the farmers of the corn and wheat lands, the backwoods poor whites, the cotton pickers of Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi, the small town merchants, the shambling loafers, the lovers 2 by 2, were magically transformed into witches, giants, princesses, crones, gnomes, Nubians, genii. At the little ticket window sat Doc, the astute, or Captain Andy. Later, Mrs. Hawks was found to possess a grim genius for handling ticket-seeking crowds and the intricacies of ticket rack and small coins. Those dimes, quarters, and half-dollars poured so willingly into the half-oval of the ticket window's open mouth found their way there, often enough, through a trail of pain and sweat and blood. It was all one to Parthy. Black faces, white faces, hands gnarled, hands calloused, men in jeans, women in calico, babies, children, give me a ticket. I only got 15. How much for her here? Many of them had never seen a theater or a play. It was a strangely quiet crowd, usually. Little of laughter, of shouting. They came to the showboat timid, wide-eyed, wondering, like children. 2 men of the steamboat crew or 2 of the musicians acted as ushers. After the first act was over, they had often to assure these simple folk that the play was not yet ended. This is just a recess. You come back to your seat in a couple of minutes. No, it isn't over. There's lots more to the show. After the play, there was the concert. Doc, Andy, and the ushers passed up and down between the acts selling tickets for this. They required an additional 15 cents. Every member of the Cotton Blossom troupe must be able to sing, dance, play some musical instrument, or give a monologue. In some way contribute to the half hour of entertainment following the regular performance. Now the band struck up. The kerosene lamps on the walls were turned low. The scuffling, shuffling, coughing audience became quiet. There was in that stillness something of fright, seamed faces, furrowed faces, drab, bitter, sodden, childlike, weary, sometimes startlingly clear in that half-light, could be glimpsed a profile of some gaunt southern laborer or backwoodsman, and it was the profile of a portrait seen in some gallery or in the illustration of a book of history. A nose high bred, aquiline, a sensitive, haughty mouth, eyes deep-set, arrogant, Spanish, French, English, the blood of a Stuart, a Plantagenet, some royal rogue or adventurer of many, many years ago, whose seed, perhaps, this was. The curtain rose. The music ceased jerkily in mid-bar. They became little children listening to a fairy tale. A glorious world of unreality opened before their eyes. Things happened. They knew that in life things did not happen thus, but here they saw, believed, and were happy. Innocence wore golden curls. Wickedness wore black. Love triumphed. Right conquered. Virtue was rewarded. Evil punished. They forgot the cotton fields, the wheat fields, the corn fields. They forgot the coal mines, the potato patch, the stable, the barn, the shed. They forgot the labor under the pitiless blaze of the noonday sun, the bitter morrow-numbing chill of winter, the blistered skin, the frozen road, wind, snow, rain, flood. The women forgot for an hour their washtubs, their kitchen stoves, childbirth pains, drudgery, worry, disappointment. Here were blood, lust, love, passion. Here were warmth, enchantment, laughter, music. It was anodyne. It was Lethe. It was escape. It was the theater. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Showboat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by FloraMetrick, Bonita Springs, Florida. Showboat by Edna Ferber. Chapter 6. It was the theater, perhaps, as the theater was meant to be. A place in which one saw one's dreams come true. A place in which one could live a vicarious life of splendor and achievement, winning in love, foiling the evildoer. A place in which one could weep unashamed, laugh aloud, give way to emotions long pent up. When the show was over, and they had clambered up the steel bank, and the music of the band had ceased, and there was left only the dying glow of the kerosene flares, you saw them stumble a little and blink, dazedly, like one rudely awakened to reality from a lovely dream. By 11, the torches had been gathered in, the showboat lights were dimmed. Troopers as they were, no member of the Cotton Blossom Company could go meekly off to sleep once the workday was over. They still were at high tension, so they discussed for the 1,000th time the performance that they had given 1,000 times. They dissected the audience. Well, they were sitting on their hands tonight, all right. Seemed they never would warm up. I got a big laugh on that new business with the pillow. Did you notice? Notice? Yeah, the next time you introduce any new business, you got a right to leave me know beforehand. I went right up. If Schultze hadn't thrown me my line, where'd I been? I never thought of it till that minute. So help me. I just noticed the pillow on the sofa, and that minute it came to me it'd be a good piece of business to grab it up like it was a baby in my arms. I didn't expect any such laugh as I got on it. I didn't go to throw you off. From Schultze, in the role of director, next time you get one of those inspirations, you try it out at rehearsal first. God, they was a million babies tonight. Cap, I guess you must have threw a little something extra in your spiel about come and bring the children. They sure took you seriously and brought 'em all right. I'd just as soon play for a orphan asylum and be done with it. Julie was cooking a pot of coffee over a little spirit lamp. They used the stage as a common gathering place. Bare of scenery now, in readiness for next night's set, it was their living room. Stark and shadowy as it was, there was about it an air of coziness, of domesticity. Mrs. Means, ponderous in dressing gown and slippers, was heating some oily mess for use in the nightly ministrations on her frail little husband's delicate chest. Usually Andy, Parthy, Ellie, and Schultze, as the whole monde, together with the occasional addition of the Molly Abel's captain and pilot, supped together at a table below stage in the dining room, where Joe and Queenie had set out a cold collation: cheese, ham, bread, a pie left from dinner. Parthy cooked the coffee on the kerosene stove. On stage, the women of the company hung their costumes carefully away in the tiny cubicles provided for such purpose just outside the dressing room doors. The men smoked a sedative pipe. The lights of the little town on the river bank had long been extinguished. Even the saloons on the waterfront showed only an occasional glow. Sometimes George at the piano tried out a new song for Ellie or Schultze or Ralph in preparation for tomorrow night's concert. The tinkle of the piano, the sound of the singer's voice drifted across the river. Up in the little town, in a drab cottage near the waterfront, a restless soul would turn in his sleep and start up at the sound and listen between waking and sleeping, wondering about these strange people singing on their boat at midnight, envying them their fantastic vagabond life. A peaceful enough existence in its routine, yet a curiously crowded and colorful one for a child. She saw town after town whose waterfront street was a solid block of saloons, one next the other, open day and night. Her childhood impressions were formed of stories, happenings, accidents, events born of the rivers. Towns and cities and people came to be associated in her mind with this or that bizarre pit of river life. The junction of the Ohio and Big Sandy rivers always was remembered by Magnolia on the day the Cotton Blossom played Catlettsburg. Catlettsburg, typical waterfront town of the times, was like a knot that drew together the two rivers. Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky met just there. And at the junction of the rivers there was opened with high and appropriate ceremony the Black Diamond Saloon, owned by those picturesque two, Big Wayne Dameron and Little Wayne Dameron. From the deck of the Cotton Blossom, Magnolia saw the crowd waiting for the opening of the Black Diamond doors. Free drinks, free lunch, Rivertown hospitality. And then Big Wayne opened the doors and the crowd surged back while their giant host, holding the key aloft in his hand, walked down to the riverbank, held the key high for a moment, then hurled it far into the yellow waters of the Big Sandy. The Black Diamond Saloon was open for business. The shifting, colorful life of the rivers unfolded before her ambient eyes. She saw and learned and remembered rough sights, brutal sights, sights of beauty and color, deeds of bravery, dirty deeds. Through the wheat lands, the corn country, the fruit belt, the cotton, the timber region, the river life flowed and changed like the river itself. Shanty boats, bum boats, side-wheelers, stern-wheelers, fussy packets, self-important. Races ended often in death and disaster. Coal barges, a fleet of rafts, log-laden. The timber rafts, drifting down to Louisville, were steered with great sweeps. As they swept down the Ohio, the timbermen sang their shanty, their great shoulders and strong muscular torsos bending, straightening to the rhythm of the rowing song. Magnolia had learned the words from Doc, and when she espied the oarsmen from the deck of the Cotton Blossom, she joined in the song and rocked with their motion out of sheer dramatic love of it. The river is up and the channel is deep, the winds blow steady and strong. Oh, Dinah's got the hoe cake on, so row your boat along. Down the river, down the river, down the Ohio. Down the river, down the river, down the Ohio. Three tremendous pulls accompanied those last three long-drawn syllables. Magnolia found it most invigorating. Doc had told her, too. that the Ohio had got its name from the time when the Indians, standing on one shore and wishing to cross the other, would cup their hands and send out the call to the opposite bank, loud and high and clear, "Oh-hee-oh!" "Do you think it's true?" Magnolia would say, for Mrs. Hawks had got into the way of calling Doc's stories stuff and nonsense. All those tales, it would seem, to which Magnolia most thrilled, turned out, according to Parthy, to be stuff and nonsense. "So then, do you think it's true?" she would demand fearfully. "Think it? Why, I know it's true. Sure as shootin'." It was noteworthy and characteristic of Magnolia that she liked best the rampant rivers, the Illinois, which had possessed such fascination for Tonty, for Joliet, for Marquette, for countless coureurs de bois who had frequented this trail to the southwest, left her cold. Its clear water, its gentle current, its fretless channel, its green hillsides, its tidy bordering grain fields bored her. From Doc and from her father she learned a haphazard and picturesque chronicle of its history, and that of like rivers, a tale of voyageurs and trappers, of flatboat and keelboat men, of rafters in the great logging days, of shanty boaters, water gypsies, steamboats. She listened and remembered, but was unmoved. When the cotton blossom floated down the tranquil bosom of the Illinois, Magnolia read a book. She drank its limpid waters and missed the mud tang to be found in a draft of the Mississippi. "If I was going to be a river," she announced, "I wouldn't want to be the Illinois, or like those, I want to be the Mississippi." "How's that?" asked Captain Andy. "Because the Illinois, it's always the same, but the Mississippi is always different. It's like a person that you never know what they're going to do next, and that makes them interesting." Doc was oftenest her cicerone and playmate ashore. His knowledge of the countryside, the rivers, the dwellers along the shore, and in the back country, was almost godlike in its omniscience. At his tongue's end were tales of buccaneers, of pirates, of adventurers. He told her of the bloodthirsty and rapacious Merle, who, not content with robbing and killing his victims, ripped them open, disemboweled them, and threw them into the river. "Oh my!" Magnolia would exclaim, inadequately, and peer with some distaste into the water rushing past the boat's flat sides. "How did he look? Like Steve when he plays Legree?" "Not by a jugful he didn't. Dressed up like a parson, and used to travel from town to town giving sermons. He had a slick tongue, and while the congregation inside was all stirred up getting their souls saved, Merle's gang outside would steal their horses. Stories of slaves stolen, sold, resold, and murdered. Merle's attempted capture of New Orleans by rousing the blacks to insurrection against the whites. Tales of Crenshaw, the vulture, of Mason, the terror of the Natchez Road. On excursions ashore, Doc showed her pirates' caves, abandoned graveyards, ancient robber retreats along the riverbanks or in the woods. They visited Sam Gritty's soap kettle, a great iron pot half hidden in a rocky, unused field, in which Gritty used to cache his stolen plunder. She never again saw an old soap kettle sitting plumply in some southern kitchen doorway, its sides covered with a handsome black velvet coat of soot, that she did not shiver deliciously. Strong fare for a child at an age when other little girls were reading the Dotty Dimple series and little Prudy books. Doc enjoyed these sanguinary chronicles in the telling as much as Magnolia in the listening. His lined and leathery face would take on the changing expressions suitable to the tenor of the tale. Cunning, cruelty, greed chased each other across his mobile countenance. Doc had been a showboat actor himself at some time back in his kaleidoscope career, so together he and Magnolia and his ancient barrel-bellied black-and-white terrier Ketchum roamed the woods and towns and hills and fields and churchyards from Cairo to the Gulf. Sometimes in the spring she went with Julie, the indolent. Ellie almost never walked and often did not leave the cotton blossom for days together. Ellie was extremely neat and fastidious about her person. She was forever heating kettles and pans of water for bathing, for washing stockings and handkerchiefs. She had a knack with a needle and could devise a quite plausible third-act ball gown out of a length of satin, some limp tulle, and a yard or two of tinsel. She never read. Her industry irked Julie as Julie's indolence irritated her. Ellie was something of a shrew. Schultze had learned to his sorrow that your blue-eyed blondes are not always doves. Pity's sake, Julie, how can you sit there doing nothing, staring out at that everlasting river's more than I can see? I should think you'd go plumb crazy. What would you have me do? Do? Mend the hole in your stocking, for one thing. I should say as much, Mrs. Hawks would agree, if she chanced to be present. She had no love for Ellie, but her own passion for industry and order could not but cause her to approve a like trait in another. Julie would glance down disinterestedly in her long, slim foot in its shabby shoe. Is there a hole in my stocking? You know perfectly well there is, Julie Dozier. You must have seen it the size of a $50 when you put it on this morning. It was there yesterday, same as today. Julie smiled charmingly. I know. I declare to goodness I hoped it wouldn't be. When I woke up this morning, I thought maybe the good fairies would have darned it up neat's a pin while I slept. Julie's voice was as indolent as Julie herself. She spoke with a southern drawl. Her eye was I declare to goodness, or approximately that. Magnolia would smile in appreciation of Julie's gentle raillery. She adored Julie. She thought Ellie, with her fair skin and china blue eyes, as beautiful as a princess in a fairy tale, as was natural in a child of her sallow coloring and straight black hair. But the two were antipathetic. Ellie, in ill-tempered moments, had been known to speak of Magnolia as that brat, though her vanity was fed by the child's admiration of her beauty. But she never allowed her to dress up in her discarded stage finery, as Julie often did. Ellie openly considered herself a gifted actress whose talent and beauty were, thanks to her shiftless husband, pearls cast before the Rivertown swinery. Pretty though she was, she found small favor in the eyes of men of the company and crew. Strangely enough, it was Julie who drew them, quite without intent on her part. There was something about her life-scarred face, her mournful eyes, her languor, her effortlessness, her very carelessness of dress, that seemed to fascinate and hold them. Steve's jealousy of her was notorious. It was common boat talk, too, that Pete, the engineer of the Molly Able, who played the bull drum in the band, was openly enamored of her and had tried to steal her from Steve. He followed Julie into town if she so much as stepped ashore. He was found lurking in corners of the cotton blossom decks, loitering about the stage where he had no business to be. He even sent her presents of imitation jewelry and gaudy handkerchiefs and work boxes, which she promptly presented to Queenie, first urging that mass of Ebon royalty to bedeck herself with her new gifts when dishing in the dinner. In that close community, the news of the disposal of these favors soon reached Pete's sooty ears. There had even been a brawl between Steve and Pete, one of those sudden tempestuous battles, animal-like in its fierceness and brutality. An oath in the darkness, voices low, ominous, the thud of feet, the impact of bone against flesh, deep sob-like breathing, a high, weird cry of pain, terror, rage. Pete was overboard and floundering in the swift current of the Mississippi. Powerful swimmer though he was, they had some trouble in fishing him out. It was well that the Cotton Blossom and the Molly Able were lying in anchor. Bruised and dripping, Pete had repaired to the engine room to dry and to nurse his wounds, swearing in terms ridiculously like those frequently heard in the second act of a Cotton Blossom play that he would get his revenge on the two of them. He had never since then openly molested Julie, but his threats, mutterings, and innuendos continued. Steve had forbidden his wife to leave the showboat unaccompanied, so it was that when spring came around and the dogwood, gleaming white among the black trunks of the pines and firs, was like a bride and her shining attendants in a great cathedral, Julie would tie one of her floppy, careless hats under her chin and, together with Magnolia, range the forests for wildflowers. They would wander inland until they found trees other than the willows, the live oaks, and the elms that lined the riverbanks. They would come upon wild honeysuckle, opalescent pink. In autumn they went nutting, returning with sackfuls of hickory and hazelnuts, anything but the black walnut, which any showboat dweller knows will cause a storm if brought aboard. Sometimes they experienced the shock of gay surprise that follows the sudden sight of gentian, a flash of that rarest of flower colors, blue. Almost poignant in its beauty, it always made Magnolia catch her breath a little. Julie's flounces trailing in the dust, the two would start out sedately enough, though to the accompaniment of a chorus of admonition and criticism. From Mrs. Hawks, "Now keep your hat pulled down over your eyes so's you won't get all sunburned, Magnolia. Black enough as 'tis. Don't run and get all overheated. Don't eat any berries or anything you find in the woods now. Back by 4 o'clock at the latest. Poison ivy, snakes, lost, gypsies." From Ellie, trimming her rosy nails in the cool shade of the front deck. "Julie, you're placket-scaping, and tuck your hair in. No, there, on the side." So they made their way up the bank, across the little town, and into the woods. Once out of sight of the boat, the two turned and looked back. Then, without a word, each would snatch her hat from her head, and they would look at each other, and Julie would smile her wide, slow smile, and Magnolia's dark, plain-pointed little face would flash into sudden beauty. From some part of her person, where it doubtless was needed, Julie would extract a pin with it fasten up her tail of her skirt. Having thus hoisted the red flag of rebellion, they would plunge into the woods to emerge hot, sticky, bramble-torn, stained, flower-laden, and late. They met Parthy's upbraidings and Steve's reproaches with cheerful unconcern. Often Magnolia went to town with her father, or drove with him or Doc into the back country. Andy did much of the marketing for the boat's food, frequently hampered, supplemented, or interfered with by Parthy's less open-handed methods. He loved good food, considered it important to happiness, liked to order it and talk about it, was himself an excellent cook, like most boatmen, and had been known to spend a pleasant half-hour reading the cookbook. The butchers, grocers, and general storekeepers of the river towns knew Andy, understood his fussy ways, liked him. He bought shrewdly but generously, without haggling, and often presented a store acquaintance of long standing with a pair of tickets for the night's performance. When he and Magnolia had time to range the countryside in a livery rig, Andy would select the smartest and most glittering buggy and the liveliest nag to be had. Being a poor driver and jerky with no knowledge of a horse's nerves and mouth, the ride was likely to be exhilarating to the point of danger. The animal always was returned to the stable in a lather, the vehicle spattered with mud flecks to the hood. Certainly it was due to Andy more than Parthy that the Cotton Blossom was reputed the best-fed showboat on the rivers. He was always bringing home in triumph a great juicy ham, a side of beef. He liked to forage the season's first and best, a bushel of downy peaches, fresh-picked, watermelons, little honey-sweet seckel pears, a dozen plump broilers, new corn, a great yellow cheese ripe for cutting. He would plump his purchases down on the kitchen table while Queenie surveyed his booty, hands on ample hips. She never resented his suggestions, though Parthy's offended her. Capering, Andy would poke a forefinger into a pullet's fat sides. "Rub 'em over with a little garlic, Queenie, to flavor 'em up. Plenty of butter and strips of bacon. Cover 'em till they're tender and then give 'em a quick brown the last 20 minutes. Queenie, knowing all this, still did not resent his direction. "That shiftless, no-count Joe knew 'bout cooking like you do, Cap'n Andy. I'd get to rest my feet now and again, sure would." Magnolia liked to loiter in the big, low-raftered kitchen. It was a place of pleasant smells and sights and sounds. It was here that she learned Negro spirituals from Joe and cooking from Queenie, both of which accomplishments stood her in good stead in later years. Queenie had, for example, a way of stuffing a ham for baking. It was a fascinating process to behold, and one that took hours. Spices, Bay, thyme, onion, clove, mustard, allspice, pepper, chopped and mixed and stirred together. A sharp-pointed knife plunged deep into the juicy ham, the incision stuffed with the spicy mixture. Another plunge with the knife, another filling, again and again and again, until the great ham had grown to twice its size. Then a heavy, clean white cloth, needle, and coarse thread. Sewed up tight and plump in its jacket, the ham was immersed in a pot of water and boiled. Out when tender, the jacket removed, into the oven with it, basting and basting from Queenie's long-handled spoon, the long, sharp knife again for cutting, and then the slices, juicy and scented, with the stuffing of spices making a mosaic pattern against the pink of the meat. Many years later, Hawks-Ravenal, the actress, would serve at the famous little Sunday night suppers that she and her husband Kenneth Cameron were so fond of giving a dish that she called ham a la Queenie. "How does your cook do it?" her friends would say. Ethel Barrymore, or Kit Cornell, or Frank Crowenshield, or Charlie Town, or Woolcott? I'll bet it isn't real at all. It's painted on the platter. It is not. It's a practical ham, stuffed with all kinds of devilment. The recipe is my mother's. She got it from an old Southern cook named Queenie. Listen, Kim, you're among friends. Your dear public is not present. You don't have to pretend any old Southern aristocracy, Virginia Belle, Mammy stuff with us. Pretend, you great oaf. I was born on a showboat on the Mississippi, and proud of it. Everybody knows that. Mrs. Hawks, bustling into the showboat kitchen with an unerring gift for scenting an atmosphere of mellow enjoyment, and dissipating it, would find Magnolia perched on a chair, both elbows on the table, her palms propping her chin as she regarded with round-eyed fascination Queenie's magic manipulations. Or perhaps Joe, the charming and shiftless, would be singing for her one of those Negro plantation songs, wistful with longing and pain, the folk songs of a wronged race, later to come into a blaze of popularity as spirituals. For some nautical reason, a broad beam, about 6 inches high and correspondingly wide, stretched across the kitchen floor from side to side, dividing the room. Through long use, Joe and Queenie had become accustomed to stepping over this obstruction. Queenie ponderously, Joe with an effortless swing of his lank legs. On this Magnolia used to sit, her arms hugging her knees, her great eyes in the little sallow pointed face fixed attentively on Joe. The kitchen was very clean and shining and stuffy. Joe's legs were crossed, one foot in its great low shapeless shoe hooked in the chair rung, his banjo cradled in his lap. The once white parchment face of the instrument was now almost as black as Joe's, what with much strumming by work-stained fingers. "Which one, Miss Magnolia?" "I got shoes," Magnolia would answer promptly. Joe would throw back his head, his somber eyes half shut. "I got the shoes, you got the shoes, all God's children got the shoes. When I get to heaven, gonna put on my shoes, I'm gonna walk all over God's heaven, heaven, heaven. Everybody's talking about heaven, ain't going there, heaven, heaven. Gonna shout all over God's heaven." The longing of a footsore, ragged, driven race, expressed in the tragically childlike terms of shoes, white robes, wings, and the wise and simple insight into hypocrisy. "Everybody's talking about heaven, ain't going there." Now which one? His fingers still picking the strings, ready at a word to slip into the opening chords of the next song. "Go down, Moses." She liked this one, at once the most majestic and supplicating of all the Negro folk songs, because it always made her cry a little. Sometimes Queenie, busy at the stove or the kitchen table, joined in with her high, rich camp-meeting voice. Joe's voice was a reedy tenor, but soft and husky with the indescribable Negro vocal quality. Magnolia soon knew the tune and the words of every song in Joe's repertoire. Unconsciously, being an excellent mimic, She sang as Joe and Queenie sang, her head thrown slightly back, her eyes rolling or half closed, one foot beating rhythmic time to the music's cadence. Her voice was true, though mediocre, but she got into this hoarsely sweet Negro overtone, purple velvet muffling a flute. Between Joe and Queenie flourished a fighting affection, deep, true, and lasting. There was some doubt as to the actual legal existence of their marriage, but the union was sound and normal enough. At each season's close, they left the showboat the richer by $300, clean new calico for Queenie and proper jeans for Joe, shoes on their feet, hats on their heads, bundles in their arms. Each spring they returned penniless, in rags, and slightly liquored. They had had a magnificent time. They did not drink again while the Cotton Blossom Kitchen was their home. But the next winter, the program repeated itself. Captain Andy liked and trusted them. They were as faithful to him as their childlike vagaries would permit. So filled with the healthy ecstasy of song, the Negro man and woman and the white child would sit in deep contentment in the showboat kitchen. The sound of a door slammed, quick, heavy footsteps, 3 sets of nerves went taut. Parthy. Maggie Hawks, have you practiced today? Some. How much? Oh, half an hour, more. When? 'Smornin'. I didn't hear you. The sulky lower lip out. The high forehead wrinkled by a frown. Song frown. Peace gone. I did so. Joe, didn't you hear me practicing? I sure did, Miss Magnolia. You march right out of here, young lady, and practice another half hour. Do you think your father's made of money that I can throw 50-cent pieces away on George for nothing? Now you do your exercises 15 minutes and the maiden's prayer 15. Idea? Magnolia marched out. Out of earshot, Parthy expressed her opinion of nigger songs. I declare I don't know where you get your low ways from. White people aren't good enough for you, I suppose? That you've got to run with blacks in the kitchen? Now you sit yourself down on that stool. Magnolia was actually having music lessons. George, the whistler and piano player, was her teacher, receiving 50 cents an hour for weekly instruction. Driven by her stern parent, she practiced an hour daily on the tinny old piano in the orchestra pit, a rebellious, skinny, pathetic little figure strumming painstakingly away in the great emptiness of the showboat auditorium. She must needs choose her time for practice when a rehearsal of that night's play was not in progress on stage, or when the band was not struggling with the music of a new song and dance number. Incredibly enough, she actually learned something of the mechanics of music. If not of its technique, she had an excellent rhythm sense, and this was aided by none other than Joe, whose feeling for time and beat and measure and pitch was flawless. Queenie lumped his song gift in with his general shiftlessness. Born 50 years later, he might have known brief fame in some midnight review or club Alabama on Broadway. Certainly Magnolia unwittingly learned more of the real music from Black Joe and many other Negro wharf minstrel than she did from hours of the heavy-handed and unlyrical George. That Mrs. Hawks could introduce into the indolent tenor of showboat life anything so methodical and humdrum as 5-finger exercises done an hour daily was triumphant proof of her indomitable driving force. Life had miscast her in the role of wife and mother. She was born to be a Madam Chairman, committees, votes, movements, drives, platforms, gavels. Reports all showed in her stars. Cheated of these, she had to be content with such outlet of her enormous energies as the cotton blossom afforded. Parthy had never heard the word feminist, and wouldn't have recognized it if she had. One spoke at a time not of women's rights, but of women's wrongs. On these Parthenia often waxed tartly eloquent. Her housekeeping fervor was the natural result of her lack of a more impersonal safety valve. The cotton blossom shone like a Methodist Sunday household. Only Julie and Windy, the Molly able pilot, defied her. She actually indulged in those most domestic of rights, canning and preserving on board the boat. Donning an all-enveloping gingham apron, she would set frenziedly to work on 2 bushels of peaches or Seckel pears, baskets of tomatoes, pecks of apples, pickled pears, peach marmalade, grape jelly in jars, and pots and glasses filled the shelves and cupboards. Queenie found a great deal of satisfaction in the fact that occasionally, owing to some culinary accident or to the unusual motion of the flat-bottomed cotton blossom in the rough waters of an open bay, one of these jars was found smashed on the floor, its rich purple or amber contents mingling with splinters of glass. No one, not even Parthy, ever dared connect Queenie with these quite explicable mishaps. Parthy was an expert needlewoman. She often assisted Julie or Ellie or Miss Means with their costumes. To see her sternly implacable face bent over a heap of frivolous stuffs, while her industrious fingers swiftly sent the needle flashing through unvarying seams, was to receive the shock that comes of beholding the incongruous. The enormity of it penetrated even her blunt sensibilities. If anybody ever told me that I'd live to see the day when I'd be sewing on costumes for show folks. Run along, Parthy. You like it, Andy would say. But she never would admit that. Like it or lump it, what can I do? Married you for better or worse, didn't I? Her tone leaving no doubt as to the path down which that act had led her. Actually, she was having a rich, carefree, and varied life, such as she had never dreamed of, and which she secretly was enamored. Dwellers in this or that river town, loitering down at the landing to see what manner of sin and loose living went on in and about the show boat, with its painted women and play-acting men, would be startled to hear sounds and sniff smells which were identical with those which might be issuing that very moment from their own smug and godly dwellings ashore. From out the open doors of the Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater came the unmistakable and humdrum sounds of scales and five-finger exercises done painfully and unwillingly by rebellious childish hands. Ta-ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta. From below decks there floated up the mouth-watering savor of tomato ketchup, of boiling vinegar and spices, or the perfumed aroma of luscious fruits seething in sugary kettles. Smells for all the world like somebody was doing up sweet pickles, one village matron to another. Well, I suppose they got to eat like other folks. Ta-ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta. It was inevitable, however, that the ease and indolence of the life, as well as the daily contact with odd and unconventional characters, must leave some imprint on even so adamantine an exterior as Parthy's. Little by little her school-teacherly diction dropped from her. Slowly her vowels began to slur. Her aren'ts became ain'ts. Her crisp New England utterances took on something of the slovenly southern drawl. Her consonants were missing from the end of a word here and there. True, she still bustled and nagged, managed and scolded, drove and reproached. She still had the power to make Andy jump with nervousness, whether consciously or unconsciously. The influence of this virago was more definitely felt than that of any other one of the Cotton Blossom's company and crew. Of these, only Julie Dozier and Windy, the pilot, so called because he almost never talked, actually triumphed over Mrs. Hawks. Julie's was a negative victory. She never voluntarily spoke to Parthy, and had the power to aggravate that lady to the point of frenzy by remaining limp, supine, and idle when Parthy thought she should be most active, by raising her right eyebrow quizzically in response to a more than usually energetic tirade, by the habitual disorder of the tiny room which she shared with Steve, by the flagrant carelessness and untidiness of her own gaunt, graceful person. I declare, Hawks, what you keep that slatternly yellow cat around this boat for beats me. Best actress in the whole caboodle, that's why. Something fine in little Captain Andy has seen and recognized the flame that might have glorified Julie had it not instead consumed her. That girl had the right backing, she'd make her mark, and not in any showboat either. I've been to New York. I've seen him down at Wallach's and Daly's and around. A slut, that's what she is. I had my way she'd leave this boat bag and baggage. Well, this is one time you won't have your way, Mrs. Hawks. Ma'am, she had not yet killed the spirit in Andy. Mark my words, you'll live to regret it. The way she looks out of those black eyes of hers gives me the creeps. What would you have the girl look out of? Retorted Andy, not very brilliantly. Her ears? Julie could not but know of this antagonism toward her. Some perverse streak in her, otherwise rich in gentle makeup, caused her to find a sinister pleasure in arousing it. Windy's victory was more definitely dramatic, though his defensive method against Parthy's attacks resembled in sardonic quiet and poise Julie's own. Windy was accounted one of the most expert pilots on the Mississippi. He knew every coil and sinew and stripe of the yellow serpent. Rivermen used his name as a synonym for magic with the pilot's wheel. Starless night or misty day, shoal water or deep, it was all one to Windy. Though Andy's senior by more than 15 years, the two had been friends for 20. Captain Andy had enormous respect for his steersmanship, was impressed by his taciturnity, being himself so talkative and vivacious, enjoying talking with him in the bright, quiet security of the pilot house. He was absolute czar of the Molly Abel and the Cotton Blossom, as befitted his high accomplishments. No one ever dreamed of opposing him, except Parthy. He was a slovenly of person, careless of habit. These shortcomings Parthy undertook to correct early in her showboat career. She met with defeat so prompt, so complete, so crushing, as to cause her forever after to leave him unmolested. Windy had muddy boots. They were, it seemed, congenitally so. He would go ashore in mid-afternoon of a hot August day, when farmers for miles around had been praying for rain these weeks past, and return in a downpour with half the muck and clay of the countryside clinging to his number 11 black square-toed elastic-side boots. A tall, emaciated, drooping old man, Windy, with long, gnarled, muscular hands, whose enlarged knuckles and leathery palms were the result of almost half a century at the wheel. His pants were always grease-stained, his black string tie and gray shirt spattered with tobacco juice, his brown jersey frayed and ragged. Across his front he wore a fine anchor watch chain, or log chain as it was called, and gleaming behind the long, flowing, tobacco-splotched gray beard that reached almost to his waist, could be glimpsed a milkily pink pearl stud, like a star behind a dirty cloud bank. The jewel had been come by, doubtless, in payment of some waterfront saloon gambling debt. Surely its exquisite curves had once glowed upon fine and perfumed linen. It was against this taciturn and omnipotent conqueror of the rivers that Parthy raised the flag of battle. Traipsing up and down this boat and the Molly Abel, spitting his filthy tobacco and leaving mud tracks like an elephant that's been in a bog. If I'd had those steps leading up to the pilot house scrubbed once, I've had them scrubbed 10 times this week, and now look at them. I won't have it, and so I tell you, why can't he go up the side of the boat the way a pilot is supposed to do? What's the side ladder for, I'd like to know? He's supposed to go up it, not the steps. Now, Parthy, you can't run a boat the way you would a kitchen back in Thebes. Windy's no hired man. He's the best pilot on the rivers, and I'm lucky to have him. 100 jobs better than this ready to jump at him if he so much as crooks a finger. He's pulled this tub through many tight places where any other pilot had landed us high and dry on a sandbar. And don't you forget it. He's a dirty old man, and I won't have it, muddying up my clean... Parthy was not one of your scolds who takes her grievances out in mere words. With her, to threaten was to act. That very morning, just before the Cotton Blossom was making a late departure from Greenville, where they had played the night before, to Sunnyside Landing, 12 miles below, this formidable woman, armed with a hammer and nails, took advantage of Windy's temporary absence below decks to nail down the hatch above the steps leading to the pilot house. She was the kind of woman who could drive a nail straight. She drove 10 of them, long and firm and deep. A pity that no one saw her. It was a sight worth seeing. This accomplished and indomitable virago in curl papers, driving nails with a sure and steady stroke. Below stairs, Windy, coming aboard from an early morning look-around, knocked the ashes out of his pipe, sank his great yellow fangs into a generous wedge of honest scrap, and prepared to climb the stairs to the Cotton Blossom pilot house, there to manipulate wheel and cord that would convey his orders to Pete in the engine room. Up the stairs, leaving a mud spore behind him, one hand raised to lift the hatch, wondering, meanwhile, to find it closed. A mighty heave, a pounding with a great fist, another heave, then with powerful old shoulder. "Nailed," said Windy aloud to himself mildly, then still mildly, "the old hellcat." He spat then on the hatchway steps and clumped leisurely down again. He leaned over the boat rail, looked benignly down at the crowd of idlers gathered at the wharf to watch the showboat cast off. Then he crossed the deck again to where a capacious and carpet-seated easy-chair held out its inviting arms. Into this he sank with a grunt of relaxation. From his pocket he took the pipe so recently relinquished, filled it, tamped it, lighted it. From another pocket he took a month-old copy of the New Orleans Times-Democrat, turned to the column marked Shipping News, and settled down apparently for a long, quiet day with literature. Up came the anchor. In came the hawser. Chains clanked, the sound of the gangplank drawn up, the hoarse shouts from land and water that always attend the departure of a riverboat. "Throw her over there! Lift her! Hey, Pete, give me a hand here! Little to the left! Other side! Hold on! Easy!" The faces of the crowd ashore turned expectantly toward the boat. Everything shipshape. Pete in the engine room, Captain Andy scampering for the Texas. Silence, no bells, no steam, no hoarse shouts of command. God Almighty, where's Windy? Windy! Windy! Windy lowers his shielding newspaper and mildly regards the capering captain and bewildered crew and startled company. He is wearing his silver-rimmed reading spectacles slightly askew on his biblical-looking hooked nose. Andy rushes up to him, all the Basque in him bubbling. "God's sake, Windy, why don't you take her? We're going." Windy chewed rhythmically for a moment, spat a long brown jet of juice, wiped his hairy mouth with the back of one gnarled hand. "We ain't goin', Captain Hawks, 'cause she can't go till I give her the go-ahead, and I ain't give her the go-ahead. I'm the pilot of this here boat." "But why? What's the... what?" "The hatch is nailed down above the steps leading to the pilot house, Captain Andy. Till that hatchway's open, I don't climb up to no pilot house. And till I climb up to the pilot house, she don't get no go-ahead. And till I give her the go-ahead, she don't go. Not if we stay here alongside this landing till the Cotton Blossom rots." He looked around benignly and resumed his reading of the New Orleans Times-Democrat. Profanity, frowned upon under Parthy's regime, now welled up in Andy and burst from him in spangled geysers. Words seethed to the surface and exploded like fireworks. 25 years of river life had equipped him with a vocabulary rich, varied, purple. He neglected neither the heavens above nor the earth beneath. Revolt and rage shook his wiry little frame. Years of henpecking, years of natural gaiety suppressed, years of mincing when he wished to stride, years of silence when he wished to sing, now were wiped away by the stream of undiluted rage that burst from Captain Andy Hawks. It was a torrent, a flood, a Mississippi of profanity in which hells and dams were mere drops in the mighty roaring mass. Out with your crowbars there. Pry up that hatch. I'm captain of this boat, by God, and anybody, man or woman, who nails down that hatch again without my orders gets put off this boat wherever we are, and so I say." Did Parthenia Ann Hawks shrink and cower and pale under the blinding glare of this pyrotechnic profanity? Not that indomitable woman. The picture of outraged virtue in curl papers, she stood her ground like a Roman matron. She had, even when the flood broke, sent Magnolia indoors with a gesture meant to convey protection from the pollution of this verbal stream. Well, Captain Hawks, a fine example you have set for your company and crew, I must say. You must say. You! Let me tell you, Mrs. Hawks, ma'am, the less you say the better. And I repeat, anybody touches that hatchway again—" "Touch it?" echoed Parthy in icy disdain. "I wouldn't touch it, nor the pilot-house, nor the pilot either, if you'll excuse me saying so, with a 10-foot pole," and swept away with as much dignity as a cotton blossom early morning costume would permit, her head bloody but unbowed. End of chapter 6. Section 7 of Showboat by Edna Ferber. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by FloraMetrick, Bonita Springs, Florida. Showboat by Edna Ferber. Chapter 7. Julie was gone. Steve was gone. Tragedy had stalked into Magnolia's life, had cast its sable mantle over the cotton blossom. Pete had kept his promise and revenge had been his, but the taste of triumph had not, after all, been sweet in his mouth. There was little of the peace of satisfaction in his sooty face stuck out of the engine-room door. The arm that beat the ball drum in the band was now a listless member, so that a hollow, mournful thump issued from that which should have given forth a rousing boom. The day the Cotton Blossom was due to play Lemoyne, Mississippi, Julie Dozier took sick. In showboat troupes, as well as in every other theatrical company in the world, it is an unwritten law that an actor must never be too sick to play. He may be sick. Before the performance, he may be too sick to stand. Immediately after the performance, he may collapse. He may, if necessary, die on the stage, and the curtain will then be lowered. But no real trooper, while conscious, will ever confess himself too sick to go on when the overture ends and the lights go down. Julie knew this. She had played showboats for years, up and down the rivers of the Middle West and the South. She had a large and loyal following. Lemoyne was a good town, situated on the river, prosperous, sizable. Julie lay on her bed in her darkened room, refusing all offers of aid. She did not want food. She did not want cold compresses on her head. She did not want hot compresses on her head. She wanted to be left alone with Steve. Together the two stayed in the darkened room, and when some member of the company came to the door with offers of aid or comfort, there came into their faces a look that was strangely like one of fear, followed immediately by a look of relief. Queenie sent Joe to the door with soup, her panacea for all ailments, whether of the flesh or the spirit. Julie made a show of eating it, but when Joe had clumped across the stage and down to his kitchen, Julie motioned to Steve. He threw the contents of the bowl out the window into the yellow waters of the Mississippi. Doc appeared at Julie's door for the 10th time, though it was only mid-morning. Think you can play all right tonight, though, don't you, Julie? In the semi-darkness of her shaded room, Julie's eyes glowed suddenly wide and luminous. She sat up in bed, pushing her hair back from her forehead with a gesture so wild as to startle the old trooper. "No," she cried in a sort of terror. "No, I can't play tonight. Don't ask me." Blank astonishment made Doc's face almost ludicrous. For an actress to announce 10 hours before the time set for the curtain's rising that she would not be able to go on that evening, an actress who had not suffered decapitation or an amputation, was a thing unheard of in Doc's experience. "God almighty, Julie, if you're sick as all that, you better see a doctor. Steve, what say?" The great blond giant seated at the side of Julie's bed did not look round at his questioner. His eyes were on Julie's face. Julie's funny that way. She's set against doctors. Won't have one, that's all. Don't coax her. It'll only make her worse. Injured as he was to the vagaries of women, this apparently was too much for Doc. Schultze appeared in the doorway, peered into the dimness of the little room. Funny thing, I guess you must have an admirer in this town, Jule. Somebody stole your picture, frame and all, out of the layout in the lobby there. First I thought it might be that crazy Pete. Used to be so stuck on you. Now, Steve, keep your shirt on. Keep your shirt on. I asked him straight, but he was surprised all right. He ain't good enough actor to fool me. He didn't do it. Must be some town rube, all right, Julie. Got stuck on your shape or something. I put up another one. He stood a moment thoughtfully. Ellie came up behind him, hatted and gloved. I'm going up to town, Julie. Can I fit you something? An orange, maybe? Or something from the drugstore? Julie's head on the pillow moved a negative. She says no thanks, Steve answered for her shortly. It was as though both labored under a strain. The three in the doorway sensed it. Ellie shrugged her shoulders, though whether from pique or indifference it was hard to say. Doc still stood puzzled, bewildered. Schultze half turned away. "'S long as you're all right by tonight," he said cheerfully. "Says she won't be," Doc put in, lowering his voice. "Won't be," repeated Schultze, almost shrilly. "Why, she ain't sick, is she? Sick?" Schultze sent his voice shrilling from Julie's little bedroom doorway across the bare stage, up the aisles of the empty auditorium, so that it penetrated the box office at the far end of the boat, where Andy at the ticket window was just about to be relieved by Parthy. "Hey, Cap, come here. Julie's sick. Julie's too sick to go on. Says she's too sick to—" "Here," said Andy, summarily, to Parthy, and left her in charge of business. Down the aisle with a light, quick step that was almost a scamper, up the stage at a bound. "Best advance sale we've had since we started out. We never played this town before. License was too high. But here it is, not 11 o'clock, and half the house is gone already." He peered into the darkened room. From its soft fur nest in the old sealskin muff of the marmoset poked its tragic mask and whimpered like a sick baby. This morning there was a strange resemblance between the pinched and pathetic face on the pillow and that of the little somber-eyed monkey. By now there was quite a little crowd about Julie's door. Miss Means had joined them and could be heard murmuring about mustard plasters and a good hot something or other. Andy entered the little room with the freedom of an old friend. He looked sharply down at the face on the pillow. The keen eyes plunged deep into the tortured eyes that stared piteously up at him. Something he saw there caused him to reach out with one brown paw, none too immaculate, and pat that other slim brown hand clutching the coverlet so tensely. "Why, Jule, suppose you folks cleared out and let me and Jule and Steve here talk things over quiet. Nobody ain't going to get well with this mob scene you're putting on. Scat!" Andy could distinguish between mental and physical anguish. They shifted. Doc, Ellie, and Schultze, Miss Means, Catcham, the torpid. Another moment, and they would have moved reluctantly away. But Parthy, torn between her duty at the ticket window and her feminine curiosity as to the cause of the commotion at Julie's door, became suddenly all woman. Besides, demon statistician that she was, she suddenly remembered a curious coincidence in connection with this sudden illness of Julie's. She slammed down the ticket window, hanged the box office door, sailed down the aisle. As she approached, Doc was saying for the dozenth time, "Person's too sick to play. They're sick enough to have a doctor, is what I say. Playing Xenia tomorrow. Good. A stands we got. Probably won't be able to open there either, if you're sick as all that." "I'll be able to play tomorrow," cried Julie in a high-strained voice. "I'll be able to play tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be all right." "How do you know?" demanded Doc. Steve turned on him in sudden desperation. "She'll be all right, I tell you. She'll be all right as soon as she gets out of this town." "That's a funny thing," exclaimed Parthy. She swept through the little crowd at the door, seeming to mow them down with the energy of her progress. "That's a funny thing." "What?" demanded Steve, his tone belligerent. "What's funny?" Captain Andy raised a placating palm. Now, Parthy, shh. Don't shush me, Hawks. I know what I'm talking about. It came over me just this minute. Julie took sick at this very town of Lemoyne, time we came down the river last year. Soon as you and Doc decided we wouldn't open here because the license was too high, she got well all of a sudden. Just like that. She snapped a thumb and forefinger. Silence, thick, uncomfortable, heavy with foreboding, settled down upon the little group in the doorway. Nothing so funny about that, said Captain Andy stoutly, and threw a sharp glance at the face on the pillow. This hot, sticky climate down here after the cold up north is liable to get anybody to feel queer. None too chipper myself, far as that goes. Affect some people that way. He scratched frenziedly at the mutton chop whiskers, this side and that. Well, I may not know much, began Parthy. Down the aisle skimmed Magnolia, shouting as she came, her child's voice high and sharp with excitement. Mom, look! What do you think? Julie's picture's been stolen again, right out of the front of the lobby. Julie, they've taken your picture again. Somebody took one, and Schultze put another one, and now it's been stolen too. She was delighted with her news, radiant with it. Her face fell a little at the sight of the figure on the bed, the serious group about the doorway that received her news with much gravity. She flew to the bed then, all contrition. Oh, Julie, darling, I'm so sorry you're sick. Julie turned her face away from the child, toward the wall. Captain Andy, simulating fury, capered a threatening step toward the doorway crowd, now increased by the deprecating figure of Mr. Means and Ralph's tall, shambling bulk. Will you folks clear out of here, or will I have to use force? A body'd think a girl didn't have the right to feel sick. Doc, you get down and tend to the ticket window, or Parthy. We can't show tonight if we gotta leave him, you know, Ralph. You write out a sign and get it pasted up at the post office. Sure, you won't be feeling better by nighttime, are you, Julie? He looked doubtfully down at the girl on the bed. With a sudden, lithe movement, Julie flung herself into Steve's arms, clung to him weeping. No, she cried, her voice high, hysterical. No, leave me alone. Can't you leave me alone? Sure, Andy motioned then, fiercely to the company. Sure, we'll leave you alone, Julie. But tragedy, having stalked her victim surely, relentlessly, all the morning, now was about to close in on her. She had sent emissary after emissary down the showboat aisle, and each had helped to deepen the look of terror in Julie's eyes. Now sounded the slow, shambling, heavy tread of Windy the pilot, bearded, somber, ominous as the figure of fate itself. The little group turned toward him automatically, almost absurdly, like a badly directed mob scene in one of their own improbable plays. He clumped up the little flight of steps that led from the lower left-hand box to the stage. Clump, clump, clump. Irresistibly, Parthy's eyes peered sharply in pursuit of the muddy tracks that followed each step. She snorted indignantly. Across the stage, his beard waggling up and down as his jaws worked slowly, rhythmically on a wedge of honest scrap. As he approached Julie's doorway, he took off his cap and rubbed his pate with his palm. Sure sign of great mental perturbation in this monumental old Leviathan. The yellow skin of his knobby, bald, dome-like head shone gold in the rays of the late morning sun that came in through the high windows at the side of the stage. He stood a moment, chewing and peering mildly into the dimness of the bedroom, sphinx-like. It seemed that he never would speak. He stood, champing. The Cotton Blossom Troupe waited. They had not played melodrama for years without being able to sense it when they saw it. He spoke. Seems that skunk Pete's up to something. They waited. The long tobacco-stained beard moved up and down, skinned out half an hour back, streaking toward the town like possessed. He yanked that picture of Julie out of the hall there. Seen him. I see good deal goes on round here. Steve sprang to his feet with great ripping river oath. I'll kill him this time. Seen you take that first picture out, Steve. The deep red that had darkened Steve's face and swelled the veins in his great neck receded now, leaving his china blue eyes staring out of a white and stricken face. I never did. Julie sat up, clutching her wrapper at the throat. She laughed shrilly. What would he want to steal my picture for? His own wife's picture, likely. So nobody in this town would see it, Julie, said Windy mildly. Listen, 50 years piloting on the rivers, you got to have pretty good eyesight. Mine's as good today as it was time I was 20. I just stepped down from Texas to warn you. I see Pete coming along the levee with Ike Keener. Ike's the sheriff. He'll be here now any minute." "Let him," Andy said stoutly. "Our license is paid. Sheriff's as welcome around this boat as anybody. Let him." But no one heard him. No one heeded him. A strange and terrible thing was happening. Julie had sprung from her bed, in her white nightgown and her wrapper, her long black hair all tumbled and wild about her face, a stricken and hunted thing. She clung to Steve, and he to her. There came a pounding at the door that led into the showboat auditorium from the foredeck. Steve's eyes seemed suddenly to sink far back in his head. His cheekbones showed gaunt and sharp as Julie's own. His jaw was set so that a livid ridge stood out on either side like bars of white-hot steel. He loosened Julie's hold almost roughly. From his pocket he whipped a great clasp knife and opened its flashing blade. Julie did not scream, but the other women did. Shriek on shriek. Captain Andy sprang for him, a mouse attacking a mastodon. Steve shook him off with a fling of his powerful shoulders. "I'm not going to hurt her, you fool. Leave me be. I know what I'm doing." The pounding came again, louder and more insistent. "Somebody go down and let him in, but keep him there a minute." No one stirred. The pounding ceased. The doors opened. The boots of Ike Keener, the sheriff, clattered down the aisle of the Cotton Blossom. "Stop those women screeching," Steve shouted. Then to Julie, "It won't hurt much, darling." With incredible swiftness he seized Julie's hand in his left one and ran the keen glittering blade of his knife firmly across the tip of her forefinger. A scarlet line followed it. He bent his blonde head, pressed his lips to the wound, sucked it greedily. With a little moan, Julie fell back on the bed. Steve snapped the blade into its socket, thrust the knife into his pocket. The boots of Sheriff Ike Keener were clattering across the stage now. The white faces clustered in the doorway, the stricken, bewildered, horrified faces, turned from the two within the room to the one approaching it. They made way for this one silently. Even Parthy was dumb. Magnolia clung to her, wide-eyed, uncomprehending, sensing tragedy, though she had never before encountered it. The lapel of his coat flung back. Ike Keener confronted the little cowed group on the stage. A star shone on his left breast. The scene was like a rehearsal of a cotton blossom thriller. "Who's captain of this here boat?" Andy, his fingers clutching his whiskers, stepped forward. "I am." "What's wanted with him?" "Hawks is my name. Captain Andy Hawks, 20 years on the rivers." He looked the sheriff of melodrama, did Ike Keener. Boots, black mustaches, wide-brimmed black hat, flowing tie, high boots and all. Steve himself, made up for the part, couldn't have done it better. "Well, Cap, kind of unpleasant, but I understand there's a miscegenation case on board." "What?" whispered Magnolia. "What's that? What does he mean, Mom?" "Hush," hissed Parthy, and jerked the child's arm. "How's that?" asked Andy, but he knew. "Miscegenation. Case of a Negro woman married to a white man. Criminal offense in this state, as you well know." "No such thing," shouted Andy. "No such thing on board this boat." Sheriff Ike Keener produced a piece of paper. "Name of the white man is Steve Baker. Name of the negress," he squinted again at the slip of paper. "Name of the negress is Julie Dozier." He looked around at the group. "Which one's them?" "Oh, my God!" screamed Ellie. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" "Shut up," said Schultze roughly. Steve stepped to the window and threw up the shade, letting the morning light into the crowded, disorderly little cubicle. On the bed lay Julie, her eyes enormous in her sallow, pinched face. "I'm Steve Baker. This is my wife." Sheriff Ike Keener tucked the paper in his pocket. "You two better dress and come along with me." Julie stood up. She looked an old woman. The marmoset whimpered and whined in his fur nest. She put out a hand automatically and plucked it from the muff and held it in the warm hollow of her breast. Her great black eyes stared at the sheriff like the wide-open, unseeing eyes of a sleepwalker. Steve Baker grinned. Rather, his lips drew back from his teeth in a horrid semblance of mirth. He threw a jovial arm about Julie's shrinking shoulder. For once she had no need to coach him in his part. He looked Ike Keener in the eye. "You wouldn't call a man a white man that's got Negro blood in him, would you?" "No, I wouldn't. Not in Mississippi. 1 drop of nigger blood makes you a nigger in these parts." "Well, I got more than a drop of nigger blood in me, and that's a fact. You can't make miscegenation out of that." "You ready to swear to that in a court of law?" "I'd swear to it any place. I'll swear it now." Steve took a step forward, one hand outstretched. "I'll do more than that. Look at all these folks here. There ain't one of them but can swear I got Negro blood in me this minute. That's how white I am." Sheriff Ike Keener swept the crowd with his eye. Perhaps what he saw in their faces failed to convince him. "Well, I see fairer men than you was niggers. Still, you better tell that." Mild, benevolent, patriarchal, the figure of old Windy stepped out from among the rest. "Guess you've known me, Ike, better part of 25 years. I was keel boatin' time you was runnin' around, a barefoot on the landing. Now I'm tellin' you, me, Windy McLean, that white man there's got nigger blood in him. I'll take my oath to that." Having thus delivered himself of what was, perhaps, the second longest speech in his career, he clumped off again, across the stage, down the stairs, up the aisle, looking, even in that bizarre environment, like something out of Genesis. Sheriff Ike Keener was frankly puzzled. If it was anybody else but Windy, but I got this straight from somebody ought to know. "From who?" shouted Andy, all indignation. "From a sooty-faced scab of a bull-drumming engineer named Pete? And why? Because he's been stuck on Julie here, I don't know how long, and she wouldn't have anything to do with him. Is that right?" "Yes, it is," Steve put in quickly. "He was after my wife. Anybody in the company'll bear me out. He wouldn't leave her alone, though she hated the sight of him, and Cap here give him a talking, didn't you, Cap? So finally, when he wouldn't quit, then there was nothing for it but lick him, and I licked him good, and soused him in the river to get his dirty face clean. He crawls out swearing he'll get me for it. Now you know." Keener now addressed himself to Julie for the first time. He says, "This Pete, that you was born here in Lemoyne, and that your pop was white and your mammy black. That right?" Julie moistened her lips with the tip of her tongue. "Yes," she said, "that's right." A sudden commotion in the group that had been so still, Ellie's voice shrill with hysteria. I'll tell right out. The wench, the lying black," suddenly stifled, as though a hand had been clapped none too gently across her mouth. Incoherent blubberings, a scuffle. Schultze had picked Ellie up like a sack of meal, one hand still firmly held over her mouth, had carried her into her room and slammed the door. "What'd she say?" inquired Keener. Again Andy stepped to the breach. "That's our ingenue lead. She's kind of high-strung. You see, she's been friends with Julie Dozier here, without knowing about her blood and like that. Kind of give her a shock, I guess. Natural." It was plain that Sheriff Ike Keener was on the point of departure. Puzzled, though convinced, he took off his broad-brimmed hat, scratched his head, replaced the hat at an angle that spelled bewilderment. His eye, as it turned away, fell on the majestic figure of Parthenia Ann Hawks, and on Magnolia, cowering, wide-eyed, in the folds of her mother's ample skirts. "You look like a respectable woman, ma'am." Imposing enough at all times, Parthy now grew visibly taller. Cold sparks flew from her eyes. "I am." "That your little girl?" Andy did the honors. "My wife, Sheriff, my little girl, Magnolia. What do you say to that, Sheriff?" Magnolia. Thus urged, Magnolia spoke that which had been seething within her. "You're bad," she shouted, her face twisted with the effort to control her tears. "You're a bad, mean man, that's what. You called Julie names and made her look all funny. You're a—" The maternal hand stifled her. "If I was you, ma'am, I wouldn't bring up no child on a boat like this. No, nor stay on it, neither. Fine place to rear a child." Whereupon, surprisingly enough, Parthy turned defensive. "My child's as well brought up as your own, and probably better, and so I tell you, and I thank you to keep your advice to yourself, Mr. Sheriff." "Parthy, Parthy," from the alarmed Andy. But Sheriff Ike Keener was a man of parts. "Well, women folks are all alike. I'll be going. I kind of smell a nigger in the woodpile here in more ways than one, but I'll take your word for it. He looked Captain Andy sternly in the eye. "Only let me tell you this, Captain Hawks. You better not try to give your show in this town tonight. We got some public-spirited folks here in Lemoyne, and this fix you're in has kind of leaked around. You go to work and try to give your show with this mixed blood you got here, and the first thing you know, you'll be riding out of town on something don't sit so easy as a boat." His broad-brimmed hat at an angle of authority, his coat-tails flirting as he strode, he marched up the aisle, then and out. A little huddling group seemed visibly to collapse. It was as though an unseen hand had removed a sustaining iron support from the spine of each. Magnolia would have flown to Julie, but Parthy jerked her back, whispering then. Glance of disdain. "Well, Julie, my girl," began Andy Hawks, kindly. Julie turned to him. "We're going," she said quietly. The door of Ellie's room burst open. Ellie, a rumpled, distraught, unlovely figure, appeared in Julie's doorway. Schulze trying in vain to placate her. "You get out of here," she turned in a frenzy to Andy. "She gets out of here with that white trash she calls her husband, or I go. And so I warn you, she's black. She's black. God, I was a fool not to see it all the time. Look at her, the nasty, yellow, a stream of abuse, vile, obscene, born of the dregs of river talk heard through the years, now welled into Ellie's lips, distorting them horribly. "Come away from here," Parthy said, through set lips to Magnolia, and bore the child, protesting, up the aisle and into the security of her own room forward. "I want to stay with Julie, I want to stay with Julie," wailed Magnolia, overwrought as the inexorable hand dragged her up the stairs. In her tiny, disordered room, Julie was binding up her wild hair with a swift twist. She barely glanced at Ellie. "Shut that woman up," she said quietly. "Tell her I'm going." She began to open boxes and drawers. Steve approached Andy, low-voiced. "Cap, take us down as far as Xenia, will you? For God's sakes, don't make us get off here." "Down as far as Xenia you go," shouted Captain Andy at the top of his voice. "And anybody in this company don't like it, they're free to get, bag and baggage, now. We'll pull out of here now. Xenia by afternoon at 4 latest. And you two want to stay the night on board, you're welcome. I'm master of this boat, by God." They left, these two. When the Cotton Blossom docked at Xenia in the late afternoon, Andy shook hands with them gravely, and Windy clumped down from the pilot house to perform the same solemn ceremony. You sensed unseen peering eyes at every door and window of the Cotton Blossom and the Molly Able. "How you fixed for money?" Andy demanded bluntly. "We're fixed all right," Julie replied quietly. Of the two of them, she was the more composed. "We've been saving. You took too good care of us on the Cotton Blossom. No call to spend our money." The glance from her dark, shadow-encircled eyes was one of utter gratefulness. She took up the lighter pieces of luggage. Steve was weighed down with the others. Bulging boxes and carpet bags and bundles, their clothing and their showboat wardrobe and their pitifully few trinkets and personal belongings. A pincushion, very lumpy, that Magnolia had made for her at Christmas a year ago. Photographs of the Cotton Blossom. A book of pressed wildflowers. Old newspaper clippings. Julie lingered. Steve crossed the gangplank, turned, beckoned with his head. Julie lingered, an unspoken question in her eyes. Andy flushed and scratched the mutton-chop whiskers this side and that. "Well, you know how she is, Julie. She don't mean no harm. But she didn't let on to Magnolia just what time you were going. Told her tomorrow, likely. Women folks are funny that way. She don't mean no harm." "That's all right," said Julie, picked up the valises, was at Steve's side. Together the two toiled painfully up the steep riverbank, Steve turning to aid her as best he could. They reached the top of the levee. They stood a moment, breathless, then turned and trudged down the dusty southern country road, the setting sun in their faces. Julie's slight figure was bent under the weight of the burden she carried. You saw Steve's fine blonde hair turned toward her, tender, concerned, encouraging. Suddenly, from the upper deck that fronted Magnolia's room and Parthy's, came the sound of screams, a scuffle, a smart slap, feet clattering pell-mell down the narrow wooden balcony stairs. A wild little figure in a torn white frock, its face scratched and tear-stained, its great eyes ablaze in the white face, flew past Andy, across the gangplank, up the levee, down the road. Behind her, belated and panting, came Parthy, her hand on her heart, her bosom heaving. She leaned against the inadequate support offered by Andy's right arm, threatening momentarily to topple him by her own dead weight into the river. To think that I should live to see the day when my own child... She slapped me, her mother. I saw them out the window, so I told her to straighten her bureau drawers. A sight. All of a sudden she heard that woman's voice, low as it was, and she to the window. When she saw her going, she makes for the door. I caught her on the steps, but she was like a wildcat, and raised her hand against me, her own mother, and tore away, with me holding this in my hand. She held out a fragment of the torn white stuff, raised her hand against her own... Andy grinned. Good for her. What say, Andy Hawks? But Andy refused to answer. His gaze followed the flying little figure silhouetted against the evening sky at the top of the high riverbank. The slim, sagging figure of the woman and the broad-shouldered figure of the man trudged down the road ahead. The child's voice could be heard high and clear with a note of hysteria in it. Julie, Julie, wait for me. I want to say goodbye, Julie. The slender woman in the black dress turned and made as though to start back, and then, with a kind of crazy fear in her pace, began to run away from the pursuing little figure, away from something that she had not the courage to face. And when she saw this, Magnolia ran on yet a little while, faltering, and then she stopped and buried her head in her hands and sobbed. The woman glanced over her shoulder fearfully, and at what she saw she dropped her bags and bundles in the road and started back toward her, running fleetly in spite of her long, ruffled, awkward skirts. And she held out her arms long before they were able to reach her, and when finally they came together, the woman dropped on her knees in the dust of the road and gathered the weeping child to her and held close, so that as you saw them sharply outlined against the sunset, the black of the woman's dress and the white of the child's frock were as one. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Showboat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by FloraMetrick, Bonita Springs, Florida. Showboat by Edna Ferber. Chapter 8. Magnolia, at 15, was a gangly, gawky child whose eyes were too big for her face and whose legs were too long for her skirts. She looked, in fact, all legs, eyes, and elbows. It was a constant race between her knees and her skirt hems. Parthy was forever lengthening frocks. Frequently, Magnolia, looking down at herself, was surprised, like Alice in Wonderland after she had eaten the magic currant cake, to discover how far away from her head her feet were. Being possessed of a natural creamy pallor, which her mother mistook for lack of red corpuscles, she was dosed into chronic biliousness on cod liver oil, cream, eggs, and butter, all of which she loathed. Then, suddenly, at 16, legs, elbows, and eyes assumed their natural proportions. Overnight, seemingly, she emerged from adolescence a rather amazing-looking young creature, with a high, broad forehead, a wide, mobile mouth, great, dark, liquid eyes, and a most lovely speaking voice which nobody noticed. Her dress was transformed with Cinderella-like celerity from the pinafore to the bustle variety. She was not a beauty. She was, in fact, considered rather plain by the unnoticing, being hipless and almost boyishly flat of bust in a day when the female form was a thing not only of curves, but of loops. She was driven by her mother into wearing all sorts of pads and ruffled corset covers and contrivances which somehow failed to conceal the slimness of the frame beneath. She was, even at 16, what might be termed distinguished-looking, merely by standing tall, pale, dark-haired next to Ellie. That plump and pretty ingenue was transformed into a dumpy and rather dough-faced blonde, in whose countenance selfishness and dissatisfaction were beginning to etch telltale lines. She had been now almost 7 years on the showboat. These 7 years had spread a tapestry of life and color before her eyes. Broad rivers flowing to the sea, little towns perched high on the riverbanks or cowering flat and fearful at the mercy of the waters that often crept like hungry and devouring monsters, stealthily over the levee and into the valley below. Singing Negroes, fighting whites, spawning Negroes, a life fantastic, bizarre, peaceful, rowdy, prim, eventful, calm. On the river, anything might happen, and everything did. She saw convict chain gangs working on the roads, grisly, nightmarish figures of striped horror, manacled leg to leg. At night you heard them singing plantation songs in the fitful glare of their campfires in the woods. Simple songs full of hope. Didn't my Lord deliver Daniel, they sang. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. In the Louisiana Bayou country, she saw the Negroes perform that weird religious rite known as a ring shout, semi-savage, hysterical, mesmerizing. Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri small-town housewives came to be Magnolia's friends, and even Parthies. The coming of the showboat was the one flash of blazing color in the drab routine of their existence. To them, Schultze was the John Drew of the rivers, Ellie the Lillian Russell. You saw them scudding down the placid, tree-shaded streets in their mourning ginghams and calicos, their bits of silver clasped in their work-seamed hands, or knotted into a corner of a handkerchief. 50 cents for 2 seats at a tonight's show. How are you, Miss Hawks? And the little girl? My, look at the way she shot up in a year's time. Well, you can't call her a little girl any more. I brought you a glass of my homemade damson preserve. I take cup of sugar to cup of juice. Real rich, but it's good if I do say so. I told Will I was coming to the show every night you was here, and he could like it or lump it. I've been saving out of the housekeeping money. They brought vast chocolate cakes, batches of cookies, jugs of home-brewed grape wine, loaves of fresh bread, jars of strained honey, stiff, tight bunches of garden flowers, offerings on the shrine of art. Periodically, Parthy threatened to give up this roving life and take Magnolia with her. She held this as a weapon over Andy's head when he crossed her will or displeased her. Immediately, boarding schools, convents, and seminaries yawned for Magnolia. Perhaps Parthy was right. What kind of a life is this for a child? She demanded. And later, a fine kind of way for a young lady to be living, slopping up and down these rivers, seeing nothing but loafers and gamblers and niggers and worse. What about her future? Future, as she pronounced it, was spelled with a capital F and was a thin disguise for the word husband. Future will take care of itself, Andy assured her blithely, if that isn't just like a man. It was inevitable that Magnolia should, sooner or later, find herself through force of circumstance treading the boards as an actress in the Cotton Blossom Floating Theater Company. Not only that, she found herself playing ingenue leads. She had been thrown in as a stopgap following Ellie's defection, and had become quite without previous planning a permanent member of the troupe. Strangely enough, she developed an enormous following, though she lacked that saccharine quality which river towns had come to expect in their showboat ingenues. True, her long legs were a little lanky beneath the short skirts of the woodman's pure daughter, but what she lacked in one extremity she made up in another. They got full measure when they looked at her eyes, and her voice made the small-town housewives weep. Yet when their husbands nudged them, saying, "What are you sniffling about?" they could only reply, "I don't know," and no more did they. Ellie was 28 when she deserted Schultze for a gambler from Mobile. For 3 years she had been restless, fault-finding, dissatisfied. Each autumn she would announce to Captain Andy her intention to forsake the rivers and bestow her talents ashore. During the winter she would try to get an engagement through the Chicago booking offices, contrary to the custom of showboat actors whose habit it was to hibernate in the winter on the savings of a long and economical summer. But the Chicago field was sparse and uncertain. She never had the courage or the imagination to go as far as New York. April would find her back on the Cotton Blossom. Between her and Schultze, the bickerings and quarrels became more and more frequent. She openly defied Schultze as he directed rehearsals. She refused to follow his suggestions, though he had a real sense of direction. Everything she knew he had taught her. She invariably misread a line and had to be coached in it, word by word, inflection, business, everything. Yet now, when Schultze said, "No, listen, you've been kidnapped and smuggled on board this rich fellow's yacht. See? And he thinks he's got you in his power. He goes to grab you. You're here. See? Then you point toward the door back of him. See? Like you saw something there scared the life out of you. He turns around and you grab a gun off the table. See? And cover him, and there's your big speech. So-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so and ad-lib. Directions that have held since the day of Shakespeare." Ellie would deliberately defy him. Others in the company, new members, began to take their cue from her. She complained about her wardrobe, refused to interest herself in it, though she had been an indefatigable needlewoman. Now, instead of sewing, you saw her looking moodily out across the river, her hands idle, her brows black. An unintelligent and unresourceful woman turned moody and thoughtful must come to mischief, for within herself she finds no solace. At Mobile, then, she was gone. It was, they all knew, the black-mustached gambler who had been following the showboat down the river since they played Paducah, Kentucky. Ellie had had dozens of admirers in her showboat career, had received much attention from Southern gallants, gamblers, loafers, adventurers, all the romantic beaux of the rivers, towns of the 80s. Her attitude toward them had been puritanical to the point of sniffiness, though she had enjoyed their homage and always displayed any amorous missives or gifts that came her way. True to the melodramatic tradition of her environment, she left a note for Schultze, written in a flourishing Spencerian hand that made up, in part, for the spelling. She was gone. He need not try to follow her or find her or bring her back. She was going to star at the head of her own company and play Camille and even Juliet. He had promised her. She was good and sick and tired of this everlasting flopping up and down the rivers. She wouldn't go back to it, no matter what. Her successor could have her wardrobe. They had bookings through Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, and Kansas. She might even get to New York. Incredibly enough, she did actually play Juliet through the Midwest to audiences of the bewildered yokelry. She was sorry to leave Cap in the lurch like this, and she would close and beg to remain his loving wife, this inked out but still decipherable, begging to remain his truly, Ellie Chipley. Just below the signature, the added one of Lenore Laverne, done in tremendous sable downstrokes and shaded curlicues, especially about the L's. It was a crushing blow for Schultze, who loved her. Stricken, he thought only of her happiness. "She can't get along without me," he groaned. Then, in a stunned way, "Juliet!" There was nothing of bitterness or rancor in his tone, only a dumb, despairing wonder. Juliet! And she couldn't play Little Eva without making her out a slut. He pondered this a moment. She's got it into her head she's Bernhardt or something. Well, she'll come back. "Do you mean to say you'd take her back?" Parthy demanded. "Why, sure," Schultze replied simply. "She never packed a trunk in her life or anything. I done all those things for her. Some ways she's a child. I guess that's how she kept me so tight. She needed me all the time. Well, she'll come back." Captain Andy sent to Chicago for an ingenue lead. It was then, pending her arrival, that Magnolia stepped into the breach. The step being made, incidentally, over what was practically Parthy's dead body. For at Magnolia's calm announcement that she knew every line of the part and all the business, her mother stormed, had hysterics, and finally took her to bed until nearly time for the rise of the curtain. The bill that night was The Parson's Bride. Showboat companies to this day still tell the story of what happened during that performance on the Cotton Blossom. They had 2 rehearsals, one in the morning, another that lasted throughout the afternoon. Of the company, Magnolia was the calmest. Captain Andy seemed to swing by invisible pulleys from the orchestra pit below to Parthy's chamber above. One moment he would be sprawled in the kerosene footlights, his eyes deep in the wrinkles of delight, his little brown paws scratching the mutton chop whiskers in a frenzy of excitement. "That's right, that's the stuff. Ellie, never give it half the— 'Excuse me, Schultze, I didn't go to hurt your feelings, but by golly, Nolly, I wouldn't have believed you had it in you, not if your own mother told." Then, self-reminded, he would cast a fearful glance over his shoulder. That shoulder would droop. he would extricate himself from the welter of footlights and music racks and prompt books in which he had squatted and scamper up the aisle. The dim outline of a female head in curl papers certainly would not have been seen peering over the top of the balcony rail as he fancied, for when he had clattered up the balcony stairs and had gently turned the knob of the bedroom door, there lay the curl-papered head on the pillow of the big bed, and from it issued hollow groans, and plastered over one cheek of it was a large, moist white cloth soaked in some pungent and nostril-pricking stuff. The eyes were closed. The whole figure was shaken by shivers. Mortal agony, you would have said, had you not known Parthy, had this stricken and monumental creature in its horrid clutches. In a whisper, "Parthy!" A groan, hollowed, heart-rending, mortuary. He entered, shut the door softly, tiptoed over to the bed, laid a comforting brown paw on the shivering shoulder. The shoulder became convulsive, the shivers swelled to heaves. Now, Parthy, what you taking on so for? God Almighty, person to think she'd done something to shame you instead of make you mighty proud. If you'd see her, why, say, she's a born actress. The groans now became a wail. The eyes unclosed. The figure raised itself to a sitting posture. The sopping rag rolled limply off. Parthy rocked herself to and fro. My own daughter, an actress, that I should have lived to see this day, rather have, in her grave, why I ever allowed her to set foot on this filthy scow. Now, Parthy, you're just working yourself up. Matter of fact, that time Miss Means turned her ankle and we thought she couldn't step up it. You was all for going on in her part, and I bet if Sophie Means hadn't tied up her foot and gone on like a soldier she is, we'd have had you acting that night. You was rarin' to. I watched you. Me? Acting on the stage? Not that I couldn't play better than any Sophie Means, and that's no compliment. A poor stick if I couldn't. But her defense lacked conviction. Andy had surprised a secret ambition in this iron-armored bosom. Now, come on, cheer up. Ought to be proud of your own daughter, stepping in and saving us money like this. We'd have closed, had to. God knows when that new baggage will get here, if she gets here at all. What do you think of that, Chipley? Way I've treated that girl, if she'd been my own daughter, well, how'd you like a nice little sip of whiskey, Parthy? Then you come on down, give Nolly a hand with her costumes. Chipley's stuff comes up on her like ballet skirts. Now, didn't say she... Oh, my God! Parthy had gone off again in hysterics. My own daughter! My little girl! This time for several measures had come. Andy had not dealt with actresses for years without learning something of the weapons with which to fight hysteria. All right, I'll give you something to screech for. The boys paraded this noon with a banner 6 feet long in red letters and a foot high announcing the appearance extraordinaire of Magnolia, the mysterious comedy tragedienne in The Parson's Bride. I made a special spiel on the corner. We got the biggest advance sale we had this season. Yes, sir. Doc's downstairs ranking it in with both hands, and you had the least bit gumption in you. Instead of laying here whining and carrying it on, you'd... What's the advance? Spake up Parthy, the box office expert. 300, and not anywheres near 4 o'clock. With one movement, Parthy had flung inside the bedclothes and stepped out of the bed, revealing rather inexplicably a complete lower costume, including shoes. Andy was off, down the stairs, up the aisle, into the orchestra pit, just in time to hear Magnolia say, Schultzy, please, don't throw me that line like that. I know it. I didn't stop because I was stuck. What'd you stop for then, and look like you've seen spooks? I stopped a purpose. She sees her husband that she hates and that she thought was dead for years come sneaking in, and she wouldn't start right to talk. She just stand there, kind of frozen and stiff, staring at him. All right, if you know so much about directing, go ahead and direct. She ran to him, threw her eyes about him, hugged him, all contrition. Oh, Schultzy, don't be mad. I didn't go to the boss. I just want to act like I felt. And I'm awful sorry about Ellie and everything. I'll do as you say, only I just can't help thinking, Schultzy dear, that she'd stand there, staring kind of silly almost. You're right. I guess my mind ain't on my work. I ought to know how right you are. I got that letter Ellie left for me. I just stood there gawping with my mouth open and never said a word for I don't know how long. Oh my God! There, Schultze. By a tremendous effort, the mechanics of which were not entirely concealed, Schultze the man gave way to Harold Westbrook, the artiste. You're right, Magnolia. That'll get him. You standing there like that, stunned and pale. How'd I get pale, Schultze? You'll feel pale inside, and the audience will think you are. The whole art of acting unconsciously expressed by Schultze. Then, and so, and thought you'd marry the parson. And then you open up your big scene, and so. Outwardly calm, Magnolia took only a cup of coffee at dinner, and Parthy for once did not press her to eat. That mournful matron, though still occasionally shaken by a convulsive shudder, managed her usual hardening repast and actually spent the time from 4 to 7 lengthening Ellie's frocks for Magnolia and taking them in to fit the girl's slight frame. Schultze made her up, and rather overdid it, so that, as the deserted wife and schoolteacher and later as the parson's prospective bride, she looked a pass between a healthy Camille and Cleopatra just before she applied the asp. In fact, in their effort to bridge the gap left by Ellie's sudden flight, the entire company overdid everything and thus brought about the catalysmic moment which is theatrical showboat history. Magnolia, so sure of her lines during rehearsal, forgot them a score of times during the performance, and had it not been for Schultze, who threw them to her unerringly and swiftly, would have made a dismal failure of this, her first stage appearance. They were playing Vidalia, always a good showboat town. The house was filled from the balcony boxes to the last row downstairs near the door, from which point very little could be seen and practically nothing heard. Something of the undercurrent of excitement which pervaded the Cotton Blossom troupe seemed to seep through the audience. Or perhaps even an audience so unsophisticated as this could not but sense the unusual in this performance. Every one of the troupe, Schultze, Miss Means, Mr. Means, Frank, Ralph, the Soapers, character team that had succeeded Julie and Steve, were all trembling for Magnolia, and because they were fearful for her, they threw themselves frantically into their parts. Magnolia, taking her cue, literally as well as figuratively, from them, did likewise. As ingenue lead, her part was that of a young schoolmistress earning her livelihood in a little town. Deserted some years before by her worthless husband, she learns now of his death. The town parson has long been in love with her, and she with him. Now they can marry. The wedding gown is finished. The guests are invited. This is her last day as schoolteacher. She is alone in the empty schoolroom. Farewell, dear pupils. Farewell, dear schoolroom, blackboard, erasers, water bucket, desk, etc. She picks up her key. But what is this evil face in the doorway? Who is this drunken, leering tramp, grisly in rags, repulsive? My God, you, my husband! Never was a villain so black and diabolical as Frank. Never was a heroine so lovely and frail and trembling and helpless and white as per Schultze's direction. As for Schultze himself, the heroic parson, very heavily made up and pure, yet brave withal, it was a poor stick of a maiden who wouldn't have contrived to get into some sort of distressing circumstance just for the joy of being got out of it by this godly yet godlike young cleric. Frank then, I reckon you thought I was dead. Well, I'm about the livest corpse you ever saw. A diabolical laugh. Too damn bad you won't be able to wear that new wedding dress. Pleadings, agony, despair. Now his true villainy comes out. $1,000 then, and quick, or you don't walk down the aisle to the music of no wedding march. I haven't got it. No, where's the money you've been saving all these years? I haven't $1,000, I swear it. So seizes her, drags her across the room, screams. His hand stifles them. Unfortunately, in their very desire to help Magnolia, they all exaggerated their villainy, their heroism, their business. Being a trifle uncertain of her lines, Magnolia, too, sought to cover her deficiencies by stressing her emotional scenes. When terror was required, her face was distorted with it. Her screams of fright were real screams of mortal fear. Her writhings would have wrung pity from a fiend. Frank bared his teeth, chortled like a maniac. He wound his finger in her long black hair rather justified her outcry. In contrast, Schulze's nobility and purity stood out as crudely and unmistakably as white against black. Nuances were not for showboat audiences. So then, screams, protestations, snarls, ha-has, pleadings, agony, cruelty, anguish, something, intuition, or perhaps the sound from the left upper box, made Frank the villain glance up. There, leaning over the box rail, his face a mask of hatred, his eyes glinting, sat a huge, hairy backwoodsman, and in his hand glittered the barrel of a businesslike gun. He was taking careful aim. Drama had come late into the life of this literal mind. He had, in the course of a quick-shooting, rough-and-tumble career, often seen the brutal male mishandling beauty in distress. His code was simple. 1 second more, and he would act on it. Frank's hand released his struggling victim. Gentleness and love overspread his features, dispelling their villainy. To Magnolia's staring and open-mouthed amazement, he made a gesture of abnegation. "Well, Marge, I ain't got nothing more to say. If you and the parson want to get married," after which astounding utterances he slunk rapidly off, leaving the field what was perhaps the most abject huddle of heroism that ever graced a showboat stage. The curtain came down. The audience intuitively glanced toward the upper box, ducked, screamed, or swore. The band struck up. The backwoodsman, a little bewildered but still truculent, subsided somewhat. A trifle mystified, but laboring under the impression that this was perhaps the ordinary routine of the theater, the audience heard Schulze in front of the curtain explaining that the villain was taken suddenly ill, that the concert would now be given free of charge, that each and every man, woman, and child was invited to retain his seat. The backwoodsman, rather sheepish now, took a huge bite of honest scrap and looked about him belligerently. Out came Mr. Means to do his comic Chinaman. Order reigned on one side of the footlights, at least, though behind the heaving Venetian lagoon was a company saved from collapse only by a quite human uncertainty as to whether tears or laughter would best express their state of mind. The new ingenue lead, scheduled to meet the Cotton Blossom at Natchez, failed to appear. Magnolia, following her trial by firearms, had played the absent Ellie's part for a week. There seemed to be no good reason why she should not continue to do so, at least until Captain Andy could engage an ingenue who would join the troupe at New Orleans. A year passed. Magnolia was a fixture in the company. Now, as she, in company with Parthy or Miss Means or Mr. Soper, appeared on the front street of this or that river town, she was stared at and commented on. Round-eyed little girls swinging on the front gate gazed at her much as she had gazed, not so many years before, at Ellie and Julie as they had sauntered down the shady path of her own street in Thebes. She loved the life. She worked hard. She cherished the admiration and applause. She took her work seriously. Certainly she did not consider herself an apostle of art. She had no illusions about herself as an actress. But she did thrive on the warm electric current that flowed from those river audiences made up of miners, farmers, Negroes, housewives, harvesters, backwoodsmen, villagers, over the footlights, to her. A naive people, they accepted their theater without question, like children. That which they saw, they believed. They hissed the villain, applauded the heroine, wept over the plight of the wronged. The plays were as naive as the audience. In them, onrushing engines were cheated of their victims. Mill wheels were stopped in the nick of time. Heroes, bound hand and foot and left to be crushed under iron wheels, were rescued by the switchman's ubiquitous daughter. Sheriffs popped up unexpectedly in hidden caves. The sound of horses' hoofs could always be heard when virtue was about to be ravished. They were the minstrels of the rivers, these players telling in terms of blood, love, and adventure the crude saga of a new country. Frank the Heavy promptly fell in love with Magnolia. Parthy, quick to mark the sheep's eyes he cast in the direction of the ingenue lead, watched him with a tigress glare. And though he lived on the Cotton Blossom, as did Magnolia, saw her all day, daily, probably was seldom more than 100 feet removed from her, He never spoke to her alone, and certainly never was able to touch her, except in the very public glare of the footlights, with some hundreds of pairs of eyes turned on the two by the cotton blossom audiences. He lounged disconsolately after her, a large and somewhat splay-footed fellow whose head was too small for his shoulders, giving him the look of an inverted exclamation point. His unrequited and unexpressed passion for Magnolia would have bothered that young lady and her parents very little, were it not for the fact that his emotions began to influence his art. In his scenes on the stage with her, he became more and more uncertain of his lines. Not only that, his attitude and tone as villain of the piece took on a tender note, most mystifying to the audience, accustomed to seeing villainy black with no half-tones. When he should have been hurling Magnolia into the millstream, or tying her brutally to the track, or lashing her with a horsewhip, or snarling at her like a wolf, he became a cooing dove. His blows were caresses. His baleful glare became a simper of adoration. "Do you intend to speak to that sheep, or shall I?" demanded Parthy of her husband. "I'll do it," Andy assured her hurriedly. "Leave him be till we get to New Orleans. Then if anything busts, well, I can always get some kind of a fill-in there." They had been playing the Louisiana parishes, little Catholic settlements between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, their inhabitants a mixture of French and Creole. Frank had wandered disconsolately through the miniature cathedral which each little parish boasted, and returning had spoken darkly of abandoning the stage for the church. New Orleans meant mail for the Cotton Blossom Troupe. With that mail came trouble. Schultze, white but determined, approached Captain Andy, letter in hand. "I gotta go, Cap. She needs me." "Go?" squeaked Andy. His squeak was equivalent to a bellow in a man of ordinary stature. "Go where? What do you mean, she?" But he knew. Out popped Parthy, scenting trouble. Schultze held out a letter written on cheap paper, lined and smelling faintly of antiseptic. "She's in the hospital at Little Rock. Says she's had an operation. He's left her, the skunk. She ain't got a cent." "I'll take my oath on that," Parthy put in pungently. "You can't go and leave me flat now, Schultze." "I gotta go, I tell you. Frank can play lead till you get somebody, or till I get back. Old Means can play utility at a pinch, and Doc can do general business." "Frank," announced Parthy with terrible distinctness, "will play no leads in this company. And so I tell you, Hawks." "Who says he's going to? A fine-looking lead he'd make, with that pinhead of his and those elephant hoofs. Now look-a-here, Schultze, you've been a trooper long enough to know you can't leave a show in the ditch like this. No real showboat actor'd do it, and you know that." "Sure, I know it. I wouldn't do it for myself, no matter what. But it's her. I wrote her a letter, time she left. I got her bookings. I said if the time comes you need me, leave me know, and I'll come. And she needs me, and she left me know, and I'm coming." "How about us?" demanded Parthy. "Leaving us in the lurch like this? First Ellie and now you after all these years. A fine pair, the two of you." "Now, Parthy." "Oh, I've got no patience with you Hawks, always letting people get the best of you." "But I told you," Schultze began again almost fearfully. "It's for her, not me. She's sick. You can pick up somebody here in New Orleans. I bet there's a dozen better actors than me laying around the docks this minute. I got to be talking to a fellow a while ago down on the wharf. The place was all jamming up with freight, and I was waiting to get in so I could come aboard. I said I was an actor on the Cotton Blossom, and he said he'd acted, and that was a life he'd like." "Yes," snapped Parthy, "I suppose he would, but what does he think this is, a bumboat? Plenty of wharf rats in New Orleans like nothing better." Schultze pointed to where a slim figure leaned indolently against a huge packing case, one of hundreds of idlers dotting the great New Orleans plank landing. Andy adjusted the pair of ancient binoculars through which he recently had been scanning the wharf and the city beyond the levee. He surveyed the graceful, lounging figure. "I'd go ashore and talk to him, I was you," advised Schultze. Andy put down the glasses and stared at Schultze in amazement. Why, I couldn't go up to him and talk to him about acting on no showboat. He's a gentleman." "Here," said Parthy abruptly, her curiosity piqued. She in turn trained the glasses on the object of the discussion. Her survey was brief but ample. "He may be a gentleman, but nobody feels a gentleman with a crack in his shoe. And he's got one. I can't say I like the looks of him especially. But with Schultze playing us this dirty trick, well, that's what it amounts to, and there's no sense trying to prettify it. We can't be choosers. I'd just step down, talk to him if I was you, Hawks." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Showboat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by FloraMetrick, Bonita Springs, Florida. Showboat by Edna Ferber, Chapter 9. This, then, turned out to be Magnolia's first glimpse of Gaylord Ravenal, an idle, elegant figure in garments whose modish cut and fine material served, at a distance, to conceal their shabbiness. Leaning moodily against a tall packing case dumped on the wharf by some freighter, he gazed about him and tapped indolently the tip of his shining and cracked boot with an exquisite little ivory-topped Malacca cane. There was about him an air of distinction, an atmosphere of richness. On closer proximity you saw that the broadcloth was shiny, the fine linen of the shirt front and cuffs the least bit frayed, and the slim boots undeniably split. The hat, a delicate gray and set a little on one side, soiled as a pale gray hat must never be. From the cotton blossom deck you saw him as the son, perhaps of some rich Louisiana planter, idling a moment at the water's edge, waiting, doubtless, for one of the big river packets, the floating palaces of the Mississippi, to bear him luxuriously away up the river to his plantation landing. The truth was that Gaylord Ravenal was what the river gamblers called broke. Stony, he would have told you. No one had a better right to use the term than he. Of his two possessions, save the sorry clothes he had on, one was the little Malacca cane. And though he might part with cufflinks, shirt studs, and, if necessary, shirt itself, he would always cling to that little Malacca cane, emblem of good fortune, his mascot. It had turned on him temporarily. Yet his was the gambler's superstitious nature. Tomorrow the cane would bring him luck. Not only was Gaylord Ravenal broke, he had just politely notified the chief of police of New Orleans that he was in town. The call was not entirely one of social obligation. It had a certain statutory side as well. In the first place, Chief of Police Vallon, in a sudden political spasm of virtue, endeavoring to clear New Orleans of professional gamblers, had given them all 24 hours shrift. In the second place, this particular visitor would have come under the head of New Orleans undesirables on his own private account, even though his profession had been that of philanthropist. Gaylord Ravenal had 1-year-old notch to his gun. It had not been murder in cold blood or in rage, but a shot fired in self-defense just the fraction of a second before the other man could turn the trick. The evidence proved this, and Ravenel's final vindication followed. But New Orleans gathered her civic skirts about her and pointed a finger of dismissal toward the door. Hereafter, should he enter, his first visit must be to the chief of police, and 24 hours, no more, must be the limit of his stay in the city whose pompano and crayfish and creoles and roses and Ramos gin fizzes he loved. The evening before, he had stepped off the river packet Lady Lee, now to be seen lying alongside the New Orleans landing together with 100 other craft. His 24 hours would expire this evening. Certainly he had not meant to find himself in New Orleans. He had come aboard the Lady Lee at St. Louis, his finances low, his hopes high, his erstwhile elegant garments in their present precarious state. He had planned, following the game of stud poker, in which he immediately immersed himself, to come ashore at Memphis or, at latest, Natchez, with his finances raised to the high level of his hopes. Unfortunately, his was an honest and overeager game. His sole possession, besides the slim Malacca cane, itself a small tangible value, was a singularly clear, blue-white diamond ring which he never wore. It was a relic of luckier days before his broadcloth had become shiny, his linen frayed, his boots split. He had clung to it, as he had to the cane, through most incredible hazards. His feeling about it was neither sentimental nor superstitious. The tenuous streak of caniness in him told him that, possessed of a clear white diamond, one can hold up one's head and one's hopes no matter what the state of coat, linen, boots, and hat. It had never belonged, fiction fashion, to his sainted, if any, mother, nor was it an old Ravenal heirloom. It was a relic of winnings in luckier days and represented, he knew, potential hundreds. In the trip that lasted unexpectedly from St. Louis to New Orleans, he had won and lost that ring 6 times. When the Lady Lee had nosed her way into the Memphis landing and again at Natchez, it had been out of his possession. He had stayed on board perforce. Half an hour before coming into New Orleans, he had it again, and he had kept it. The game of stud poker had lasted days, and he rose from it the richer by exactly nothing at all. He had glanced out of the Lady Lee's saloon window, his eyes bloodshot from sleeplessness, his nerves jangling, his hands twitching, his face drawn, but that face shaven, those hands immaculate. Gaylord Ravenel, in luck or out, had the habits and instincts of a gentleman. Good God, he explained now, this looks like, it is New Orleans. It was New Orleans, as he said it. What did you think it was? Growled one of the players, who had temporarily owned the diamond several times during the journey down the river. What did you think it was, Shanghai? I wish it was, says Gaylord Ravenel. Somewhat dazedly, he walked down the Lady Lee's gangplank and retorted testily to a beady-eyed, giant-footed gentleman who immediately spoke to him in a low and not unfriendly tone. Give me time, can't you? I haven't been 24 hours stepping from the gangplank to this wharf, have I? Well, then... No offense, Gay, said the gentleman, his eyes still searching the other passengers as they filed across the narrow gangplank. Just thought I'd remind you, case of trouble. You know how Vallon is. Vallon had said briefly later, That's all right, Gay. But by this time tomorrow evening, he had eyed Ravenel's Raymond with comprehending eye. Cigar? The weed he preferred was slim, pale, and frayed as the man who stood before him. Gaylord Ravenel's jangling nerves ached for the solace of tobacco, but he viewed this palpably second-hand gift with a glance of disdain that was a triumph of the spirit over the flesh. Certainly no man handicapped by his present sartorial and social deficiencies was justified in raising a quizzical right eyebrow in the manner employed by Ravenel. What did you call it? Said he now. Vallon looked at it. It was not a quick-witted gentleman. Cigar. Optimist, and strolled out of the chef's office, swinging the little Malacca cane. So then, you now saw him leaning moodily against a wooden case on the New Orleans plank wharf, distinguished, shabby, dapper, handsome, broke, and 24. It was with some amusement that he had watched the crew of the Molly Able bring the flat, unwieldy bulk of the Cotton Blossom into the wharf side in the midst of the confusion of packets, barges, steamboats, tugs, flats, tramp boats, shanty boats. He had spoken briefly and casually to Schultze, while that bearer of evil tidings, letter in hand, waited impatiently on the dock as the Cotton Blossom was shifted to a landing position farther upstream. He had seen these floating theaters of the Mississippi and the Ohio many times, but he had never before engaged one of their actors in conversation. "Juvenile lead," he had exclaimed, unable to hide something of incredulity in his voice. Schultze, an anxious eye on the Molly Able's tedious maneuvers, had just made clear to Ravenel his own position in the Cotton Blossom troupe. Ravenel, surveying the furrowed brows, the unshaven cheeks, the careless dress, the lackluster eye, had involuntarily allowed to creep into his tone something of the astonishment he felt. Schultze made a little deprecating gesture with his hands, his shoulders. "I guess I don't look like no juvenile lead, that's a fact. But I'm all shot to pieces, took a drink the size of this," indicating perhaps 5 fingers, up yonder on Canal Street. "Straight whiskey. No drinking allowed on the showboat. Well, sir, never felt it no more'n it had been water. I just got news my wife's sick in the hospital." Ravenel made a little perfunctory sound of sympathy. "In New Orleans?" Little Rock, Arkansas. I'm going. It's a dirty trick, but I'm going. How do you mean, dirty trick? Ravenel was mildly interested in this confiding stranger. Leave the show flat like that? I don't know what they'd do. I saw that the Cotton Blossom was now snugly at ease in her new position, and that her gangplank had again been lowered. He turned away abruptly, without a goodbye, went perhaps 10 paces, came back 5, and called to Ravenel. You ever acted? Acted? On the stage, acted? Been an actor? Ravenel threw back his handsome head and laughed as he would have thought 10 minutes ago he never could laugh again. Me? An actor? No. Then suddenly sober, thoughtfully even. Well, yes. And eyeing Schultz through half-shut lids, he tapped the tip of his shiny, shabby boot with a smart little Malacca cane. Schultz was off again toward the Cotton Blossom. If Ravenel was aware of the scrutiny to which he was subjected through the binoculars, he gave no sign as he lounged elegantly on the wharf, watching the busy waterside scene with an air of indulgent amusement that would have made the onlooker receive with incredulity the information that the law was even then snapping at his heels. Captain Andy Hawks scampered off the Cotton Blossom and approached this figure, employing none of the finesse that the situation called for. I understand you've acted on the stage. Gaylord Ravenel elevated the right eyebrow and looked down his aristocratic nose at the capering little captain. I am Gaylord Ravenel of the Tennessee Ravenels. I failed to catch your name. Andy Hawks, captain and owner of the Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the showboat. Ah, yes, said Ravenel with polite unenthusiasm. He allowed his patrician glance to rest idly a moment on the Cotton Blossom, lying squat and dumpy alongside the landing. Captain Andy found himself suddenly regretting that he had not had her painted and overhauled. He clutched his whiskers in embarrassment, and under stress of that same emotion blurted the wrong thing. I guess Parthy was mistaken. The Ravenel eyebrow became interrogatory. Andy floundered on. She said that no man with a crack in the shoe. He stopped, then, appalled. Gaylord Ravenel looked down at the footgear under discussion. He looked up at the grim and ponderous female figure on the forward deck of the showboat. Parthy was wearing one of her most uncompromising bonnets and a gown noticeably bunchy even that day of unsymmetrical feminine fashions. Black was not becoming to Mrs. Hawks' sallow coloring. Lumpy black was fatal. If anything could have made this figure less attractive than it actually was, Ravenel's glance would seem to have done so. That's a lady? My wife, said Andy. Then, mindful of the maxim of the sheep and the lamb, he went the whole way. We've lost our juvenile lead, 15 a week and found, chance to see the world, no responsibility. Schultz said, you said, I said, Parthy said, hopelessly entangled, he stopped. Am I to understand that I am being offered the position of a juvenile lead on the devastating glance upward? Cotton Blossom's Floating Palace? That's the size of it, interrupted Andy briskly. After all, even this young man's tone and manner could not quite dispel the crack in the boot. Andy knew that no one wears a split shoe from choice. No responsibility, he repeated. A chance to see life. I've seen it, in the tone of one who did not care for what he has beheld. His eyes were on a line with the Cotton Blossom's deck. His gaze suddenly became concentrated. A tall, slim figure in white had just appeared on the upper deck forward, the bit of deck that looked for all the world like nautical veranda. It led off Magnolia's bedroom. The slim white figure was Magnolia. Preparatory to going ashore, she was taking a look at this romantic city which she always had loved, and which she, in company with Andy or Doc, had roamed a dozen times since her first early childhood trip on the Creole Belle. Her dress was bunchy, too, as the mode demanded, but where it was not bunchy, it was very tight, and its bunchiness thus only served to emphasize the slimness of the snug areas. Her black hair was drawn smoothly away from the temples and into a waterfall at the back. Her long, fine head and throat rose exquisitely above the little pleated frill that finished the neckline of her gown. She carried her absurd, beribboned and beflowered high-crowned hat in her hand, a graceful, pliant, slim young figure in white, surveying the pandemonium that was the New Orleans levee. Columns of black rose from 100 steamer stacks. Freight barrels and boxes went hurtling through the air, or were shoved or carried across the plank wharf to the accompaniment of shouting and sweating and swearing Negroes everywhere. Bandboxes, carpetbags, babies, drays, carriages, wheelbarrows, carts. Beyond the levee rose the old salt warehouses. Beyond these lay Canal Street. Magnolia was going into town with her father and her mother. Andy had promised her supper at Antoine's and an evening in the old French theater. She knew scarcely 10 words of French. Andy, if he had known it in his childhood, had quite forgotten it now. Parthy looked upon it as the language of sin and the yellow-back paper novels. But all three found enjoyment in the grace and color and brilliance of the performance and the audience, both of a sort to be found nowhere else in the whole country. Andy's enjoyment was tinged and heightened by a vague nostalgia. Magnolia's was that of one artist for the work of another. Parthy's was the enjoyment of suspicion. She always hoped to play high scenes were going to be more risque than they actually were. From her vantage point, Magnolia stood glancing alertly about her, enjoying the babble that was the New Orleans plank wharfs. She now espied and recognized the familiarly capering little figure below with its right hand scratching the mutton chop whiskers this side and that. She was impatient to be starting for their jaunt ashore. She waved at him with the hand that held the hat. The upraised arm served to enhance the delicate curve of the pliant young figure in its sheath of white. Andy, catching sight of her, waved in return. "Is that," inquiring Gaylord Ravenel, "a member of your company?" Andy's face softened and glowed. That's my daughter, Magnolia." "Magnolia, does she... I should smile, she is. She's our ingénue lead, Magnolia is. Plays opposite the juvenile lead. But if you've been a trooper, you know that, I guess." A sudden suspicion darted through him. "Say, young man, what's your name?" "Oh, yes, Ravenel. Well, Ravenel, you're quick study. That's what I got to know. First off, because we leave New Orleans tonight to play the Bayous. Bayou Tech tomorrow night, in tempest and sunshine. You're a quick study." "Lightning," said Gaylord Ravenel. 5 minutes later, bowing over her hand, he did not know whether to curse the crack in his shoe for shaming him before her, or to bless it for having been the cause of his being where he was. That he and Magnolia should become lovers was as inevitable as the cosmic course. Certainly some force greater than human must have been at work on it, for it overcame even Parthy's opposition. Everything conspired to bring the two together, including their being kept forcibly apart. Himself a picturesque, mysterious, and romantic figure, Gaylord Ravenel, immediately after joining the Cotton Blossom Troupe, became the center of a series of dramatic episodes, any one of which would have made him glamorous in Magnolia's eyes, even though he had not already assumed for her the glory of a Galahad. She had never before met a man of Ravenel's stamp. In this dingy, motley company he moved aloof, remote, yet irresistibly attracting all of them, except Parthy. She, too, must have felt drawn to this charming and magnetic man, but she fought the attraction with all of the strength of her powerful and vindictive nature. Sensing that there lay his bitterest opposition, Ravenel deliberately set about exercising his charm to win Parthy to friendliness. For the first time in his life, he received rebuff so bristling, so unmistakable, as to cause him temporarily to doubt his own gifts. Women had always adored Gaylord Ravenel. He was not a villain. He was, in fact, rather gentle, and more than a little weak. His method, coupled with strong personal attractiveness, was simple in the extreme. He made love to all women and demanded nothing of them. Swept off their feet, they waited, trembling deliciously, for the final attack. At its failure to materialize, they looked up, wondering to see his handsome face made more handsome by a certain wistful sadness. At that, their hearts melted within them. That which they had meant to defend they now offered. For the rest, his was a paradoxical nature, a courtliness of manner, contradicted by a bluff of boyishness. a certain shy boldness. He was not an especially intelligent man. He had no need to be. His upturned glance at a dining room waitress bent over him was in no way different from that which he directed straight at Parthies now, or at the daughter of a prosperous Southern lawyer, or at the daughter's vaguely uneasy mamma. It wasn't deliberate evil in him or lack of fastidiousness. He was helpless to do otherwise. Certainly he had never meant to remain a member of this motley troupe drifting up and down the rivers. He had not, for that matter, meant to fall in love with Magnolia, much less marry her. Propinquity and opposition, either of which usually is sufficient to fan the flame, together caused the final conflagration. For weeks after he came on board, he literally never spoke to Magnolia alone. Parthy attended to that. He saw her not only daily, but almost hourly. He considered himself lucky to be deft enough to say, "Lovely day, isn't it, Miss Magno?" before Mrs. Hawks swept her offspring out of earshot. Parthy was wise enough to see that this handsome, graceful, insidious young stranger would appear desirable and romantic in the eyes of women, 100-fold more sophisticated than the childlike and unawakened Magnolia. She took refuge in the knowledge that this dangerous male was the most impermanent of additions to the Cotton Blossom troupe. His connection with them would end on Schultze's return. Gaylord Ravenal was, in the meantime, a vastly amused and prodigiously busy young man. To learn the juvenile leads in the plays that made up the Cotton Blossom troupe's repertoire was no light matter. Not only must he memorize lines, business, and cues of the regular bills, Uncle Tom's Cabin, East Lynne, Tempest and Sunshine, Aunt Audley's Secret, The Parson's Bride, The Gambler, and others, but he must be ready to go on in the concert afterpiece, whatever it might be. Sometimes $1 for a kiss, sometimes red-hot coffee. The company rehearsed day and night. During the day, they rehearsed that night's play. After the performance, they rehearsed next night's bill. With some astonishment, the Cotton Blossom troupe realized at the end of 2 weeks that Gaylord Ravenal was acting as director. It had come about naturally and inevitably. Ravenal had a definite theater sense, a feeling for tempo, rhythm, line, grouping, inflection, characterization, any or all of these. The atmosphere had freshness for him. He was interested. He wished to impress Andy and Parthy and Magnolia. He considered the whole business a gay adventure and an amusing interlude. For a month they played the bayous and plantations of Louisiana, leaving behind them a whole countryside whose planters, villagers, Negroes had been startled out of their southern lethargy. These had known showboats and showboat performances all their lives. They had been visited by this or that raffish, dingy, slapdash, or decent or painstaking troupe. The Cotton Blossom Company had the reputation for being the last-named variety, and always were patronized accordingly. The plays seldom varied. The performance was, usually, less than mediocre. They were, then, quite unprepared for the entertainment given them by the two handsome, passionate, and dramatic young people who now were cast as ingenue and juvenile lead of the Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater Company. Here was Gaylord Ravenal, fresh, young, personable, aristocratic, romantic of aspect. Here was Magnolia, slim, girlish, ardent, electric, lovely. Their make-believe adventures as they lived them on the stage became real. Their dangers and misfortunes set the natives to trembling. Their love-making was a fragrant and exquisite thing. News of this troupe seeped through from plantation to plantation, from bayou to bayou, from settlement to settlement, in some mysterious underground way. The Cotton Blossom did a record-breaking business in a region that had never been markedly profitable. Andy was jubilant, Parthy apprehensive, Magnolia starry-eyed, tremulous, glowing. Her lips seemed to take on a riper curve. Her skin was somehow softly radiant, as though lighted by an inner glow. As Julie's amber coloring, in the years gone by, had seemed to deepen in golden brilliance, her eyes were enormous, luminous. The gangling, hobble-hoy, sallow girl of 17 was a woman of 18, lovely and in love. Back again in New Orleans, there was a letter from Schultze, a pathetic scrawl, illiterate, loyal. Ellie was out of the hospital, but weak and helpless. He had a job temporarily whose nature he did not indicate. Porter in a Little Rock saloon, I'll be bound, ventured Parthy shrewdly, rubbing up the brass and the cuspidors. He had met a man who ran a rag front carnival company. He could use them for one attraction called the Old Plantation, or the South Before the War. They were booked through the Middle West in a few weeks if Ellie was stronger. He said nothing about money. He said nothing of their possible return to Cotton Blossom. That, Andy knew, was because of Ellie. Unknown to Parthy, he sent Schultze $200. Schultze never returned to the rivers. It was, after all, oddly enough, Ellie who had many, many years later completed the circle which brought her again to the showboat. Together, Andy, Parthy, and Doc went into consultation. They must keep Ravenal, but Ravenal obviously was not of the stuff of showboat actors. He had made it plain, when first he came aboard, that he was the most impermanent of troopers, that his connection with the Cotton Blossom would continue, at the latest, only until Schultze's return. He meant to leave them not at New Orleans, as they had first feared, but at Natchez on the up trip. "Don't tell him Schultze ain't coming back," Doc offered brilliantly. "Have to know it sometime," was Andy's obvious reply. "Person'd think," said Parthy. "He was the only juvenile lead left in the world. Matter of fact, I can't see where he's such a great shakes of an actor. Rolls those eyes of his a good deal and talks deep voice. But he's got hands white's a woman's and fusses with his nails. I'll wager if you ask around in New Orleans you find something queer for all he talks so high about being a Ravenal of Tennessee and his folks governors in the old days, and slabs about him in the church and whatnot. Shifty, that's what he is. Mark my words. Best juvenile lead ever played the rivers, and I never heard that having clean fingernails hurt an actor any." "Oh, it ain't just clean fingernails," snapped Parthy. "It's everything." "Wouldn't hold that against him either," roared Doc. The two men then infuriated the humorless Mrs. Hawks by indulging in a great deal of guffawing and knee-slapping. "That's right, Hawks, laugh at your own wife. And you too, Doc." "You ain't my wife," retorted Doc with the privilege of 60-odd, and roared again. The gossamer thread that leashed Parthy's temper dissolved now. "I can't bear the sight of him. Palavering and soft-soaping. Thinks he can get around a woman my age. Well, I'm worth a dozen of him when it comes to smart." She leaned closer to Andy, her face actually drawn with fear and sort of jealousy. "He looks at Magnolia, I tell you." "A fool if he didn't." "Andy Hawks, you mean to tell me you'd sit there and see your own daughter married to a worthless tramp of a wharf rat, or worse, that hadn't a shirt to his back when you picked him up?" "Oh, God almighty, woman, can't a man look at a girl without having to marry her?" "Having to marry her, Captain Hawks, having? Well, what can a body expect when her own husband talks like that, and before strangers, too? Having?" Doc rubbed his leathery chin a trifle ruefully. "Stretching a point, Miss Hawks, ma'am. Calling me a stranger, ain't you?" "All right, keep him with the show, you two. Who warned you about that yellow-skinned Julie, and what happens if Sheriff is what you want? I'll wager you could get him fast enough if you spoke his name in certain parts of this country. Wait till we get back to New Orleans. I intend to do some asking around, and so does Frank." "What's Frank got to do with it?" But at this final exhibition of male obtuseness, Parthy flounced out of a conference. On the return from the bayous, the Cotton Blossom lay idle a day at the New Orleans landing. Early on the morning of their arrival, Gaylord Ravenal went ashore. On his stepping off the gangplank, he spoke briefly to that same gimlet-eyed gentleman who was still loitering on the wharf. To the observer, the greeting between them seemed amiable enough. "Back again, Gay?" he of the keen gaze had exclaimed. "Seems like you can't keep away from the scene of the—" "Oh, go to hell," said Ravenal. He returned to the Cotton Blossom 3 o'clock. At his appearance, the idler who had accosted him and who was still mysteriously lolling at the waterside shut his eyes and then opened them quickly enough to dispel a vision. "Gripes, Ravenal. Robbed a bank?" From the tip of the shining shoes to the top of his pale gray hat, Ravenal was sartorial perfection, nothing less. The boots were handmade, slim, aristocratic. The cloth of his clothes was patently out of England and tailored for no casual purchaser, but for Ravenal's figure alone. The trousers tapered elegantly to the instep. The collar was molded expertly so that it hugged the neck. The linen was of the finest and whitest, and cunning needlecraft had gone into the embroidering of the austere monogram that almost escaped showing in one corner of the handkerchief that peeped above his left breast pocket. The Malacca stick seemed to take on a new luster and richness now that it found itself once more in fitting company. With the earnings of his first 2 weeks on the Cotton Blossom enclosed as evidence of good faith and future payment assured, Gaylord Ravenal had sent by mail from Louisiana bayous to Plumbridge, the only English tailor in New Orleans, the order which had resulted in his present splendor. He now paused a moment to relieve himself of that which had long annoyed him in the beady-eyed one. Listen to me, Flatfoot. The Cotton Blossom dropped anchor at 7 o'clock this morning at the New Orleans dock. I came ashore at 9. It is now 3. I am free to stay on shore or not, as I like, until 9 tomorrow morning. Until then, if I hear one more of your offensive conversation, I shall have to punish you. Flatfoot, thus objurgated, stared at Ravenel with an expression in which amazement and admiration fought for supremacy. By God, Ravenel, with any luck at all, that gall of yours ought to get you $1 million someday. I wouldn't be bothered with any sum so vulgar. From an inside pocket he drew a perfecto, long, dark, sappy. Have a smoke. He drew out another, and give this to Vallon when you go back to report. Tell him I want him to know the flavor of a decent cigar for once in his life. As he crossed the gangplank, he encountered Mrs. Hawks and Frank, the lumbering, heavy, evidently shore-bound, together. He stepped aside with a courtliness that the Ravenels of Tennessee could not have excelled in the days of swords, satins, and periwigs. Mrs. Hawks was after all a woman, and no woman could look unmoved upon the figure of cool elegance that now stood before her. Sakes alive, she said, inadequately. Frank, whose costumes ashore or afloat always wore negligee to the point of causing the beholder to some actual nervousness, attempted to sneer without the aid of make-up and made a failure of it. Ravenel now addressed Mrs. Hawks. You are not staying long ashore, I hope. And why not? Inquired Mrs. Hawks with her usual delicacy. I had hoped that perhaps you and Captain Hawks and Miss Magnolia might do me the honor of dining with me ashore and going to the theater afterward. I know a little restaurant where... Likely, retorted Parthy, by way of polite refusal, and moved majestically down the gangplank, followed by the gratified Heavy. Ravenel continued thoughtfully on his way. Captain Andy was in the box office just off the little forward deck that served as an entrance to the showboat. With him was Magnolia minus her mother's protecting wings. After all, even Parthy had not the power to be in more than one place at a time. At this moment she was deep in conversation with Flatfoot on the wharf. Magnolia was evidently dressed for a festive occasion. The skirt of her light ecru silk dress was polonaise draped over a cream-white surah silk, and the front of the tight bodice basque was of the same cream-white stuff. Her round hat of Milan straw, with its modishly high crown, had an artful brim that shaded her fine eyes, and this brim was faced with deep rose velvet, and a bow of deep rose flared high against the crown. The black of her hair was all the blacker for this vivid color. An ecru parasol and long suede gloves completed the costume. She might have stepped out of Harper's Bazaar. In fact, she had. The dress was a faithful copy of a costume which she had considered particularly fetching as she pored over the pages of that book of fashion. Andy was busy at his desk. Ranged in rows on that desk were canvas sacks, plump, squat, canvas sacks limp, lopsided, canvas sacks which, when lifted and set down again, gave forth a pleasant clicking sound. Piled high in the front of these were neat packets of greenbacks, ones and ones and ones, in bundles of 50, each bound with a tidy belt of white paper pinned about its middle. Forming a kind of Chinese wall around these were stacked half-dollars, quarters, dimes, and nickels, with now and then a campanile of silver dollars. In the midst of this, Andy resembled an amiable and highly solvent gnome stepped out of a Grimm's fairy tale. The bio trip had been a record-breaking one in point of profit. And 5,650, Andy was crooning happily as he jotted figures down on a sheet of yellow lined paper. And 5,700 and 25,725 and 25s. Oh, Papa, Magnolia exclaimed impatiently and turned toward the little window through which one saw New Orleans lying so invitingly in the protecting arms of the levee. It's almost 4, and you haven't even changed your clothes, and you keep counting that old money, and Mama's gone on some horrid business with that sneaky Frank. I know it's horrid because she looked so pleased, and you promised me We won't see New Orleans again for a whole year. You said you'd get a carriage and 2 horses and we drive out to Lake Pontchartrain and have dinner and drive back and go to the theater. And now it's almost 4 and you haven't even changed your clothes and you keep counting that old money. And Mama's, after all, in certain ways, Magnolia, the ingenue lead, had not changed much from that child who had promptly had hysterics to gain her own ends that day in Thebes many years before. Minute, Andy muttered absently. Can't leave the money laying around like buttons, can I? Germanian Nationals letting me in the side door is a special favor after hours, and 'tis just so's I can deposit, and 58's 50 and 59's. I don't care, cried Magnolia and stamped her foot. It's downright mean of you, Papa. You promised, and I'm all dressed, and you haven't even changed your... Oh, God almighty, Nolly, you ain't going to turn out any unreasonable woman like your ma, are you? Here I sit, slaving away. Oh, how beautiful you look, exclaimed Magnolia now, to Andy's bewilderment. He looked up at her. Her gaze was directed over his head at someone standing in the doorway. Andy creaked hastily around the ancient swivel chair. Ravenel, of course, in the doorway. Andy pursed his lips in the skyrocket whistle, starting high and ending low, expressive of surprise and admiration. How beautiful you look, said Magnolia again, and clasped her hands like a child. And you, Miss Magnolia, said Ravenel, and advanced into the cubbyhole that was the office, and took one of Magnolia's surprised hands delicately in his, and bent over it and kissed it. Magnolia was an excellent enough actress, and sufficiently the daughter of the gallant and Gallic Andy, to acknowledge this salute with a little gracious inclination of the head, and no apparent surprise whatever. Andy himself showed nothing of astonishment at the sight of this suave and elegant figure bent over his daughter's hand. He looked rather pleased than otherwise, but suddenly, then the look on his face changed to one of alarm. He jumped to his feet, he scratched the mutton-chopped whiskers, sure evidence of perturbation. Look here, Ravenel, that ain't a sign you're leaving, is it? Those clothes are now kissing Nolly's hand. God almighty, Ravenel, you ain't leaving us. Ravenel flicked an imaginary bit of dust from the cuff of his flawless sleeve. These are my ordinary clothes, Captain Hawk, sir. I mean to say, I usually am attired as you now see me. When first we met, I was in temporary difficulties, the sort of thing that can happen to any gentleman. Certainly can, Andy agreed, heartily and hastily. Sure can. Well, you gave me a turn. I thought you'd come in to give me notice. And while we're on it, you're foolish to quit at Natchez, like you said, Ravenel. I don't know what you've been doing, but you've been cut out for a showboat actor, and that's the truth. Stick with us, and I'll raise you to 20, as Ravenel shook his head. 25, again, and shake on the head. 30, and God almighty, they ain't a juvenile lead on the rivers ever got anywheres near that. Ravenel held up one white, shapely hand. Let's not talk money now, Captain. Though if you would care to advance me a 50, thanks. I was going to say I came to ask if you and Mrs. Hawks and Miss Magnolia here would do me the honor to dine with me ashore this evening, to go to the theater. I know a little French restaurant. Papa, she swooped down upon little Andy then, enveloping him in her ruffles, in her surah silk, her rose velvet, her perfume. Her arms were about his neck, her fresh young cheek pressed to the top of his grizzled head. Her eyes were enormous, and they looked into Ravenel's eyes. Papa! But years of contact with the prim Parthy had taught him caution. Your ma, he began feebly. Magnolia deserted him, flew to Ravenel, clutched his arm. Her lovely eyes held tears. Involuntarily, his free hand covered her hand that clung so appealingly to his sleeve. He promised me, and now because he's got all that money to count, because Doc was delayed in his Baton Rouge, he didn't meet us here like he expected he would this afternoon, and Mama's gone ashore, and we were to drive to Lake Pontchartrain and have dinner, and it hasn't even changed his clothes, and it's almost 4 o'clock, probably 4 by now, and he keeps counting that old money. Magnolia, shouted Andy in a French frenzy, clutching the whiskers as though to raise himself by them from the floor. Magnolia must have been enjoying the situation. Here were 2 men, both of whom adored her, and she them, and therefore set about testing their love. Her expression became tragic, but not so tragic as to mar her delightful appearance. To the one who loved her the most, deeply and unselfishly, she said, You don't care anything about me or my happiness. It's all this old boat, your business and money. Haven't I worked night after night, year after year, year out, and now I have a chance to enjoy myself? It isn't as if you hadn't promised me. We're going, I tell you, Nolly, but your ma isn't even here. And how did I know Doc was going to be stuck at Baton Rouge? We got plenty of time to have dinner ashore and go to the theater, but we'll have to give up the drive to Pontchartrain." A heartbroken wail from Magnolia, her great dark eyes turned in appeal to Ravenal. "It's the drive I like better than anything in the world, and horses. I'm crazy about horses, and I don't get a chance to drive. Oh, well." Had an objection from Andy, "Sometimes, but what kind of horses do they have in those little towns? And here you can get a splendid pair, all shiny and their nostrils working, and a Victoria and lovely long tails and a clanky harness and fawn cushions and the lake and soft-shell crabs." She was becoming incoherent, but remained as lovely as ever and grew more appealing by the moment. Ravenel resisted a mad urge to take her in his arms. He addressed himself earnestly to the agonized Andy. "If you will trust me, Captain Hawks, I have a plan which I have just thought of. I know New Orleans very well, and I am very well known in New Orleans. Miss Magnolia has her heart set on this little holiday. I know where I can get a splendid turnout, chestnuts, very high steppers, but quite safe, an unadult squeal of delight from Magnolia. If we start immediately, we can enjoy quite a drive, Miss Magnolia and I. If you like, we can take Miss Means with us or Mrs. Soper." "No," from the brazen beauty. "And return in time to meet you and Miss Hawks at, say, Antoine's for dinner." "Oh, Papa," cried Magnolia now. "Oh, Papa." "Your ma," began Andy again feebly. Then stacks and piles still lay uncounted on the desks. "This thing must be settled somehow." He scuttled to the window, scanned the wharf, the streets that led up from it. "I don't know where she's got to." He turned from the window to survey the pair, helplessly. Something about them, the very fitness of their standing there together, so young, so beautiful, so eager, so alive, so vibrant, melted the romantic heart within him. Magnolia in her holiday garb, Ravenel in his tailored perfection. "Oh, well, I don't see how it'll hurt any. Your ma and I will meet you at Antoine's at, say, 6:30. They were off. It was as if they had been lifted bodily and blown together out of that little office across the gangplank to the landing. Flatfoot stared after them almost benignly. Andy returned to his desk, resumed his contented crooning. 4 o'clock struck, 4:30. His pencil beat a rat-tat-tat as he jotted down the splendid figures. A gold mine, this Ravenal, a fine figure of a boy, cheap at 30, rat-tat-tat, and 51,000, and 25s, 1,025, and 50s, 12.25. Gosh almighty! A shriek, a bouncing across the gangplank and into the cubbyhole just as Andy was rounding happily into 1,300, a hand clutching his shoulder, frantically whirling him bodily out of the creaking swivel chair. Parthy, that awry bosom palpitating, eyes startling, mouth working. "On Canal Street," she wheezed. It was as though the shriek she had intended was choked in her throat by the very force of the feeling behind it, so that it emerged a strangled thing. "Canal Street, the two of them, with my own eyes, driving in a... She sank into a chair. There seemed to be no pretense about this. Andy, for once, was alarmed. The tall, shambling figure of Frank, the heavy past the little ticket window, blocked the low doorway. He stared open-mouthed at the almost recumbent Parthy. He was breathing heavily and looked aggrieved. "She ran away from me," he said. "Sees him in the crowd driving and tries to run after the carriage on Canal with everybody thinking she's gone loony. Then she runs down here to the landing, me after her, woman her age. What do you take me for anyway?" But Parthy did not hear him. He did not exist. Her face was ashen. "He's a murderer," she now gasped. Andy's patience, never too long-suffering, snapped under the strain of the afternoon's happenings. "What's wrong with you, woman? Have you gone clean crazy? Who's a murderer? Frank? Who's he murdered? For 2 cents, I'd murder the both of you. Come howling in here when a man's trying to run his business like a business and not like a yowling insane asylum." Parthy stood up, shaking. Her voice was high and quavering. "Listen to me, you fool! I talked to the man on the docks, the one he was talking to, and he wouldn't tell me anything, and he said I could ask the chief of police if I wanted to know about anybody, and I went to the chief of police, and perfect gentleman if there ever was one, and he's killed a man." "The chief of police? Killed a man? What man?" "No," shrieked Parthy. "Ravenal. Ravenel's killed a man." "God almighty, when?" He started as though to rescue Magnolia. A year ago, in this very town. The shock of relief was too much for Andy. He was furious. "They didn't hang him for it, did they?" "Hang who?" asked Parthy feebly. "Who? Ravenel. They didn't hang him." "Why, no, they let him go. He said he shot him in self..." He killed a man and they let him go? What does that prove? He had a right to. All right, what of it? What of it? Your own daughter is out driving in an open carriage this minute with a murderer. That's what. Andy Hawks. I saw them with my own eyes. There I was, out trying to protect her from contamination by finding out, and I saw her the minute my back was turned, your doings, your own daughter, driving in the open streets in an open carriage with a murderer. Oh, open murderer be damned, squeaked Andy in his falsetto of utter rage. I killed a man when I was 19, Mrs. Hawks, ma'am, and I've been 25 years and more as a respected man and there is on the rivers. And that's the truth if you want to talk about murder. But Parthenia Ann Hawks, for the first time in her vigorous life, had fainted. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Showboat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by FloraMetrick, Bonita Springs, Florida. Showboat by Edna Ferber. Chapter 10. Gaylord Ravenal had not meant to fall in love. Certainly he had not dreamed of marrying. He was not, he would have told you, a marrying man. Yet Natchez had come and gone, and here he was, still playing juvenile leads on the cotton blossom, still planning, days ahead, for an opportunity to outwit Mrs. Hawks and see Magnolia alone. He was thoroughly and devastatingly in love. Alternately, he pranced and cringed. Today, he would leave this dingy scow. What was he, Gaylord Ravenal, doing aboard a showboat, play acting for a miserable $30 a week? He who had won and lost 1,000 a night at poker or faro. Tomorrow he was resolved to give up gambling forever, to make himself worthy of this lovely creature, to make himself indispensable to Andy, to find the weak chink in Parthy's armor. He had met all sorts of women in his 24 years. He had loved some of them, and many of them had loved him. He had never met a woman like Magnolia. She was a paradoxical product of the life she had led, the contact with the curious and unconventional characters that made up the Cotton Blossom troupe, the sights and sounds of river life, sordid, romantic, homely, Rabelaisian, tragic, humorous, the tolerant and meaty wisdom imbibed from her sprightly little father, the spirit of laissez-faire that pervaded the whole atmosphere about her, had given her a flavor, a mellowness, a camaraderie found usually only in women twice her age and 100-fold more experienced. Weaving in and out of this was an engaging primness directly traceable to Parthy. She had, too, a certain dignity that was perhaps the result of years of being deferred to as the daughter of a river captain. Sometimes she looked at Ravenal with the wide-eyed gaze of a child. At such times he wished that he might leap into the Mississippi, though muddy, and wash himself clean of his sins, as did the pilgrims in the river Jordan. On that day, following Parthy's excursion ashore at New Orleans, there had been between her and Captain Andy a struggle, brief and bitter, from which Andy had emerged battered but victorious. "That murdering gambler goes or I go," Parthy had announced rashly. It was one of those pronunciamentos that can only bring embarrassment to one who utters it. "He stays," Andy was iron for once. He stayed. So did Parthy, of course. You saw the two, Parthy and Ravenal, eyeing each other, backs to the wall, waiting for a chance to lunge and thrust. Cotton Blossom business was booming. News of the showboat's ingenue and juvenile lead filtered up and down the rivers. During the more romantic scenes of this or that play, Parthy invariably stationed herself in the wings and glowered and made muttering sounds to which the two on stage, Magnolia starry-eyed as the heroine, Ravenel ardent and passionate as the lover, were oblivious. It was their only opportunity to express to each other what they actually felt. It probably was, too, the most public and convincing lovemaking that ever graced the stage of this or any other theater. Ravenel made himself useful in many ways. He took in hand, for example, the Cotton Blossom's battered scenery. It was customary on all showboats to use both sides of a set. One canvas side would represent perhaps a drawing room. Its reverse would show the greens and browns of leaves and tree trunks in a forest scene. Both economy and lack of stage space were responsible for this. Painted by a clumsy and unimaginative hand, each leaf daubed as a leaf, each inch of wainscoting drawn to scale, the effect of any cotton blossom set, when viewed from the other side of the footlights, was unconvincing even to rural and inexperienced eyes. Ravenal set to work with paint and brush and evolved 2 sets of double scenery, which brought forth shrieks of ridicule and protest from the company grouped about the stage. "It isn't supposed to look like a forest," Ravenal explained, slapping on the green paint with a lavish hand. "It's supposed to give the effect of a forest. The audience isn't going to sit on the stage, is it? Well then, here, this is to be gate. Well, there's no use trying to paint a flat thing with slats that nobody will ever believe looks like a gate. I'll just do this and this." "It does," cried Magnolia from the middle of the house, where she had stationed herself, head held critically to one side. "It does make you think there's a gate there without it actually being. Look, Papa, and the trees. All those lumpy green spots we used to have somehow never looked like leaves." All unconsciously, Ravenal was using in that day, and in that crude milieu, a method which was to make a certain Bobby Jones famous in the New York theater of a quarter of a century later. "Where did you learn to—" Someone of the troupe would marvel. Magnolia, perhaps, or Miss Means, or Ralph. "Paris," Ravenel would reply briefly. Yet he had never spoken of Paris. He often referred thus casually to a mysterious past. "Paris fiddlesticks," rapped out Parthy promptly. "No more Paris than he's a Ravenel of Tennessee or whatever rascally highfalutin story he's made up for himself." Whereupon, when they were playing Tennessee, weeks later, he strolled one day with Magnolia and Andy into the old vine-covered church of the village, its churchyard fragrant and mysterious with magnolia and ilex, its doorstep worn, its pillars sagging, and there, in a glass case, together with a tattered, leather-bound Bible, a century and a half old, you saw a time-yellowed document. The black of the ink strokes had perhaps taken on a tinge of gray, but the handwriting, clear and legible, met the eye. "Will of Jean-Baptiste Ravenal. I, Jean-Baptiste Ravenal, of this province, being through the mercy of Almighty God of sound mind and memory, do make, appoint, declare, and ordain this and this only to be my last will and testament. It is my will that my sons have their estates delivered to them as they severally arrive at the age of 20 and 1 years, the eldest being Samuel, the second Jean, the third Gaylord. I will that my slaves be kept to work on my lands, that my estate be managed to the best advantage, so as my sons may have as liberal an education as the profits thereof will afford. Let them be taught to read and write, and be introduced to the practical part of arithmetic, not too hastily hurrying them to Latin and grammar. To my sons, when they arrive at age, I recommend the pursuit of study of some profession or business. I would wish one to ye law, the other to merchandise." "The other," cried Magnolia softly then, looking up very bright-eyed and flushed from the case over which she had been bending. "But the third, Gaylord? It doesn't say." "The black sheep, my great-grandfather. There always was a Gaylord, and he always was the black sheep. My grandfather, Gaylord Ravenal, and my father, Gaylord Ravenal, and—" He bowed. "Black too, are you?" said Andy, then dryly, "as pitch." Magnolia bent again to the book, her brow thoughtful, her lips forming the words, and uttering them softly as she deciphered the quaint script. "I give and bequeath unto my son Samuel the lands called Ashwood, which are situated, lying and being on the south side of the Cumberland River, together with my other land on the north side of said river. I give and bequeath to my son Jean, to him and his heirs, and assigns for ever a tract of land containing several 140 acres lying on Stumpy Sound, also another tract containing 1,000 acres. I give and bequeath to my son Samuel 450 acres lying above William Lowry's plantation on the main branch of the Old Town Creek." Magnolia stood erect. Indignation blazed in her eyes. "But, Gaylord," she said, Yes, certainly, she had never before called him that. I mean this Gaylord. I mean the one who came after Samuel and Jean. Why didn't... Naughty boy, said Ravenel with his charming smile. She actually yearned toward him then. He could not have said anything more calculated to bind his enchantment for her. They swayed toward each other over the top of the little glass-encased relic. Andy coughed hastily. They swayed gently apart. They were as though mesmerized. Folks out here in the churchyard, inquired Andy briskly, to break the spell. Ravenel kin? Acres of 'em, Gaylord assured him cheerfully. Sons of, and daughters of, and beloved father of, for that matter, there's one just beside you. Andy sidestepped hastily with a little exclamation. He cast a somewhat fearful glance at the spot toward which Ravenel so carelessly pointed. A neat gray stone slab set in the wall. Andy peered at the lettering it bore, stooped a little. Here, you read it, Nolly. You've got young eyes. Her fresh young cheek so near the cold gray slab, she read in her lovely flexible voice. Here lies the body of Mrs. Susan Ravenel, wife of Jean-Baptiste Ravenel, Esquire, one of His Majesty's Council and Surveyor General of the lands of this province, who departed this life October 19, 1765, aged 37 years, after laboring 10 of them under the severest bodily afflictions brought on by change of climate, and though she went to her native land, received no relief, but returned and bore them with uncommon resolution and resignation to the last. Magnolia rose slowly from the petals of her flounced skirt spread about her as she stooped to read. Poor darling! Her eyes were soft with pity. Again the two seemed to sway little toward each other, as though blown by a gust of passion. And this time Captain Andy turned his back and clattered down the aisle. When they emerged again into the sunshine, they found him, a pixie figure leaning pensively against the great black trunk of a live oak. He was smoking a pipe somewhat apologetically, as though he hoped the recumbent Ravenels would not find it objectionable. I guess, he remarked as Magnolia and Ravenel came up to him, I'll have to bring your ma over. She's partial to history, her having been a schoolma'am and all. Like the stage sets he so cleverly devised for the showboat, Gaylord Ravenel had a gift for painting about himself the scenery of romance. These settings, too, did not bear the test of too close scrutiny, but in a favorable light, and viewed from a distance, they were charmingly effective and convincing. His sense of the dramatic did not confine itself to the stage. He was the juvenile lead on or off. Audiences adored him. Midwestern village housewives, good mothers, and helpmates for years were, for days after seeing him as the heroic figure of some gore and glory drama, mysteriously silent and irritably waspish by turn. Disfavor was writ large on their faces as they viewed their good commonplace dull husbands across the midday table set with steaming vegetables and meat. Why'n't you shave once in a while, middle of the week, they would snap, instead of coming to the table looking like a gorilla. Mild surprise on the part of the husband. I shaved Saturday, like always. Look at your hands. Hands? Say, Bella, what in time's got into you, anyway? Nothing. A relapse into moody silence on the part of Bella. Mrs. Hawks fought a good fight, but what chance had her maternal jealousy against youth and love and romance? For a week she would pour poison into Magnolia's unwilling ear. Only making a fool of you. Probably walk off and leave the show any day. Common gambler. Look at his eyes. Murderer. And you knew it. Rather see you in your grave. Then, in one brief moment, Ravenel, by some act of courage or grace or sheer deviltry, would show Parthy that all her pains were for nothing. That night, for example, when they were playing Kentucky Sue, Ravenel's part was what is known as a blue shirt lead. The rough, brave woodsman with the uncouth speech and the heart of gold. Magnolia, naturally, was Sue. They were playing Gaines Landing, always a tough town, often good for a fight. It was a capacity audience and a surprisingly well-behaved and attentive. Midway in the play's progress, a drawling, drunken voice from the middle of the house began taunting and ridiculous chant whose burden was, "Is that so?" After each thrilling speech, punctuating each flowery period. "Is that so?" came the maddening and disruptive refrain. You had to step carefully at Gaines Landing. The Cotton Blossom Troupe knew that. One word at the wrong moment, and knives flashed, guns popped. Still, this could not go on. "Don't mind him," Magnolia whispered fearfully to Ravenel. "He's drunk. He'll stop. Don't pay any attention." The scene was theirs. They were approaching the big moment in the play when the brave Kentuckian renounces his love that Kentucky Sue may be happy with her villainous bridegroom-to-be, Frank, of course. Showboat audiences up and down the rivers had known that play for years, had committed the speech word for word, through long familiarity. Sue, it ran, "If he loves you and you love him, go with him. If he ain't good to you, come back where there's honest hearts under homespun shirts, back to Kentucky and home." Thus the speech ran, but as they approached it, the blurred and mocking voice from the middle of the house kept it drawing skepticism. "Is that so? Is that so?" "Damn drunken lout," said Ravenel under his breath, looking unutterable love meanwhile at the languishing Kentucky Sue. "Oh dear," said Magnolia, feeling Ravenel's muscles tightening under the blue shirt sleeves, seeing the telltale white ridge of mounting anger under the grease paint of his jawline. "Do be careful." Ravenel stepped out of his part. He came down to the footlights. The house, restless and irritable, suddenly became quiet. He looked out over the faces of the audience. "See here, partner, there's others here want to hear this, even if you don't." The voice subsided. There was a little desultory applause from the audience, and some cries of, "That's right, make him shut up." They refused to manhandle one of their own, but they ached to see someone else do it. The play went on. The voice was silent. The time approached for the big speech of renunciation. It was here. "Sue, if he loves you and you love him, go with him. If he—" "Is that so?" drawled the amused voice with an element of surprise in it now. "Is that so?" Ravenel cast Kentucky Sue from him. "Well, if you will have it," he threatened grimly. He sprung over the footlights, down the piano top, to the keyboard, to the piano stool, all in 4 swift strides, was up the aisle, had plunked the limp and sprawling figure out of his seat by the collar, clutched him then firmly by this collar hold and the seat of his pants, and was up the aisle again to the doorway, out of the door, across the gangplank, and into the darkness. He was down the aisle then in a moment, spatting his hands briskly as he came, was up on the piano stool, up on the piano keyboard, up the piano top, over the footlights, back in position. There he paused for a moment, breathing fast. Nothing had been said. There had actually been no sound other than his footsteps and the discordant jangle of protest that the piano keyboard had emitted when he had stepped on its fingers. Now a little startled expression came into Ravenel's face. "Let's see," he said aloud, "where was I?" And as one man in the audience chanted happily, "Sue, if he loves you and you love him, what weapon has a Parthenia against a man like that? And what chance of Frank?" Drama leaped to him. There was, less than a week later, the incident of the minister. He happened to be a rather dirty little minister in a forlorn little Kentucky river town. He ran a second-hand store on the side, was new to the region, and all unaware of the popularity and goodwill enjoyed by the members of the Cotton Blossom Troupe. For him, an actor was a burning brand. Doc had placarded the little town with dodgers and handbills. There was one especially effective, even in the day of crude photography, showing Magnolia in the angelic part of the ingenue lead in Tempest and Sunshine. These might be seen displayed in the windows of such ramshackle stores as the town's riverfront street boasted. Gaylord Ravenel, strolling disdainfully up into the sordid village that was a little more than a welter of mud and flies and mules and Negroes, stopped aghast as his eye chanced to fall upon the words scrawled beneath a picture of Magnolia, amidst the dusty, disorderly melange of the ministerial second-hand window. There was the likeness of the woman he loved, looking starry-eyed out upon the passerby, and beneath it, in the black, fanatic penmanship of the itinerant person, "A lost soul." In his fine English clothes, swinging the slim Malacca cane, Gaylord Ravenel, very narrow-eyed, entered the fusty shop and called to its owner to come forward. From the cobwebby gloom of the rear reaches emerged the merchant parson, a tall, shambling, large-knuckled figure of the anaconda variety. You thought of Uriah Heep and of Ichabod Crane, experiencing meanwhile a sensation of distaste. Ravenel, very elegant, very cool, very quiet, pointed with the tip of his cane. "Take that picture out of the window. Tear it up. Apologize." "I won't do anything of the kind," retorted the holy man. "You're a this and that, and a such and such, and a so, and she's another, and the whole boatload of you ought to be sunk in the river you contaminate." "Take off your coat," said Ravenel, divesting himself neatly of his own faultless garment as he spoke. A yellow flame of fear leaped into the man's eyes. He edged toward the door. With a quick step, Ravenel blocked his way. "Take it off before I rip it off, or fight with your coat on. You touch a man of God, and I'll put the law on you. The sheriff's office is just next door. I'll have you—" Ravenel whirled him around, seized the collar of his grimy coat, peeled it dexterously off, revealing what was, perhaps, immaculate a shirt as ever defiled the human form. The Ravenel lip curled in disgust. "If cleanliness is next to godliness," he remarked, swiftly turning his back on his own snowy cuffs meanwhile, "you'll be shoveling coal in hell." And swung. The minister was taller and heavier than the slight and dandified figure, but Ravenel had an adrenal advantage, being stimulated by the fury of his anger. The godly one lay, a soiled heap, among his soiled wares, the usual demands of the victor. "Take that thing out of the window. Apologize to me. Apologize publicly for defaming a lady." The man crept groaning to the window, plucked the picture with its offensive caption from amongst the miscellany there, handed it to Ravenel in response to a gesture from him. "Now then, I think you're pretty badly bruised, but I doubt that anything's broken. I'm going next door to the sheriff. You will write a public apology and letters corresponding to these and place it in your filthy window. I'll be back." He resumed his coat, picked up the Malacca cane, blithely sought out the sheriff, displayed the sign, heard the gallant Kentuckian's most southern expression of regard for Captain Andy Hawks, his wife and gifted daughter, together with a promise to see that the written apology remained in the varmint's window throughout the day and until the departure of the Cotton Blossom. Ravenel then went his elegant and unruffled way up the sunny, sleepy street. By noon, the story was known throughout the village, up and down the river for a distance of 10 miles each way, and into the back country, all in some mysterious word-of-mouth way peculiar to isolated districts. Ravenel, returning to the boat, was met by news of his own exploit. Business, which had been booming for this month or more, grew to phenomenal proportions. Ravenel became a sort of legendary figure on the rivers. Magnolia went to her mother. "I am never allowed to talk to him. I won't stand for it. You treat him like a criminal." "What else is he?" "He's the—" A long emotional speech ringing with words such as hero, gentleman, wonderful, honorable, nobility, glorious, a speech such as Schultze in his showboat days as director would have designated as a so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. Ravenel went to Captain Andy. "I am treated as an outcast. I'm a Ravenel. Nothing but the most honorable conduct. A leper. Never permitted to speak to your daughter. Humiliation. Prefer to discontinue connection, which can only be distasteful to the captain and Mrs. Hawks, in view of your conduct. Leaving the Cotton Blossom at Cairo." In a panic, Captain Andy scampered to his lady and declared for a more lenient chaperonage. "Willing to sacrifice your own daughter, are you, for the sake of picking up a few more dollars here and there with this miserable upstart?" "Sacrificing her, is it? To tell her she can speak civilly to a handsome, a young fella, a good-mannered as I've ever set eyes on, or you either. Young squirt, that's what he is. I was a girl like Nolly, I'd run off with him, by God, and that's the truth. She had any spirit left in her after you've deviled her all these 18 years past, she'll do it. That's right, put ideas in her head. How do you know who he is?" "He's a Rav. He says he is. Didn't he show me the church? Oh, Hawks, you're a zany. I could show you gravestones. I could see my name on Bonaparte and show you Napoleon's tomb, but that wouldn't make him my grandfather, would it?" After all, there was wisdom in what she said. She may have even been right, as she so often was in her shrewish intuition. Certainly they never learned more of this scion of the Ravenel family than the meager information gleaned from the chronicles of the village church and graveyard. Grudgingly, protestingly, she allowed the two to converse genteelly between the hours of 5 and 6 after dinner. But no Oriental princess was ever more heavily chaperoned than was Magnolia during these prim meetings. For a month, then, they met on the port side of the upper deck forward. Their chairs were spaced well apart. On the starboard side, 25 feet away, sat Parthy, in her chair, grim, watchful, radiating opposition. Magnolia, feeling the gimlet eye boring her spine, would sit bolt upright, her long, nervous fingers tightly interwoven, her ankles neatly crossed, the pleats and flounces of her skirt spread sedately enough, yet seeming to vibrate with an electric force that gave them the effect of standing upright, a quiver, like a kitten's fur when she is agitated. He sat, one arm negligently over the back of his chair, facing the girl. His knees were crossed. He seemed at ease, relaxed, yet a slim foot in its well-made boot swung gently to and fro, and when Parthy made one of her sudden moves, as was her jerky habit, or when she coughed raspingly by way of emphasizing her presence, he could be felt rather than seen, to tighten in all his nerves and muscles, and the idly swinging foot took a clonic leap. The words they spoke with their lips and the words they spoke with their eyes were absurdly at variance. "Have you really been in Paris, Mr. Ravenal? How I should love to see it. How handsome you are sitting there like that. I really don't care anything about Paris. I only care about you." "No doubt you will some day, Miss Magnolia. You darling. How I should like to take you there. How I should like to take you in my arms." "Oh, I've never even seen Chicago, only these river towns. I love the way your hair grows away from your temples in that clean line. I want to put my finger on it and stroke it. My dear. A sordid kind of city, crude, though it has some pleasant aspects. New York. What do I care if that old tabby is sitting there? What's to prevent me from getting up and kissing you a long, long while on your lovely pomegranate mouth?" Lowering, inflexible, sat Parthy. She'll soon enough tire of this sort of popinjay talk, she told herself. She saw the bland and almost vacuous expression on the countenance of the young man, and being ignorant of the fact that he was famous from St. Louis to Chicago for his perfect poker face, was equally ignorant of the tides that were seething and roaring within him now. They were prisoners on this boat, together yet miles apart, guarded, watched. They had their scenes together on the stage. These were only aggravations. The rather high planes of Magnolia's cheekbones began to show a trifle too flat. Ravenel, as he walked along the grass-grown dusty streets of this or that little river town, switched viciously at weed and flower stalks with a slim Malacca cane. They hit upon a pathetic little scheme whereby they might occasionally, if lucky, steal the ecstasy of a good-night kiss. After the performance, he would stroll carelessly out to the stern, where stood the settling barrel. Ostensibly, he was taking a bedtime drink of water. Magnolia was, if possible, to meet him there for a brief and perilous moment. It was rarely accomplished. The signal to him was the slamming of the screen door, but often the screen door slammed as he stood there, a tense, quivering figure in the velvet dark of the southern night, and it was Frank, or Mrs. Soper, or Miss Means, or puny Mr. Means, coughing his bronchial wheeze. Crack went the screen door. Disappointment. Often he sloshed down whole gallons of river water before she came, if she came at all. He had managed to save almost $100. He was restless, irritable. Except for a mild pinochle game now and then with the men of the company, he had not touched a card in weeks. If he could get into a real game somehow, manage a sweepstakes, Chicago, St. Louis even, these little rotten river towns, no chance here. If he could, with luck, get together enough to take her away with him, away from the old Hellcat and this tub and these damned eternal rivers, God, but he was sick of them. They were playing the Ohio River, Paducah, Kentucky. He found himself seated at mid-afternoon round a table in the back room of a waterfront saloon. What time is it? 5. Plenty time. Just for that raise you 5. A few $100 would do it. 6 o'clock, 7, 7:30, 8, 1/2 Who said 1/2? Ralph is in the doorway. Can't be. Been looking everywhere for you. That's a fine way. Come on out of here, you. Christ. $10 in his pocket. The curtain up at 8. Oh, the shouts of the men echoing in his ears. Down the landing. A frantic company. Andy clawing at his whiskers. Magnolia in tears. Parthy grim but triumphant. Frank made up to go on at Ravenel's part. He dashed before the curtain raised, his shaking hand in quiet, the cat-calling angry audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask your patience. There has been an unfortunate but unavoidable delay. The curtain will rise in exactly 5 minutes. In the name of the management, I wish to offer you all apologies. We hope, by our performance, to make up for the inconvenience you have suffered. I thank you. A wave of his hand. The band. Parthy in the wings. Well, Captain Hawks, I guess this settles it. Maybe you'll listen to your wife after this. In a saloon, that's where he was, gambling. If Ralph hadn't found him, a pretty kettle of fish. Years building up a reputation on the rivers, and then along comes a soft-soaping, murdering gambler. Ravenal had got into his costume with the celebrity of a fireman, and together he and Magnolia were giving a performance that was notable for its tempo and a certain vibratory quality. The drama that unrolled itself before the Paducah gaze was as nothing compared to the one that was being secretly enacted. Between the lines of her part, she whispered between immovable lips, "Oh, Gay, why did you do it?" A wait, perhaps, of 10 minutes before the business of the play brought him back within whispering distance of her. Money! Very difficult to whisper without moving the lips. It really emerged. No. But she understood. For you, marry you, take you away. All this while the lines of the play went on. When they stood close together, it was fairly easy. Magnolia, in the play. What? Have all your friends deserted you? Mamma will make Andy send you away. Ravenel, no, but friendship is too cold a passion to stir my heart now. Will you come with me? Magnolia, oh, give me a friend in preference to a sweetheart. But how can I? Ravenel, my dear Miss Brown, Miss Lucy, marry me. Magnolia, oh, please don't call me Miss Brown. When? Ravenel, Lucy, where do we play tomorrow? Marry me there. Magnolia, defender of the fatherless. Metropolis, I'm frightened. Ravenel, will you be a poor man's bride? Darling. For fear of arousing suspicion, she did not dare put on her best dress in which to be married. One's best dress does not escape the eye of a Parthy. At 10 o'clock in the morning, when the landing is Metropolis, with a sigh, Magnolia donned her second best, the Reseda sateen basqued, its overskirt caught up coquettishly at the side. She determined on her Milan hat trimmed with grosgrain ribbon and pink roses. After all, Parthy or no Parthy, if one has a hat with pink roses, the time to wear it is at one's wedding, or never. Ravenel vanished beyond the riverbank immediately after breakfast next day, a meal which he had eaten in haste and in silence. He did not, the general opinion ran, look as crushed as his misdemeanor warranted. He had, after all, been guilty of the crime of crimes in the theater, be it a Texas tent show or an all-star production on Broadway. He had held up the performance. For once, the Cotton Blossom troupe felt that Mrs. Hawks' bristling attitude was justified. All through the breakfast hour, the stern ribbon bow on her breakfast cap had quivered like a seismographic needle, registering the degree of her inward upheaval. I think, said Magnolia, drinking her coffee in very small sips and eating nothing, I'll just go to town and match the ribbon on my grosgrain striped silk. You'll do nothing of the kind, miss, and so I tell you. But, Mamma, why? You'd think I was a child instead of a... You are, and no more. I can't go with you, so you'll stop at home. But Miss Means is going with me. I promised her I'd go. She wants to get some ointment for Mr. Means' chest, and a yard of elastic, and 6 oranges. Papa, don't you think it's unreasonable to make me suffer just because everybody's in a bad temper this morning? I'm sure I haven't done anything. I'm sure Captain Andy clawed his whiskers in frenzy. Don't come to me with your yards of elastic and your oranges. God almighty! He rushed off, a distraught little figure, as well he might be after a wretched night during which Mrs. Hawks had out-caudled Mrs. Caudle. When finally he had dropped off to sleep to the sound of the monotonously nagging voice, it was to dream of murderous gamblers abducting Magnolia, who always turned out to be Parthy. In her second best sateen, and the Milan with the pink roses, Magnolia went off to town at a pace that rather inconvenienced the short-breathed Miss Means. What's your hurry? Wheezed the lady, puffing up the steep cinder path to the levee. We're late. Late? Late for what? Nothing to do all day until 4, far as I know. Oh, I meant we started kind of late. Her voice trailed off lamely. 15 minutes later, Miss Means stood in indecision before a counter crawling with unwound bolts of elastic that twined all about her like garter snakes. The little general store smelled of old apples and broom straw and kerosene and bacon and potatoes and burlap and mice. 16 minutes later, she turned to ask Magnolia's advice. White elastic 1/2 inch wide, black elastic 3/4 of an inch wide. Magnolia had vanished from her side. Miss Means peered through the dimness of the fusty little shop. Magnolia! White elastic in one hand, black in the other. Miss Means scurried to the door. Magnolia had gone. Magnolia had gone to be married in her second best dress and her hat with the pink roses. She flew down the street. Miss Means certainly could have achieved no such gait. Much less could she have bettered it to the extent of overtaking Magnolia. Magnolia made such speed that when her waiting bridegroom, leaning against the white picket fence in front of the minister's house next the church, espied her and came swiftly to meet her, she was so breathless a bride he could make nothing out of her panted, "Elastic, Miss Means ran away." She leaned against the picket fence to catch her breath, a lovely, flushed figure, and not a little frightened. And though it was early April with Easter just gone, there was a dogwood in bridal bloom in the minister's front yard, and a magnolia as well, and along the inside of the picket fence tulips and jonquils lifted their radiant heads. She looked at Gaylord Ravenel then and smiled with her wide and gorgeous smile. "Let's go," she said, "and be married. I've caught my breath." "All right," said Ravenel. Then he took from his pocket the diamond ring that was much too large for her. "Let's be engaged first while we go up the path." And he slipped it on her finger. "Why, Gay, it's a diamond. Look what the sun does to it. Gay, there's nothing compared to what the sun does to you," he said, and leaned toward her. "Right at noon, in the minister's front yard." "I know, but I've had only those few moments in the dark by the settling barrel. It's been terrible." The minister's wife opened the door. She looked at the two. "I saw you from the parlor window. We were wondering. I thought maybe you'd like to be married in the church. The Easter decorations are still up. It looks lovely, all palms and lilies and smilax, too, from down south, sent up. The altar's banked with it. Mr. Selden's gone there." "Oh, I'd love to be married in church. Oh, Gay, I'd love to be married in church." The minister's wife smoothed the front of her dress with one hand and the back of her hair with the other, and having made these preparations for the role of bridal attendant, conducted them to the little flower-banked church next door. Magnolia never did remember very clearly the brief ceremony that followed. There were Easter lilies, whole rows of them, and palms and smilax, as the minister's wife had said. And the sun shone, picture book fashion, through the crude yellows and blues and scarlets of the windows, and there was the Reverend something or other Selden saying solemn words, but these things, strangely enough, seemed unimportant. Two little pigtailed girls passing by from school had seen them enter the church and had tiptoed in, scenting a wedding. Now they were up in the choir loft, tittering hysterically. Magnolia could hear them above the Reverend Selden's intonings. "In sickness and health, and hee-hee-hee, for richer, for poorer, tee-hee-hee, for better, for worse, tee-hee-hee." They were kneeling. Ravenel's was wearing his elegantly sharp-pointed shoes, and as he knelt, his heels began to describe an arc, small at first, then wider and wider as he trembled more and more, until at the end they were all but striking the floor from side to side. Outwardly, Magnolia was the bride of tradition, calm and pale. "Pronounce you man and wife." Ravenel had a $10 bill, that last $10 bill, all neatly folded in his waistcoat pocket. This he now transferred to the Reverend Selden's somewhat surprised palm. "And," the minister's wife was saying, "while it isn't much, we're church mice, you see. You're welcome to it, and we'd be happy to have you take your wedding dinner with us. Veal loaf, I'm afraid, and butter beets." So Magnolia Ravenel was married in church, proper as could be, and had her wedding dinner with the minister vis-a-vis. When she came out of the church, the two giggling girls, rather bold and rather frightened, but romantically stirred, pelted her with flowers. Pelted might be rather an exaggeration, because one threw a jonquil at her and one a tulip, and they both missed her. But it helped enormously. They went to the minister's house and ate veal loaf and buttered beets and bread pudding, or ambrosia, or whatever it was, and so they lived ever after. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Showboat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by FloraMetrick, Bonita Springs, Florida. Showboat by Edna Ferber. Chapter 11. Even after she had seen the Atlantic in a January hurricane, Kim-Ravenal always insisted that the one body of water capable of striking terror to her was the Mississippi River. Surely she should have known. She had literally been born on that turbid torrent. All through her childhood, her mother, Magnolia Ravenal, had told her tales of its vagaries, its cruelties, its moods, of the towns along its banks, of the people in those towns, of the boats that moved upon it, and the fantastic figures that went up and down in those boats. Her grandfather, Captain Andy Hawks, had lost his life in the treacherous swift current of its channel. Her grandmother, Parthenia Ann Hawks, was, at 80, a living legend of the Mississippi, the Flying Dutchman of the rivers, except that the boat touched many ports. One heard strange tales about Hawks' widow. She had gone on with the business after his tragic death. She was the richest showboat owner on the rivers. She ran the boat like a female seminary. If an actor uttered so much as a damn, he was instantly dismissed from the troupe. Couples in the company had to show a marriage certificate. Every bill, even such innocuous old-timers as East Lynne and The Gambler's Daughter and Tempest and Sunshine, were subject to a purifying process before the stern-visaged female owner of the new Cotton Blossom would sanction their performance on her showboat. Kim herself remembered many things about the Mississippi, though after her very early childhood she did not see it for many years, and her mother rarely spoke of it. She even shook her head when Kim would ask her for the 100th time to tell her the story of how she escaped being named Mississippi. Tell me about the time the river got so high and all kinds of things floated on it, animals and furniture and houses even, and you were so scared, and I was born, and you wanted to call me Mississippi, but you were too sleepy or something to say it, and the place was near Kentucky and Illinois and Missouri all at once, so they made up a name from the letters K and I and M, just till you could think of a real name, and you never did, and it stayed Kim. People laugh when I tell them my name's Kim. Other girls are named Ellen and Mary and Elizabeth. Tell me about the time on the Mississippi and the Cotton Blossom Floating Palace Theater. But you know all about it. You just told me. I'd like to hear you tell it. Your father doesn't like to have me talk so much about the rivers and the showboat. Why not? He wasn't very happy on them. I wasn't either after Grandpa Hawks. Kim knew that too. She had heard her father say, "God's sake, Nola, don't fill the kid's head full of that stuff about the rivers and the showboat. The way you tell it, it sounds romantic and idle and picturesque." Well, wasn't it? No, it was rotten and sordid and dull. Flies on the food and filthy water to drink and yokels to play to, and that old harridan. Gay! He would come over to her, kiss her tenderly, contritely. Sorry, darling. Kim knew that her mother had a strange, deep feeling about the rivers. The ugly, wide, muddy, ruthless, rushing rivers of the Middle West. Kim Ravenal's earliest river memories were bizarre and startling flashes. One of these was of her mother seated in a straight-back chair on the upper deck of the Cotton Blossom, sewing spangles all over a high-busted corset. It was a white webbed corset with a pinched-in waist and high full bosom and flaring hips. This humdrum garment Magnolia Ravenal was covering with shining silver spangles, one overlapping the other, so the whole made a glittering basque. She took quick, sure stitches that jerked the fantastic garment in her lap, and when she did this, the sun caught the brilliant heap aslant and turned it into a blaze of gold and orange and ice blue and silver. Kim was enchanted. Her mother was a fairy princess. It was nothing to her that the spangle-covered basque, modestly eked out with tulle and worn with astonishing long skirts for a bareback rider, was to serve as Magnolia's costume in The Circus Clown's Daughter. Kim's grandmother had scolded a good deal about that costume, But then she had scolded a good deal about everything. It was years before Kim realized that all grandmothers were not like that. At 3, she thought that scolding and grandmothers went together, like sulfur and molasses. The same was true of fun and grandfathers, only they went together like ice cream and cake. You called your grandmother Grandma. You called your grandfather Andy, or if you felt very roguish, Captain. When you called him that, he cackled and squealed, which was his way of laughing, and he clawed his delightful whiskers this side and that. Kim would laugh then, too, and look at him knowingly from under her long lashes. She had large eyes, deep set like her mother's, and her mother's wide, mobile mouth. For the rest, she was much like her father, a Ravenal, he said. His fastidious ways, highfalutin, her grandmother called them, his slim hands and feet, his somewhat drawling speech, indirect though strangely melting glance, calculatedly impulsive and winning manner. Another childhood memory was that of a confused and terrible morning. Asleep in her small bed in the room with her father and mother, she had been wakened by a bump, followed by a lurch, a scream, shouts, bells, clamor. Wrapped in her comforter, hastily snatched up from her bed by her mother, she was carried to the deck in her mother's arms. Gray dawn, a misty morning, with fog hanging an impenetrable curtain over the river, the shore. The child was sleepy, bewildered. It was all one to her, the confusion, the shouting, the fog, the bells. Close in her mother's arms, she did not in the least understand what had happened when the confusion became pandemonium. The shouts rose to screams, her grandfather's high, squeaky voice that had been heard above the din. "Larboard, lead there! Starboard, lead! Snatch her!" was heard no more. Something more had happened. Someone was in the water, hidden by the fog, whirled in the swift, treacherous current. Kim was thrown on her bed like a bundle of rags, all rolled in her blanket. She was left there alone. She had cried a little from fright and bewilderment, but had soon fallen asleep again. When she woke up, her mother was bending over her, so wild-eyed, so frightening, with her black hair streaming about her face, and her face swollen and mottled with weeping, that Kim began to cry again in sheer terror. Her mother had snatched her to her. Curiously enough, the words Magnolia Ravenal, now whispered in a ghastly kind of agony, were the very words she had whispered after the agony of Kim's birth, though the child could not know that. "The river," Magnolia said, over and over. Gaylord Ravenel came to her, flung his arm around her shoulder, but she shook him off wildly. "The river, the river." Kim never saw her grandfather again. Because of the look it brought to her mother's face, she soon learned not to say, "Where's Andy?" or the roguish question that had always made him appear, squealing with delight, "Where's Captain?" Baby though she was, the years 3 or 4 just preceding her grandfather's tragic death were indelibly stamped on the infant's mind. He had adored her, made much of her. Andy, dead, was actually a more vital figure than many another alive. It had been a startling but nevertheless actual fact that Parthenia and Hawks had not wanted her daughter Magnolia to have a child. Parthy's strange psychology had entered into this, of course, the pathological twist. Of this she was quite unaware. "How are you going to play ingenue lead, I'd like to know, She simply could not utter the word pregnant, or say, "while you are carrying your child," or even the simpering evasion of her type and class, "in the family way." Magnolia laughed a little at that. "I'll play as long as I can. Toward the end, I'll play roughly parts. Then some night, probably between second and third acts, though they may have to hold the curtain for 5 minutes or so, I'll excuse myself." Mrs. Hawks declared that she had never heard anything so indelicate in her life. "Besides, a showboat's no place to bring up a child." "You brought me up on one." "Yes," said Mrs. Hawks grimly. Her tone added, "And now look at you." Even before Kim's birth, the antagonism between Parthy and her son-in-law deepened to actual hatred. She treated him like a criminal, regarded Magnolia's quite normal condition as a reproach to him. "Look here, Magnolia, I can't stand this, you know. I'm so sick of this old mudscow and everything that goes with it." "Gay, everything?" "You know what I mean. Let's get out of it. I'm no actor. I don't belong here. If I hadn't happened to see you when you stepped out on a deck that day in New Orleans, are you sorry?" Darling, it's the only luck I've ever had that lasted. She looked thoughtfully down at the clear, colorful brilliance of the diamond on her third finger. Always too large for her, it now hung so loosely on her thin hand that she had been obliged to wind it with a great pad of thread to keep it from dropping off, though hers were the large knuckled fingers of the generous and resourceful nature. It was to see much of life, that ring. She longed to say to him, "Where do you belong, Gay? Who are you? Don't tell me you're a Ravenal. That isn't a profession, is it? You can't live on that." But she knew it was useless. There was a strange, deep streak of the secretive in him, baffling, mystifying. Questioned, he would say nothing. It was not a moody silence or a resentful one. He simply would not speak. She had learned not to ask. "We can't go away now, Gay dear. I can't go. You don't want to go without me, do you? You wouldn't leave me. Maybe next winter, after the boats put up, we can go to St. Louis or even New Orleans. That would be nice, wouldn't it? The winter in New Orleans?" One of his silences. He never had any money. That is, he never had it for long. It vanished. He would have $100. He would go ashore at some sizable town and return with $500. 1,000. Got into a little game with some of the boys, he would explain cheerfully, and give her 300 of it, 400, 5. Buy yourself a dress, Nola, something rich, with a hat to match. You're too pretty to wear those homemade things you're always messing with. Some woman wisdom in her told her to put by a portion of these sums. She got into the habit of tucking away $10, $20, $50. At times she reproached herself for this, called it disloyal, sneaking, underhand. When she heard him say, as he frequently did, "I'm strapped. If I had $50, I could turn a trick that would make 500 out of it. You haven't got 50, have you, Nola?" No, of course not. She wanted then to give him every cent of her tiny hoard. It was the tenuous strain of her mother in her, doubtless the pale thread of the Parthi in her makeup that caused her to listen to an inner voice. "Don't do it," whispered the voice, nudging her. "Keep it. You'll need it badly by and by." It did not take many months for her to discover that her husband was a gambler by profession, one of those smooth and plausible gentry with whom years of river life had made her familiar. It was, after all, not so much a discovery as a forced admission. She knew, but refused to admit that she knew. Certainly no one could have been long in ignorance with Mrs. Hawks in possession of the facts. 10 days after Magnolia's marriage to Ravenal, and what a 10 days those had been, Parthi alone crowded into them a lifetime of reproach. Mrs. Hawks came to her husband, triumphant in her mien, portent in her voice. "Well, Hawks, I hope you're satisfied now." This was another of Parthi's favorite locutions. The implication was that the unfortunate whom she addressed had howled heaven high his demands for hideous misfortune and would not be content until horror had piled upon horror. "I hope you're satisfied now, Hawks. Your son-in-law is a gambler, and no more. A common barroom gambler, without a cent to his trousers longer than it'll take to transfer his money from his pocket to the table. That's what your only daughter has married. Understand, I'm not saying he gambles, and that's all. I say he's a gambler by calling. That's the way he made his living before he came aboard this boat. I wish he had died before he ever set foot on the Cotton Blossom gangplank. And so I tell you, Hawks, a smooth-tongued, oily, good-for-nothing, no better than the scum Ellie ran off with. Now, Parthi, what's done's done. Why don't you try to make the best of things once in a while instead of the worst? Magnolia's happy with him. She ain't lived her life out with him yet. Mark my words, he's got a roving eye for a petticoat. Funny thing, Parthi, your father was a man, and so's your husband, and your son-in-law's another, yet seems you never did get the hang of a man's ways. Andy liked Ravenal. There was about the fellow a grace and ease, a certain elegance that appealed to the aesthetic in the little Gallic captain. When the two men talked together sometimes after dinner, it was amiably, in low tones, with an air of leisure and relaxation. Two gentlemen enjoying each other's company, there existed between the two a sound respect and liking. Certainly Ravenel's vogue on the rivers was tremendous, and he paid him as juvenile lead a salary that was unheard of in showboat records, but he accounted him worth it. Shortly after Kim's birth, Andy spoke of giving Ravenel a share in the cotton blossom, but this Mrs. Hawks fought with such actual ferocity that Andy temporarily at least relinquished the idea. Magnolia had learned to dread the idle winter months. During the annual period of the cotton blossom's hibernation, the Hawks family had, before Magnolia's marriage, gone back to the house near the river at Thebes. Sometimes Andy had urged Parthy to spend these winter months in the south, evading the harsh Illinois climate for a part of the time, at least in New Orleans, or one of the towns southern Mississippi where one might have roses instead of holly for Christmas. He sometimes envied Black Joe and Queenie their period of absence from the boat, in spite of the disreputable state in which they annually returned to the cotton blossom in the early spring. They always looked as if they had spent the intervening months seated in the dappled shade under a vine, with the drone of insects in the air and the heavy scent of white-petaled blossoms, eating fruit that dripped juice between their fingers, sleeping slack-jawed and heavily content through the heat of the southern mid-afternoon, supping greasily and plentifully on fried catfish and cornbread, watching the moon come up to the accompaniment of Joe's coaxing banjo. "We ought to lazy around more winters," Andy said to his energetic wife. She was perhaps setting the Thebes house to rights after their long absence. Thwacking pillows, pounding carpets, sloshing pails, scouring tables, hanging fresh curtains, flapping drapes, banging bureau drawers. A towel wrapped about her head, turban-wise, her skirts well pinned up, she would throw a frenzy of energy into her already exaggerated housewifeliness until Andy, stepping fearfully out of the way of mop and broom and pail, would seek waterfront cronies for solace. "Lazy? I've enough of lazying on that boat of yours month in, month out, all summer long. No south for me, thank you. 8 months of flies and niggers and dirty mud-tracking loafers is enough for me, Captain Hawks. I'm thankful to get back for a few weeks where I can live like a decent white woman." Thwack, thump, bang. After one trial, lasting but a few days, the Thebes house was found by Magnolia to be impossible for Gaylord Ravenel. That first winter after their marriage they spent in various towns and cities. Memphis for a short time, a rather hurried departure. St. Louis, Chicago. That brief glimpse of Chicago terrified her, but she would not admit it. After all, she told herself, as the astounding roar and din and jangle and clatter of State Street and Wabash Avenue beat at her ears, this city was only an urban Mississippi. The cobblestones were the riverbed, the high grim buildings and riverbanks, the men, women, horses, trucks, drays, carriages, streetcars that surged through those streets, creating new channels where some obstacle blocked their progress, felling whole sections of stone and brick and wood and sweeping over that section, obliterating all trace of its former existence, lifting other huge blocks and sweeping them bodily downstream to deposit them in a new spot, making a boulevard out of what had been a mud swamp. All this, Magnolia thought, was only the Mississippi in another form and environment, ruthless, relentless, gargantuan, terrible. One might think to know its currents and channels ever so well, but once caught unprepared in the maelstrom, one would be sucked down and devoured as Captain Andy Hawks had been in that other turbid, hungry flood. "You'll get used to it," Ravenel told his bride, a trifle patronizingly, as one who had this monster tamed and fawning. "Don't be frightened. It's mostly noise." "I'm not frightened, really. It's just the kind of noise I'm not used to. The rivers, you know, all these years, so quiet, at night and in the morning." That winter she lived her life of a gambler's wife, streak-o-lean, streak-o-fat, turtle soup and terrapin at the Palmer House today, ham and eggs in some obscure eating house tomorrow. They rose at noon. They never retired until the morning hours. Gay seemed to know a great many people, but to his wife he presented few of these. "Business acquaintance," he would say. You wouldn't care for him. Hers had been a fantastic enough life on the showboat, but always there had been about it an orderliness, a routine, due perhaps to the presence of the martinet, Parthenia, and Hawks. Indolent as the days appeared on the river, they still bore a methodical aspect. Breakfast at 9, rehearsal, parade, dinner at 4, makeup, curtain, wardrobe to mend or refurbish, parts to study, a new song to learn for the concert, but this new existence seemed to have no plot or plan. Ravenel was a being for the most part unlike the lover and husband of Cotton Blossom days, expansive and secretive by turn, now high-spirited, now depressed, frequently absent-minded. His manner toward her was always tender, courteous, thoughtful. He loved her as deeply as he was capable of loving. She knew that. She had to tell herself all this one evening when she sat in their hotel room, dressed and waiting for him to take her to dinner and to the theater. They were going to McVicker's Theater, the handsome new auditorium that had risen out of the ashes of the old, to quote the owner's florid announcement. Ravenel was startled to learn how little Magnolia knew of the great names of the stage. He had told her something of the history of McVicker's. In an expansive burst of pride in Chicago, he seemed to have a definite feeling about this great uncouth giant of a city. When you go to McVicker's, Ravenel said, you are in the theater where Booth has played, and Southern, and Lotta, and Keene, and Mrs. Siddons. Who, asked Magnolia, are they? He was so much in love that he found this ignorance of her own calling actually delightful. He laughed, of course, but kissed her when she pouted a little and explained to her what those names meant, investing them with all the glamour and romance that the theater of sophistication, that is, had for him. For he had the gambler's love of the play. It must have been something of that which held him so long to the Cotton Blossom. Perhaps, after all, his infatuation for Magnolia alone could not have done it. And now she was going to McVicker's, and she had on her dress with the open-throated basque, which she considered rather daring, though now that she was married woman, it was all right. She was dressed long before the time when she might expect him back. She had put out fresh linen for him. He was most fastidious about his dress. Accustomed to the sloppy deshabille of the showboat's male troopers, this sartorial niceness in Ravenel had impressed her from the first. She regarded herself in the mirror now. She knew she was not beautiful. She affected, in fact, to despise her looks, bemoaned her high forehead and prominent cheekbones, her large knuckled fingers, her slenderness, her wide mouth. Yet she did not quite believe these things she said about herself. Loved to hear Ravenel say she was beautiful. As she looked at her reflection now in the long gilt-framed mirror of the heavy, somber walnut bedroom, she found herself secretly agreeing with him. This was the first year of her marriage. She was pregnant. It was December. The child was expected in April. There was nothing distorted about her figure or her face. As is infrequently the case, her condition had given her an almost uncanny radiance of aspect. Her usually pallid skin showed a delicious glow of rosy coloring. Her eyes were enormous and strangely luminous. Tiny blue veins were faintly, exquisitely etched against the cream tint of her temples. Her rather angular slimness was replaced by a delicate roundness. She bore herself well, her shoulders back, her head high, a happy woman, beloved and in love. 6 o'clock, a little late, but he would be here any moment now. 6:30. She was opening the door every 5 minutes to peer up the red-carpeted corridor. 7. Impatience had given way to fear, fear to terror, terror to certain agony. He was dead. He had been killed. She knew by now that he frequented the well-known resorts of the city. He played cards in them just for pastime, he told her. Game of cards to while away the afternoon. What's the harm in that? Now, Nola, don't look like your mother, please. She knew about them, red plush and gilt, mahogany and mirrors, food and drink, riverfront saloons and riverfront life had long ago taught her not to be squeamish. She was not a foolish woman, nor an intolerant. She was, in fact, in many ways, wise beyond her years. But this was 1888. The papers had been full of the shooting of Simeon Peake, the gambler, in Jeff Hankins' place over on Clark Street. The bullet had been meant for someone else, a well-known newspaper publisher, in fact. But a woman, hysterical, crazed, revengeful, had fired it. It had gone astray. Ravenel had known Simeon Peake. The shooting had been a shock to him. It had indeed thrown him so much off his guard that he had talked to Magnolia about it for relief. Peake had had a young daughter, Selina. She was left practically penniless. Now the memory of this affair came rushing back to her. She was frantic. 7:30. It was too late now for the dinner they had planned, for the gala evening dinner at the Wellington Hotel, down to the White Marble Cafe. The Wellington was just across the street from McVicker's. It would make everything simple and easy. No rush, no hurrying, over to that delightful, sweet sip of coffee. 8:00. He had been killed. She no longer merely opened the door to peer into the corridor. She left the room door open and paced from room to hall, from hall to room, wildly down the corridor, finally in desperation down to the hotel lobby, into which she had never stepped in the evening without her husband. There were 2 clerks in the office desk. One was an ancient man, flabby and wattled, as much a part of the hotel as the stones that paved the lobby. He had soft wisps of sparse white hair that seemed to float just above his head instead of being attached to it, and little tufts of beard like bits of cotton stuck on his cheeks. He looked like an old baby. The other was a glittering young man. His hair glittered, his eyes, his teeth, his nails, his shirt front, his cuffs. Both these men knew Ravenal, had greeted him on their arrival, had bowed impressively to her. The young man had looked flattering things. The old man had pursed his soft, withered lips. Magnolia glanced from one to the other. There were people at the clerk's desk, leaning against the marble slab. She waited, nervous, uncertain. She would speak to the old man. She did not want somehow to appeal to the glittering one. But he saw her, smiled, left the man with whom he was talking, came toward her. Quickly she touched the sleeve of the old man, leaning forward over the marble to do it, jerked his sleeve really so that he glanced up at her testily. May I speak to you? A moment, madam. I shall be free in a moment. The sparkler leaned toward her. What can I do for you, Mrs. Ravenal? I just wanted to speak to this gentleman, but I can assist you, I'm sure, as well as... She glanced at him, and he was a row of teeth, all white and even, ready to bite. She shook her head miserably, glanced appealingly at the old man. The sparkler's eyebrows came up. He gave the effect of stepping back courteously without actually doing so. Now that the old clerk faced her questioningly, she almost regretted her choice. She blushed, stammered. Her voice was little more than a whisper. My husband have been, he hasn't returned, worried, killed, or a theater. The old baby cupped one hand behind his ear. What say? Her beautiful eyes in their agony begged the sparkler now to forgive her for having been rude. She needed him. She could not shout this. He stepped forward, but the teeth were hidden. After all, a chief clerk is a chief clerk. Miraculously, he had heard the whisper. You say your husband... She nodded. She was terribly afraid that she was going to cry. She opened her eyes very wide and tried not to blink. If she so much as moved her lids, she knew the mist that was making everything swim in a rainbow haze would crystallize into tears. He is terribly late. I've been so worried. We were going to the McVicker's and dinner, and now it's after 7. After 8, wheezed Cotton Whiskers, peering at the clock on the wall. After 8, she echoed wretchedly. There, she had winked. 2 great drops pumped themselves down on the silk bosom of her bodice with the open-throated neckline. It seemed to her that she heard them splash. Crackled the old man. The glittering one leaned toward her. She was enveloped in a waft of perfume. Now, Mrs. Ravenal, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Your husband has been delayed, that's all, unavoidably delayed. She snatched at this. Do you think? Are you sure? But he always is back by 6 at the latest, always, and we're going to dinner and Mick... You bride, smiled the young man. He actually patted her hand then. Just a touch. Now you just have a bite of dinner like a sensible little woman. Oh, I couldn't eat a bite. I couldn't. A cup of tea. Let me send you a cup of tea. The old one made a sucking sound with tongue and teeth, rubbed his chin, and preferred his suggestion in a voice that seemed to Magnolia to echo and re-echo through the hotel lobby. Why don't you send a messenger around for him, madam? Messenger? Around? Where? Sparkler made a little gesture, a tactful gesture. Perhaps he's having a little game of cards, and you know how time flies. I've done the same thing myself. Look up at the clock, first thing you know, it's 8. Now, if I were you, Mrs. Ravenal... She knew then. There was something so sure about this young man, and so pitying, and suddenly she too was sure. She recalled in a flash the time they were playing Paducah, and he had not come. They had held the curtain until after 8. Ralph had searched for him. He had been playing poker in a waterfront saloon. Send around for him? Not she. The words of a popular, sentimental song of the day went through her mind absurdly. Father, dear father, come home with me now. The clock in the steeple strikes 1. She drew herself up now, the actress. She even managed to smile, or even as sparkling and toothy as the sparkler's own. Of course I'm very silly. Thank you so. I'll just have a bit of supper in my room. She turned away with a little gracious bow. The eyes were very wide again. The old man. Translated, it meant, little idiot. She took off the dress with the 2 dark spots on the silk of the basque. She put away the linen and the shiny shoes. She took up some sewing, but in the midst interfered with that. She threw herself on the bed, an agony of tears. That was better. 10 o'clock. She fell asleep, the gas lights burning. At a little before midnight he came in. She awoke with a little cry. Queerly enough, the first thing she noticed was that he had not his cane, the richly mottled Malacca stick that he always carried. She heard herself saying, ridiculously, half awake, half asleep, "Where's your cane?" His surprise at this matter-of-fact reception made his expression almost ludicrous. "Cane? Oh, that's so. Why, I left it. Must have left it." In the years that followed, she learned what the absence of the Malacca stick meant. It had come to be a symbol in every pawn shop on Clark Street. Its appearance was a bond for a sum of 100 times its actual value. Gaylord Ravenel always paid his debts. She finished undressing in silence. Her face was red and swollen. She looked young and helpless and almost ugly. He was uncomfortable and self-reproachful. "I'm sorry, Nola. I was detained. We'll go to the theater tomorrow night." She almost hated him then. Being, after all, a normal woman, there followed a normal scene. Tears, reproaches, accusations, threats, pleadings, forgiveness. "Nola, will you let me take your ring just for a day or two?" Ring? But she knew. "You'll have it back. This is Wednesday. You'll have it by Saturday. I swear it." The clear white diamond had begun its travels with the Malacca stick. He had spoken the truth when he said that he had been unavoidably detained. She had meant not to sleep. She had felt sure that she would not sleep. But she was young and healthy and exhausted from emotion. She slept. As she lay there by his side, she thought before she slept that life was very terrible. But fascinating. Even got from the glow of discovery, she felt old and experienced and married and tragic. She thought of her mother. She was much, much older and more married, she decided, than her mother ever had been. They returned to Thebes in February. Magnolia longed to be near her father. She even felt a pang of loneliness for her mother. The little white cottage near the river at Thebes looked like a toy house. Her bedroom was doll-sized. The town was a miniature village, like a child's Christmas set. Her mother's bonnet was a bit of grotesquerie. Her father's face was etched with lines that she did not remember having seen there when she left. The home-cooked food, prepared by Parthy's expert hands, was delicious beyond belief. She was a traveler returning from a far place. Captain Andy had ordered a new boat. He talked of nothing else. The old Cotton Blossom, bought from Pegram years before, was to be discarded. The new boat was to be lighted by some newfangled gas arrangement instead of the old kerosene lamps. Carbide or something. Andy said it was. There was to be special footlights, new scenery, improved dressing and sleeping rooms. She was being built at the St. Louis shipyards. "She's a daisy," squeaked Andy, capering. He had just returned from a trip to the place of the Cotton Blossom's imminent birth, of the 2 impending accouchements, at which was to bring forth a grandchild, and that was to produce a new showboat. It was difficult to say which caused him the keenest anticipation. Perhaps secretly it was the boat, much as he loved Magnolia. He was first the riverman, second the showman, third the father. "Like to know what you want a new boat for?" Parthy scolded. "Take all the money you've earned these years past with that old tub and throw it away on a new one. Old one ain't good enough. Good enough for the riffraff we get on it. Now, Parthy, you know's well as I do you couldn't be shooed off the rivers now. You've got used to 'em. Any other way of living 'd seem stale to you. I'm a woman, loves her home, and asks for nothing better. Bet you would have stayed ashore permanent if you had the chance." He won the wager, though he had to die to do it. The new Cotton Blossom and the new grandchild had a trial by flood on their entrance into life. The Mississippi savage mother that she was gave them both a baptism that threatened for a time to make their entrance into their exit from the world a simultaneous act. But both, after some perilous hours, were piloted to safety. The one by old Windy, who swore that this was his last year on the rivers, the other by a fat midwife and a frightened young doctor. though storm and flood were heard in the voice of Parthenia Ann Hawks, the scold berating Captain Hawks, her husband, and Magnolia Ravenel, her daughter, as though they, had not their elements, were responsible for the predicament in which they now found themselves. There followed 4 years of war and peace. The strife was internal. It raged between Parthi and her son-in-law. The conflict of the two was a chemical thing. Combustion followed inevitably upon their meeting. The biting acid of Mrs. Hawks' discernment cut relentlessly through the outer layers of the young man's charm and grace and melting manner and revealed the alloy. Ravenel's nature recoiled at sight of a woman who employed none of the arts of her sex and despised and penetrated those of the opposite sex. She had no vanity, no coquetry, no reticences, no respect for the reticence of others, treated compliments as insult, met flattery with contempt. 100 times during those 4 years he threatened to leave the Cotton Blossom, yet he was held to his wife Magnolia and to the child Kim by too many tender ties. His revolt usually took the form of gambling spree ashore, during which he often lost every dollar he had saved throughout the weeks of enforced economy. There was no opportunity to spend money legitimately in the straggling hamlets to whose landings the Cotton Blossom so often fastened. Then, too, the easy indolence of the life was beginning to claim him, its effortlessness, its freedom from responsibility, perhaps a new part to learn at the beginning of the season. That was all. River audiences liked the old plays, came to see them again and again. It was Ravenel who always made the little speech in front of the curtain. Wish to thank you one and all, always glad to come back to the old. Tomorrow night, the thrilling comedy drama entitled Each and Every One, Concert After the Show. Never had the Cotton Blossom troupe so reveled in home-baked cakes, pies, cookies, home-brewed wine, fruits of tree and vine. The female population of the river towns from the Great Lakes to the Gulf beheld in him the lover of their secret dreams and laid at his feet burnt offerings and shrew bread. Ravenel, it was said by the Cotton Blossoms troupe, could charm the gold out of their teeth. Perhaps with the passing of the years he might have grown quite content with this life. Sometimes the little captain, when the two men were conversing quietly apart, dropped a word about the future. When I'm gone, you and Magnolia, the boat'll be yours, of course. Ravenel would laugh. Little Captain Andy looked so very much alive, his bright brown eyes glancing here and there, missing nothing on land or shore, his brown paw scratching the whiskers that showed so little of gray, his nimble legs scampering from Texas to Gangplank, never still for more than a minute. No need to worry about that for another 50 years, Ravenel assured him. The end had in it perhaps a touch of the ludicrous, as had almost everything the little capering captain did. The Cotton Blossom, headed upstream on the Mississippi, bound for St. Louis, had struck a snag in Cahokia Bend, 3 miles from the city. It was barely dawn, and a dense fog swathed the river. The old Cotton Blossom probably would have sunk midstream. The new boat stood the shock bravely. In the midst of the pandemonium that followed, the high, shrill falsetto of the little captain's voice could be heard giving commands, which he, most of all, knew he had no right to give. The pilot only was to be obeyed under such conditions. The crew understood this, as did the pilot. It was, in fact, a legend that more than once in a crisis, Captain Andy on the upper deck had screamed his orders in a kind of dramatic frenzy of satisfaction, interspersing these with picturesque and vivid oaths, during which he had capered and bounced his way right off the deck and into the river, from which damp station he had continued to screech his orders and profanities in cheerful unconcern until fished aboard again. Exactly this happened. High above the clamor rose the voice of Andy. His little figure whirled like that of a dervish. Up, down, fore, aft, suddenly he was overboard, unseen in the dimness, in the fog, in the savage, swift current of the Mississippi, wrapped in the coils of the old yellow serpent. Tighter, tighter, deeper, deeper, until his struggle ceased. She had him at last. The river, Magnolia had said, over and over. The river, the river. End of chapter 11.